Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Today is April the 7th, Thursday, 9:19 a.m. We got about 11 minutes before the opening bell, man. A lot of information here on Thursday, but we're not overwhelmed here towards the end of the week, so shouldn't be too overwhelmed by anything. But yeah, man, this is just where we're at here. We do see that there is a lot of economic data coming out today, far as the Supreme, I think the Supreme Court, um, what's her name, Brown judge, the judge. I think the Senate is voting for her today, but we'll see here shortly when they pull up the live. Just wanted to get that confirmed, though. It looks like the House committee, they're going to hold a hearing on stock trading reforms for Congress today. So a bunch of information. It looks like they already started that. They're live doing that now. So we're going to get right into it in the pre-market, you guys, because they're already started. So we're going to get right into it. Stock trading reforms. Before we get started, though, you guys, this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, good morning again. Good luck today, you guys. Enjoy your day. And remember, it's about towards the end of the week, so keep in mind theta's kicking in, you guys. So by that Friday. Other than that, though, I hope y'all have a good day today. Make some right decisions. If not, hold and just learn something, ain't nothing wrong with that either. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. You see they're getting right to it, so we are going to get right to it with them.
And I'm glad we're transparency and accountability across Congress. I look forward to these discussions. I'm confident this hearing will serve to inform us as we move forward in the legislative process. I'd like to begin by discussing some of the financial transparency measures already in place. The intent of the 2012 Stock Act is good. It was meant to create a public disclosure system for members of Congress to report their trades in a timely manner. However, as we have witnessed on multiple occasions since its passage, the Stock Act has deficiencies, and compliance with its requirements is not as straightforward for members as it should be. We've given the Stock Act 10 years, and it's time for Congress to take another look at this issue. According to Business Insider, at least 59 members have reportedly violated the requirements of the Stock Act since 2019. These alleged violators come from both sides of the aisle, making this a bipartisan issue that requires a bipartisan response. Given the broad distribution of these alleged violations across the various ideological groups in Congress, I'm confident that the majority, if not all, of them weren't malicious, but inadvertent, illustrating a failure on multiple levels. This particularly concerns me because it suggests that we are not adequately educating our incoming members on their responsibilities to comply with the Stock Act. It is the responsibility of this committee to ensure members are aware of their responsibilities when they come to Congress, and I pledge to fix this lapse for new Republican members. I'd ask the chair to join me in this initiative for any incoming members of her party. While the legislative fixes we discussed today are a critical step forward, I'd like to say also that this committee should hold further discussions on how best to educate and assist all members, especially freshman members, with compliance issues and questions so that we can achieve the transparency that the American people demand. The public and our members deserve better from this committee, and as ranking member, I will do everything I can to fix that. I'm sure the chair will agree with this sentiment, and I welcome the opportunity to work together on this bipartisan issue. Regarding potential Stock Act updates, I'm excited to hear from our witnesses today. Since this issue has captured the attention of the public, we have seen a wide range of proposals for reform. These suggestions are diverse, both in their proposed requirements and with their enforcement mechanisms to ensure compliance. Now, I don't really have many stock holdings other than retirement, but in anticipation of this hearing, I spoke with my financial advisor from my home district. It's actually my wife's financial advisor, a little bit of me, mostly her. He's from my home district in Illinois, and I wanted to get a better sense of how some of these proposals would affect members, especially middle-class members. He raised the concern that blind trusts, for example, can be cumbersome and expensive, would create perverse incentives, and do not provide the level of transparency that some assume they would. For example, most financial firms won't even take on a client for a blind trust unless they meet certain asset holdings and activity requirements. I don't meet either of those requirements today. And I would guess that that's true for many members. But these cost restrictions would put us in a situation where these perverse incentives might force members to engage in more market trading in order to meet blind trust minimums and other requirements. I hope we can address some of these concerns here today because I'm sure many members of Congress share them with me. I'm hopeful that the majority will take this opportunity to work together to build a bipartisan solution instead of proceeding with a knee-jerk reaction that sends a one-party bill immediately to the floor. I look forward to our expert witnesses' testimony and further discussion, and I hope we can leave this hearing with a better understanding of the ramifications of any proposed solution as we embark on working together, hopefully, to craft bipartisan legislation. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, and excuse me, in just a moment, I'll introduce today's witnesses, but before I do, as a reminder to our witnesses, each of you is recognized for 5 minutes. There's a lighting system and a timer in front of you, and when your time is up, we ask you to try and wrap up. Your full written statements will be made part of the record and will inform not only this committee, but members of the public. And the record will remain open for at least 5 days after this hearing for additional material to be submitted, and we may also have additional questions for you. And if that is the case, we would ask that you respond to those questions. Let me introduce each of our witnesses. Jacob Strauss is a specialist on Congress at the Congressional Research Service, where he has worked since August of 2007. He specializes in American government and politics with a focus on Congress and other governmental institutions. He's an adjunct professor on governmental studies at Johns Hopkins University and an adjunct professor at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, in the Political Science Department. Prior to that, he served as an assistant professor of political science at Frostburg State University. He holds a PhD in political science from the University of Florida, an MA in political science from the University of Florida, and a BA in government and politics from the University of Maryland. Liz Hempowitz serves as Director of Public Policy on the Project of Government Oversight, sometimes referred to as POGO. She is an expert on whistleblower protections, conflicts of interest, ethics, Freedom of Information Act, separation of powers, and the National Emergencies Act. She develops and advances policy solutions to combat corruption and promote openness and accountability in government, and she strategizes the best way to translate POGO report findings into legislative reforms or executive action. She has participated in efforts to improve the Inspector General Act, the National Emergencies Act, lobbying and congressional ethics rules, whistleblower protections, and the Freedom of Information Act and other government accountability issues. She graduated from the University of Bridgeport with a bachelor's in international political economy and diplomacy and earned her JD from American University's Washington College of Law. Donald Sherman, welcome. You serve as the Senior Vice President and Chief Counsel for Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, otherwise known as CREW. He is a leading policy advisor on racial justice and equity, government ethics, and congressional investigations and oversight. He's served in various roles in the House, Senate, and executive branch, including as special assistant to the President for Racial and Economic Justice at the White House, senior counsel to Ranking Member Claire McCaskill on the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, and chief oversight counsel to the late Representative Elijah Cummings, then ranking member of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Mr. Sherman began his career on Capitol Hill as counsel on the House Ethics Committee when I chaired that committee, and where he investigated allegations of ethical violations by members of Congress and staff. And prior to that, he practiced law in Washington, D.C. for Crowell and Mooring, LLP, and served as a law clerk to the Honorable Neil E. Kravitz of the District of Columbia Superior Court. He graduated from Georgetown University with a degree in American Studies and earned his J.D. from Georgetown University Law Center. Donna Nagy is the C. Ben Dutton Professor of Business Law at Indiana University's Maurer School of Law. She joined the law faculty in 2006 and teaches and writes in the area of securities litigation, securities regulation, and corporations. Her scholarship includes co-authoring 2 books, one on the law of insider trading and a casebook on securities litigation and enforcement. She's written numerous law review articles on topics including the selective disclosure of government information, government officials and financial conflicts of interest, insider trading, and fiduciary principles. She is a member of the American Law Institute and served as an appointed member of the ABA Corporate Laws Committee. She also served a 3-year term as a member of the National Adjudicatory Council of the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, and before teaching, she was an associate with the Debevoise and Plimpton in Washington, D.C., where she specialized in securities enforcement and litigation. She received her BA from Vassar College and her JD from NYU University Law School. And finally, Jennifer Schulp is the Director of Financial Regulation Studies at the Cato Institute's Center for Monetary and Financial Alternatives, where she focuses on the regulation of securities and capital markets. Prior to joining Cato, Ms. Schulp was the director in the Department of Enforcement at the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, where she represented FINRA investigations and disciplinary proceedings relating to violations of federal security laws and self-regulatory organization rules. Before joining FINRA, Ms. Schulp was a litigation associate at Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher, and she clerked for the Honorable E. Grady Jolly of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. She received her J.D. from the University of Chicago Law School and her A.B. in Political Science from the University of Chicago. As all can see, we have a very distinguished panel of witnesses before us. We do thank you, and we will now hear from you for 5 minutes each, and we will start with you, Mr. Strauss.
Chairman Lofgren, Ranking Member Davis, and members of the committee, on behalf of the Congressional Research Service, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My testimony focuses on 2 areas: current financial disclosure and periodic transaction reporting requirements, and legislative proposals introduced during the 117th Congress to limit or prohibit certain financial transactions by members of Congress and covered congressional employees. Federal government officials and employees, including members of Congress, when taking official action, are expected to, quote, place loyalty to the Constitution, laws, and ethical principles above private gain. Using this guiding principle, the Ethics in Government Act, as amended, including by the Stock Act in 2012, requires covered officials, including members of Congress and certain congressional employees, to file annual financial disclosure statements that report income, gifts, liabilities, and property, and make periodic transaction reports that disclose the purchase or sale of certain financial assets. Further, the Stock Act affirms that members of Congress, congressional employees, and other federal officials are not exempt from insider trading laws. In the 117th Congress, as of March 1st, 2022, CRS identified 14 bills or resolutions that propose limitations on members of Congress and other covered congressional employees from engaging in certain financial transactions. Broadly, these measures propose to amend the Ethics in Government Act and/or the Stock Act, create new law, or amend House rules to prohibit the holding, purchasing, selling, and/or actively managing certain types of assets. Currently, Congress does not prohibit the ownership of specified financial assets, but certain targeted restrictions do exist in some executive branch agencies. With regard to the legislative proposals before Congress, 6 points are pertinent. First, to address member and covered individuals' financial holdings and transactions, several legislative proposals would either amend the Ethics in Government Act, the Stock Act, or both. Others would create new law. Second, each of the legislative proposals would generally prohibit covered officials from holding, purchasing, selling, and or actively managing certain types of assets. Third, a number of the proposals would allow or require a member of Congress to place covered assets in a qualified blind trust that is approved by the official's supervising ethics office, the House Ethics Committee for the House of Representatives. Qualified blind trusts separate the covered official from day-to-day decision-making about their holdings, which can serve to remedy potential conflicts that might arise from officials' actions that could impact their individual holdings. Fourth, 4 of the proposals would expand public access to information in the financial disclosure statements and periodic transaction reports. Fifth, 10 of the 14 legislative proposals would change available penalties for noncompliance. Within these proposals, 2 basic penalty strategies are suggested: fine individuals for noncompliance and or publish the names of individuals who are found in violation of the law on a public webpage. Finally, 2 legislative proposals would amend House Rule 23, the House Code of Conduct, to add a new section that would prohibit members from trading stocks. In closing, these legislative proposals include a range of options to limit or prohibit certain financial activities. Policymakers may wish to consider the scope of these proposals, the benefits of particular proposals, any potential administrative adjustments that might be necessary to implement a modification of ethics laws, and the potential costs to covered officials to comply with the proposed laws. My written testimony raises particular questions that might be considered. Should Congress choose to act, it can implement a particular measure as introduced or incorporate various concepts from several different measures. Each choice likely has advantages and disadvantages that CRS is available to discuss further. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony and also your willingness to continue to work with us as we sort through the various proposals. Ms. Hempowitz, you are now recognized.
Chairperson Lofgren, Ranking Member Davis, and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to testify today about addressing conflicts of interest in Congress as they relate to the owning of individual stocks. There is no denying that this issue has captured public attention in a unique way. In fact, a strong majority of voters from both major political parties support a congressional stock ban. A Fox News poll recently found 70% of those surveyed favored banning members of Congress and their immediate family and staff from trading stocks. Those numbers didn't come out of nowhere. An avalanche of eye-opening press coverage has demonstrated a congressional stock trading problem that ranges from seemingly benign missed public disclosure deadlines to criminal insider trading. In response, there are now entire online communities dedicated to tracking congressional sales, not only to hold members accountable, but because many members of Congress outperform the market and an enterprising few in the public want in on the action. It's no wonder that the polling reflects an overwhelming desire for change. And Congress is listening. More than 125 members are now co-sponsoring legislation intended to address at least some aspects of this problem. It is encouraging to see elected officials so in tune with what their constituents want. And so now Congress is poised to restrict stock trading by lawmakers with bipartisan support, and we are here to help hammer out the details. But the details are everything. There are several competing bills in both chambers of Congress, and when we see legislation advance, it will either be a first step towards creating real ethics rules for members of Congress or mere window dressing for legalized corruption. So I want to spend the few minutes I have with you today talking about what we at POGO see as some of the important bright lines for you to consider as you move forward. First, as a floor, we recommend that you require members of Congress to divest conflicting assets with the option to put any remaining assets in a blind trust that is subject to new public disclosures. The logic here is simple. Members of Congress have access to non-public information and the power to move markets. We must eliminate opportunities for insider trading and insulate members from even the perception that they are making decisions based on the benefits to their own financial interest rather than the public interest. Second, to be meaningful, these requirements must cover spouses and minor children. Again, the reasoning is simple. It is a safe presumption that married partners discuss their work dealings and that a minor child's affairs are under some modicum of their parent's supervision. Now, in both cases, that means the spouse or child also has the same access to market-moving information that the public is so concerned about being misused. In a less generous reading, exempting spouses or minor children would supply an easy, opaque way for a corrupt member to hide self-dealing and make any added restrictions totally moot. Third, the new standards cannot exempt assets that were owned before taking office. Unless members of Congress are willing to recuse from votes or committee assignments based on their financial holdings prior to taking office, an exemption for previously held assets creates a potential conflict without serving any discernible public policy objective. I want to be clear. POGO wants a much stricter ban than any of those you are considering today. We would limit the holdings that members, their spouses, dependent children, and senior staffers can own to diversified mutual funds and U.S. Treasury bonds, with narrow exemptions applicable only in truly unusual circumstances. But today, we've focused our bright lines on improvements to the law that will enhance accountability and public trust related to concerns about insider trading. And there is incredible momentum for these reforms that would respond directly to one of the public's most acutely expressed institutional concerns. But now, some have suggested that Congress should slow down this current effort so that it may include reforms to the financial conflicts of interest systems that apply to the judiciary and the executive branch. But you face the very real possibility of passing no reforms if you slow down now. I urge you to focus first on passing restrictions for Congress and then use that momentum to pass additional and, yes, critically necessary conflicts of interest reforms to the other branches of government. I want to close with this thought. The reason we're having this conversation today isn't because of any one scandal or missed Stock Act filing deadline. We're here because the barrage of the many different examples across both chambers and parties has given the public an overwhelming perception that Congress is engaged in corrupt behavior when members are allowed to freely own individual stocks. My colleagues at the Project on Government Oversight stand by ready to aid in your efforts in addressing this problem however we can. Thank you again. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sherman, you're now recognized.
Chairperson Lofgren, Ranking Member Davis, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to address the ethics problems created when members of Congress and their families own or trade individual stocks and other securities. I'm especially grateful for this opportunity to testify before Chairperson Lofgren, who, 13 years ago, hired me to join the nonpartisan staff of the House Ethics Committee. My organization, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, is a nonpartisan anti-corruption watchdog committed to ensuring that government officials act ethically on behalf of the people they serve. It is with this purpose in mind that I encourage Congress to embrace comprehensive legislation that satisfies three principles. 1, prohibiting members from owning and trading stocks and other similar commodities or securities. 2, extending this prohibition to members' spouses and dependent children. And 3, incorporating a clear civil penalty that is a significant deterrent and easy to administer. In addition to these priorities, Congress must also ensure that any relevant oversight and enforcement bodies have the authority and the resources necessary to do their jobs effectively and to provide the public with real transparency. The ethics problems posed by members of Congress owning and trading stocks are not theoretical. At the beginning of the pandemic, a moment when public confidence in our government was critical, Congress was rocked by scandal. Reports of senators making significant financial transactions following private briefings about the coronavirus pandemic were just the tip of the iceberg. At least 75 members of Congress owned shares in COVID-19 vaccine makers Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson in 2020. These members were asked repeatedly to vote on legislation that impacted these companies' share prices. Similar issues have been spotted in other sectors. For example, 15 members that sit on committees overseeing U.S. military policy have financial ties to military contractors worth nearly $1 million. These facts are both egregious and sadly unremarkable. One reason for this litany of questionable conduct is the weakness of our current legal regime. The Stock Act, passed in 2012 to ensure that members do not trade on non-public information gained through their government jobs and to enforce public transparency of their holdings, has failed to police this kind of behavior. Exposing Stock Act violations has proven difficult, in part because periodic transaction reports and financial disclosures are hard to access. Still, the near constant drumbeat of repeated and reported violations is a death by 1,000 cuts for the credibility of this institution. Since the passage of the Stock Act, there have also been significant changes that give individual members even greater ability to affect the market. Members now have a much larger presence on social media, enabling them to impact corporate stock prices with a single tweet. Congress has expanded the power of committee chairs to issue unilateral subpoenas, and a growing number of members are conducting oversight from their personal offices. Congressional rules need to change to help address members' expanded ability to influence the market. Banning members from owning or trading individual stocks would address several problems, including the actual conflicts of interest that arise when they take official actions that impact a company or industry where they or their families have a direct financial stake, the appearance of financial conflicts of interest, and the public outrage over members appearing to trade on confidential information. A ban is necessary because, unlike other officials in other branches of government, recusal is not a viable option for members of Congress. Yet both the executive and judicial branches have higher standards. Merely placing individual assets into a qualified blind trust will not fully address these concerns, absent a requirement to sell the original assets. The ban must also extend to members' spouses and dependent children to ensure that members can't simply circumvent the law by transferring their individual assets to a close family member. Finally, the ban must include an enforcement mechanism that is both clear and significant enough to serve as a deterrent. For example, the legislation should not create a standard of intent that would make enforcement unlikely. While it is understandable that some members may have questions about the impact of these reforms on their own or their family's interests, these concerns are not more important than the public's right to know with certainty that the people they choose to write their laws are acting on their behalf and not in the service of their own financial interests. In closing, the public is right to hold their representatives in Congress to the highest ethical standards and to demand accountability when those representatives fail to live up to them. Wide bipartisan majorities are demanding that Congress make changes to address members buying and owning stock in industries that they oversee. Banning this practice will help to restore public faith and bolster confidence in our democracy. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. We'll turn now to Professor Nagy.
Chairman Lofgren, Ranking Member Davis, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify. I have been teaching and writing about corporate and securities law for more than 27 years. For nearly half of that time, I've also been writing about government ethics. What first drew me to that field were the controversies that resulted in the Stock Act of 2012. I had the great privilege of testifying about insider trading law in the House and Senate hearings that preceded that legislation. In connection with today's hearing, what I can also bring to the table are my years of studying how conflicts of interest undermine the legitimacy of decision-making by officials entrusted with power. Whether the decision-making occurs by corporate directors inside a boardroom or by lawmakers here in the Capitol, financial conflicts of interest contribute to a corrosive belief that those entrusted with power are making self-serving decisions that may not be in the best interest of those they've been elected to serve. My testimony today strongly supports your efforts toward reform, and I have 4 points to highlight. The first emphasizes a key difference in the many bills I've reviewed. Whereas some seek to restrict the ownership of certain investments by members of Congress, others seek to restrict only the trading of such investments during congressional service. In my view, trading restrictions alone will not be an effective solution to the conflict of interest problem that is plaguing Congress. Successful reform must also reduce lawmakers' opportunities for personal gains in their investment portfolios when they sponsor, support, oppose, and vote on legislation. So I urge this committee to focus on ownership and not merely trading. What is most needed, in my opinion, is a federal statute that prohibits members of Congress and their spouses and dependent children from owning the securities of individual publicly traded companies. My second point contrasts the lax conflict of interest restraints that currently operate in the legislative branch with the very strict anti-conflict laws that Congress has enacted for officials in the executive and judicial branches. To be sure, ethic rules in both chambers prohibit members from deriving personal financial benefit from congressional service. But longstanding interpretations permit and facilitate a lawmaker's ability to work and vote on legislation likely to affect their own investments, so long as they are not the sole beneficiaries. The lack of parity among the three branches underscores the urgent need for reform. My third point refutes the notion that public disclosure of personal investments, coupled with the discipline of the electoral process, can adequately deter these troubling financial conflicts. Neither annual ownership disclosures nor specific 45-day transaction reporting has managed to deter lawmakers from owning and trading hundreds of millions of dollars in stock in companies subject to their oversight. If anything, it has made the perception of corruption worse because, thanks to journalists and good government groups, the American public now sees even more quickly how frequently and extensively some lawmakers are benefiting from their legislative activity. Moreover, self-interested legislative activity affects the entire country, whereas only voters in a member's district or state can have a say in whether conflicts are serious enough to warrant an electoral defeat. My final point relates to insider trading. Notwithstanding the clarity brought about by the Stock Act, investigating suspicious trading by congressional officials has proven to be more challenging for the SEC and the DOJ than most may have supposed a decade ago. The Constitution's speech or debate clause puts in place a very high hurdle for obtaining evidence that relates to what a congressional official learned through legislative activity. And without evidence, prosecutions are not possible. This hearing constitutes a monumental step toward bringing about real and profound change. I am truly honored to be a part of it. I look forward to your questions, and I stand ready to be of whatever help I can as the legislative process progresses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much. And now we have our final witness, Ms. Schulp. We will welcome your testimony.
Thank you. Chair Lofgren, Ranking Member Davis, and distinguished members of the Committee on House Administration. My name is Jennifer Schulp, and I am the Director of Financial Regulation Studies at the Cato Institute Center for Monetary and Financial Alternatives. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in today's hearing. As you know, the questions raised by members of Congress trading stocks are not new. A decade ago, the Stock Act clarified the applicability of insider trading prohibitions to lawmakers and required periodic disclosure of stock transactions. But concerns have persisted about lawmaker stock trading. Although recent polling shows widespread public support for banning lawmakers from owning or trading stocks, such measures are too broad for preventing insider trading and too narrow to effectively address the question of financial conflicts of interest. Because financial conflicts of interest present complex trade-offs, not easily solved by a simple prohibition, it is better to focus on increasing transparency through disclosure. Despite headlines to the contrary, there is little evidence that unlawful insider trading is widespread on Capitol Hill. Recent research looking at post-Stock Act trading data has found that lawmakers do not reap outsized returns, including for investments in areas where lawmakers hold committee assignments. Yet, questionable trading has fed a public perception that lawmakers have financial advantages. Analyzing lawmakers' trading is more than fair and has been made possible, in part, by the Stock Act's reporting requirements. But current law already delineates when such trading is unlawful. It does not follow that all stock ownership or trading should be prohibited just because no Stock Act prosecutions have been brought. This is especially true where there is no evidence of widespread insider trading. Moreover, taking prophylactic action to combat insider trading does not address the actual issue. There is reason to believe that those calling for congressional stock trading reform are not motivated by a crisis of faith in the markets, but rather a lack of trust in lawmakers. A focus solely on individual stocks distracts from the broader issue that the public perceives lawmakers to be using their positions for financial gain. Members of Congress are uniquely positioned to not only have access to information impacting stock values, but also the ability to influence those values directly and indirectly. But this complication exists not only for individual stocks, but for mutual funds, exchange-traded funds, crypto holdings, business interests, and other financial interests. Individual stock restrictions address only a narrow portion of these potential conflicts and, as such, may do little in the long term to enhance voters' trust in Congress. The question, then, is how to manage this multitude of potential conflicts. While it is tempting to say that conflicts should be eliminated, this solution is not practical across the range of potential financial conflicts of interest that lawmakers face. Importantly, seeking to eliminate a particular conflict, such as trading in individual stocks, may have unintended effects on the quality of representation that voters receive, either by discouraging some from running for office or by decreasing the connectedness between representatives and the impact of their decisions. Disclosure provides a more complete solution, bringing the conduct of lawmakers into the light, discouraging questionable trading, and providing voters with information about the conflicts of interest that their representatives face. The Stock Act provides a good foundation for this transparency, but it has fallen short of its potential, and enhancements should be considered to provide additional transparency. The first place to focus is on ensuring that penalties for non-compliance are consistently applied. It is worth examining whether the penalty framework is sufficiently deterrent and considering public reporting of delinquent disclosure. And it is also worth considering whether aspects of reporting can be automated to ease compliance burdens. Second, the disclosure requirements themselves could be improved, for example, by shortening the long lag between the execution of a trade and the deadline for disclosure. Enhancing transparency permits voters to choose whether the conflicts faced by their elected representatives are problematic, even if the trading itself is perfectly legal. Empowering voters with information limits unintended consequences of restrictions and puts the choice in the hands of voters, where it belongs. Thank you, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, and thanks to each recognized at the request of the ranking member to go first.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. We have conflicting hearings today, and so I appreciate your willingness to let me jump in. I think where we maybe should begin is, one, what's legal and illegal under current law? And two, what are the priorities and objectives and goals of putting forth this framework? And so as I look at this, and Ms. Schlupp, I'd love for you to comment on this, it's to facilitate compliance with the law. And under current law, insider trading's illegal, including for members of Congress. We can have a conversation about the enforcement of that. Using information derived from one's position here in Congress is illegal under current law. We can have a conversation about the enforcement mechanisms of that. And so compliance with the law, I think, is a key principle that we should be looking at. Ensuring members, family, and staff don't take unfair advantage of information gained from their congressional work, I think, is an important topic for us to consider as we look at this. And to provide confidence to the American people that we are in compliance with that we avoid the appearance of an impropriety. I think those are three key principles amongst others. Are there other key principles that you think that we should consider before I begin my questioning here?
I believe that those are the key principles here. You're
Okay.
correct that insider trading is already illegal.
Okay, so then let's dive in. We've heard a series of ways that we could enhance the blind. What first the compliance costs of as it relates to a blind trust? What would be the compliance costs for members in a blind trust scenario?
Compliance costs for blind trusts tend to be substantial. Usually takes multiple thousands of dollars to set one up.
Okay,
And
so,
there's an ongoing.
no, I'm just going to move quickly because I'm limited in time. So it's substantial. We could decide whether or not that's good or bad, but it's a substantial cost. And then would members of the public have confidence in the execution of the blind trust? Meaning a blind trust is only as good as it is blind. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment.
So the structure of that blind trust then becomes absolutely paramount if Congress chose to go down that path. Let's shift gears. A created company, she has a significant portfolio. Would she then be required to divest that entire portfolio upon arrival in Congress?
Some of the proposals would require
And,
that.
and what would happen if somebody had to fully divest, if she had to fully divest her portfolio, what would be the general implications to her?
The first is that there could be substantial tax consequences for that, and depending on where the market is, it could be substantial losses to
So-
her investment.
So, or substantial gains, but
Yes.
but substantial tax implications for her upon arrival, and maybe a consideration as to whether or not she chooses to run in the first place. I think something worthwhile for us to consider is how we would begin that implementation for somebody who arrives in that capacity. Let me shift gears slightly for something that I don't think we've talked a ton about. I used to work in a publicly traded company. I was involved in the enforcement of Section 16A officers, their compliance with securities laws. Our securities laws gives us a framework with which to understand how publicly traded companies deal with this insider information, the appearance of impropriety for those insiders as well. Do you think that members should be banned from what I'm going to call sophisticated trades, swaps, options, shorting stocks? Would that improve would that improve the public's confidence that members are not engaging in insider trading?
No, I think it'll have little difference on the public's confidence in that front.
Okay, I may not fully agree with that. I think there's some opportunities that we may want to consider and look in that space. Let me shift gears then, in particular with other ways of adjusting the protocols to accomplish the same benefit without maybe a full ban of stocks, just to explore this space. Would minimum holding periods improve the public's confidence in members of Congress abiding by the law?
It may have some effect.
So if you had a, say, just for sake of throwing a number out, if you had a 90,
There may be some effect.
may be worth us considering that. The other is our current regime has a disclosure after the sale of stock, sale or acquisition of a stock. Would that alter the appearance of the impropriety as people would be analyzing a member of Congress or another insider from engaging in a trade?
It may have some effect.
And would the burden placed upon that member or a spouse be significant or lighter than a blind trust scenario or a forced sale?
It should be lighter than a blind trust or a forced sale.
I appreciate your insights today. Cognizant of the time, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Butterfield is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for convening this very, very important hearing to the Ethics Committee, and looks like you've landed well. I just want to thank you for your many years of service. You know, Madam Chair, you were the chairman of the Ethics Committee when I was there. I will say publicly that out of the 18 years that I've served in Congress, those 2 years or 4 years on the Ethics Committee were the worst years of my life.
I don't take it personally because I concur.
And it had nothing to do with you, Madam Chair. I had, you, Mr. Chairman. I had spent 30 years in a courtroom before coming to Congress. And, you know, in a courtroom, the rules are so much different than the rules for ethics for members of Congress. One, for example, there's a presumption of guilt. I don't know if members really fully know that or appreciate it if you have not been confronted with an ethics violation. But there's a presumption of guilt, and the burden of proof is on the member to prove that she is not guilty of the offense for which she is charged. And that was just so different from what I had been exposed to in a courtroom. And the final thing that I found very interesting was that a member recommends a legislative proposal that requires a comprehensive ban on both trading and ownership of individual stocks and other securities by members and their spouses and dependents. So my question to you, and I have great respect for Crew, what is Crew's perspective of the various legislative proposals that ban stock trading but permit stock ownership through the use of qualified blind trusts, which are currently allowed by law. I know you.
Trust is that it only works if it's truly blind. Our position is that qualified blind trust could be a useful option if the member is required to effectuate the sale of all of the assets that would go into that trust beforehand, right? A trust can't be blind if the member knows that they own Microsoft the day before it went into the trust. They know that they still own it the day after.
Let's talk about judges. Half of my legal career, I was a judge back in North Carolina, and I have great interest in judicial service. But does your organization have any recommendation for addressing the crisis of widespread recusal failure to recuse, and lack of transparency regarding financial conflicts of interest in the judicial branch, in the federal judicial branch?
Absolutely. I agree with you that the conflict of interest issues that have arisen in the federal judiciary and been exposed through detailed reporting are a crisis of confidence and need to be addressed by the Congress. I would note, though, that one distinction between the ethics regime that applies to the federal judiciary versus members of Congress is that recusal is an option. The problem with the federal judiciary is that judges didn't recuse. Here in Congress, recusal is not a viable option for members of Congress that have a financial conflict of interest because it denies their constituents effective representation in this body.
And finally, Professor Nagy, I can't pronounce that exactly, but thank you for your service. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your testimony 13 years ago, or whenever you testified before the Stock Act was passed. Some people have argued that new prohibitions on stock trading activity or ownership are unnecessary. Some are actually saying that. They're saying it because public disclosure in the electoral process should be enough. It should be sufficient to address conflicts of interest. And they argue that disclosure allows for the public and good government groups to track trading activity and assess whether elected officials have acted ethically. And that informed by those disclosures, voters can remove unethical lawmakers at the ballot box. That seems extreme to me. What is your perspective on this argument?
Well, my perspective is that in 1978, Congress enacted the Ethics in Government Act with disclosure as the solution or the proposed solution for the conflicts of interest. 10 years ago in the Stock Act, we put in transparency reporting requirements where 45 days after, and disclosure hasn't worked. If anything, disclosure of financial transactions puts it glaringly obvious to the public that the conflicts of interest are there. The voters decide, let the voters in the ballot box decide. That reflects a misconception of the corrosiveness that conflicts of interest have. A voter only in one district decides the answer for that representative, but that representative's conflicts affect us all.
I agree, absolutely. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very interesting hearing. I appreciate all the witnesses' testimony, and I'm hoping that some of the witnesses' testimony hasn't already led the majority to kind of assess what type of legislative proposal they're going to put forth, because I think the discussion we're having today is too important to not take a step back and understand where we are as an institution. And there's a common theme here that corrupt people do corrupt things, right? And we should make sure that corrupt people don't have an opportunity to do that. But our goal also is to make sure that those who want to follow the law and those who want to follow transparency measures have the ability to do so without being labeled transparent in what we do financially. But at the same time, we're working through a prism of testimony that was based upon corrupt individuals. Did any of you research or log into our financial disclosure portal before you came here to testify today? Raise your hand if you did. Okay. Any of you look at mine? Raise your hand if you did. Nobody? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you look at our disclosures, those of us who are questioning you? Because if you did, you would see that I don't trade a lot of stocks. I got my only individual stock holding when I was a child because my father happened to work as a franchisee for a corporation called McDonald's. I haven't traded that stock since I got here. My kids, my dependent children, have that same asset. You know one reason I don't trade it? Because I don't want to go through the paperwork of the Stock Act reporting requirements. However, because I've owned this stock since I was a child, much of your testimony says that maybe I should sell it, right? Now, since I own that one stock, Mr. Sherman, I got a question for you. I was really interested in the comment that you said that owning and trading individual securities undermines the critical work of the entire federal.
Members, stock ownership.
They can do that at the ballot
has
box.
an
I'm going to
impact
reclaim my time real quick.
their
I want to go a
legislative
little
work.
further on this.
Sure.
So now that I'm a member of Congress and I own that one stock, my dependent children own similar stock that they were gifted. My wife does not. So if I go to, let's say, a McDonald's restaurant, because that's the only stock that I've owned since a child, and buy lunch, is that something that's unethical?
Certainly not. I think we need to craft ethics policy around the concept of one, public service is a public trust, and we need to design a policy that would give the public the greatest confidence that their elected representatives and the body as a whole does not have financial conflicts of interest and that members aren't acting on them.
Well, it took me about 2 minutes to find my disclosure. I would urge you all to go in and find out if any of us here have any so-called conflicts of interest, because we need a baseline. We need a baseline of what all of you experts think would be a conflict of interest, because we think we're complying with all of the rules and requirements that we need. Ms. Nagy, I'm interested in your testimony. You talked about the placement of you testified the placement of accumulated assets into QBTs, qualified blind trusts, is only a minimally effective anti-conflict measure. How much does it normally take to actually have a financial company offer you a blind trust? Don't they have minimum
They do.
investments? What are they?
I think it varies according to the financial companies, but it's a significant amount of
It's
assets.
a significant amount. My wife, because her financial advisor is a friend of ours, and because of our reporting requirements, he is not allowed to change any investments in her mutual funds on any given year, because it's very difficult to comply, and we want to be sure. We want to do the right thing here. But I asked my financial advisor, her financial advisor, how much the minimum amount would be. You can go look at how many stocks I own, which again is one, and I am nowhere near the minimal amount for a $500,000 minimum investment to create a qualified blind trust. Were you all aware of those limitations? Do you know how many members of Congress would have that amount of money to put into a qualified blind trust? Anyone?
May I respond?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember when we're talking about blind trusts that I don't think any of the legislation that's in front of Congress would force a member to take advantage of the blind trust. They're in the including very successful millionaires and billionaires
Are there
that go
tax
into the
incentives
executive
for
branch.
divesting as a member of the executive branch?
You can receive in the same way that I think some of the legislation would include here, if members are selling their stock and they would incur a penalty, they would be able to get a certificate of divestiture, which would put off it wouldn't give them a benefit and it wouldn't give them a government service, and then they would have to pay whatever taxes they would have had to pay on those assets, whatever they did with them whenever. Which is the same thing they do in the executive branch, sir.
All right. I know I'm out of time, but Mr. Sherman did raise his hand. Do you know the number of members of Congress that would be able to afford that?
I don't, but as my colleague, Ms. Hempowitz, mentioned, divestment is an option, and it's an option that I think is preferable from the standpoint of public service is a choice.
It is a choice.
And so
And that's what I'm concerned about with many of the proposals that are out there.
There are more limited choices for individuals with less net worth than those with more. And I think this is another example of that, but I think divestment remains a viable option.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Aguilar is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate you holding this hearing and the opportunity to hear from our witnesses. Despite what the ranking member said, my belief, and I feel I speak for folks on our side here, is this is about gathering more information. This is about ensuring that we need to hold ourselves to the highest ethical standards, to realize that we need to follow the letter and the spirit of the law, and to recognize that there might need to be some changes along the way, and that the idea of crafting good public sacrifice means. And so I appreciate hearing the information and reading the testimony as well. Ms. Nagy, there have been ongoing conversations about the scope of covered individuals, senior staff members. What's the importance of the scope being widened here?
Sure. Thank you, Representative Aguilar. I think the importance of the scope being wider relates to my very first point, which is that if the concern is a conflict of interest concern about the ownership of securities, and if the concern is that a member of Congress may be tempted into self-interested decision-making, then that self-interested decision-making is also going to relate to one's spouse and potentially to one's dependent children, who that lawmaker has control often of the assets. And so insider trading issues and trading issues are serious ones, but conflict of interest ones are very serious as well. And that is the area where Congress and the rules that apply to Congress and the laws that apply to Congress are very, very different than what currently applies in the executive branch and the judicial branch.
I appreciate that. Ms. Sempowitz, and then I'll go again to Ms. Nagy on this question. There's been debate over the ideal enforcement mechanism within the Stock Act. Some potential bodies, SEC.
Branch, we're going to run into speech and debate issues. Our preferred enforcement mechanism runs through Congress. It's the one that you can say, I'm sorry, that these bills mechanism. And I think the high level principles to consider with an enforcement mechanism is that it is, any penalties would be meaningful, that it would be easy and simple to apply, and that the public can have confidence that it's being applied evenly across the board. And so there has to be the enforcement mechanism could get more complicated when there are various options to divest or put in a blind trust. I think the administration of blind trusts would be, the administrative challenges would be immense. And if we look at the difficulties that members have had in complying with the Stock Act's 45-day reporting requirements, adding more disclosures, more forms, more supervision does not seem to me the way to remedy the current problem. I think the enforcement mechanism, the simplest one, is to say that members of Congress cannot own covered securities, exempt certain types of securities like widely held diversified mutual funds, treasury bills, others. There might be some other exceptions, and I think drilling down to that, the simpler the prohibition, the easier the enforcement.
I appreciate it. Mr. Sherman, you were the only one that mentioned, I'm sorry, you may not be the only one, but you specifically mentioned federal resources and oversight mechanisms. And can you talk with me briefly about, how we bolster the enforcement bodies to
understand their capacity and how much resources they would need to implement these policies. I agree with my colleagues, though. I think the simplest and the cheapest mechanism of enforcement is to implement an absolute ban on members and their families owning and trading individual stocks and other securities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a very interesting hearing. I think that's something we should be discussing and talking about. But one quick question. I learned Mr. Sherman was part of the Ethics Committee just since I've been here. Curious, how many ethics violations were prosecuted per year? I mean, it's politicized and there are tons of ethics complaints for political purposes, but on average, how many years of members of Congress were we actually held accountable for ethics violations?
With apologies, I don't know the answer to that question. I served on the Ethics Committee before the Stock Act was passed.
Well, not just with stocks, with
Sure.
anything.
Would the gentleman yield? Because
Yeah.
I was chair of
Okay.
the committee
Yeah.
at that vigorous enforcement mechanism at that time, one that Mr. Sherman was very active.
Right, well, I was wondering, it's just whether it's stocks or not, how many ethics violations do we catch people with that are prosecutable, or however the term you want to use in a year?
Again, I would be guessing if I give
Okay,
you a hard
that's fine,
answer,
but there are some.
but there
Yeah.
there are some.
Which is a violation of an existing rule or regulation or law, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I-
that's all I was wondering. I'll turn it over to Ms. Schultz. Insider trading, has there been insider trading done by members of Congress in the last few years?
There's been no prosecutions brought under the Stock Act provisions on insider trading.
So there were
But there
some.
have been members of Congress convicted of insider trading.
Right. So, which is illegal.
Correct.
Okay. I'm kind of getting to a point, is a misconception that we have here is that government can change behavior. It cannot. Laws can't change or shape behavior. It can only punish for violations of those. And if we enact something like this that restricts the rights and the freedoms of individuals, and everybody in this committee is a free American citizen that has rights, and part of the rights, as explicitly defined by our founders, was the right to participate in a free market society. The first stock market came in 1790, shortly after the ratification of our Constitution. It is part of a free market system. It's no different than having a bank savings account that you can draw interest. Now, I'm speaking from somebody, if you pulled the disclosures on me, and maybe you found that there were none. No stock trades. Why? Because the minimal stock trades that I do is below the threshold of reporting. And so it's not going to affect me what you do one way or the other. But let me also bring this up. It's ironic. I'm on the Financial Services Committee. And part of the oversight that we have is the stock markets, the SEC. There was an article that was written about me a few months ago or a year ago criticizing me that I have oversight and regulatory authority over the stock markets, and I don't even trade stocks. So how could I know anything about it? Versus one of the reasons I started trading a few stocks on my own, so I could learn the intricacies of what I am doing. That's not a conflict of interest. That's using the interest I should have to further my knowledge to know what is right, what is wrong, how do we do this, how can we correct these things. Look, we cannot change behavior. At the founding of our country, there were 4 federal felonies. 4. Today, we have rooms of code books, of laws, but yet murders still happen. If government could change behavior, we'd have no murders, we would have no thefts, we would have no fraud. So we can't change behavior. If we enact a law that prohibits members of Congress from owning or trading stocks, it will still happen by bad players. John Adams put it this way. He said, our Constitution is for religious and moral people, is wholly inadequate for the government of any other. What he was saying is basically the only way that you can control behavior is have such a strong and powerful government that it strips the freedoms away from everyone. If we have freedoms, if we have rights, you have to accept that bad people are going to do bad things, but you put the guardrails in for punishment of those things. So I'm just laying, whatever happens here, we have to keep in mind that every person in this room is an American citizen that has rights and freedoms, and part of that right and freedom is to participate in a free and fair market economy. And if you look, there are so many ethics controls on members of Congress right now. I think you're going to run some people out. And I want to take a few minutes to bring a different perspective on this for somebody who it's not going to make a difference to me personally, but it does make a difference to me as an American citizen. And yes, 70%. Look, if you polled a Republican district after it came out that the speaker's husband made all these millions of dollars on a stock trade, I guarantee you most of them would say, yes, ban it. But if you went to a Democrat area, it probably wouldn't be as much because people are emotional, and our founders put in a system that was slow and methodical. So we wouldn't react emotionally, but thoughtful, based on law and protecting freedoms. And so, Madam Chair, I see my time has expired, and so I yield back the time I no longer have.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having this hearing. I mean, obviously, the public's been appalled by the reporting we've seen about members of Congress and the Senate using inside information to profit themselves. The whole point of public service is to serve the public, not line politicians' pockets. But I do think there's a lot of usefulness in establishing firmer laws. I would have to disagree that laws have no impact. Thinking of smoking or speeding certainly set some guardrails, and when people know what the rules are, they follow them better. Certainly find myself in the unusual position of agreeing with the ranking member that we do need to do a better job of educating members of Congress about what those guardrails are, because the whole process of getting here is such a fire hose of information that this is not one that is well emphasized. A couple of you have talked about executive branch guidelines being maybe something we should be considering, and maybe we could start with Mr. Sherman. I know, Ms. Nagy, you also discussed this, and then if anyone else wants to chime in. Can you talk about how the executive branch guidelines with respect to stock trading might inform what we're trying to do here, and if there are any important differences we should be thinking about?
Sure. Well, the conflict of interest statute that applies to the executive branch, but does not apply to Congress, creates provisions that ban federal employees from working on specific matters where they have a conflict with their financial holdings. But it doesn't name specific securities. It's pretty broad. It applies to spouses and it applies to dependent children. And I think that is a good model for Congress, in part because we know Congress thought that it was important. I don't know why Congress opted themselves out of it, but I think that is a good floor, with the recognition, however, that members of Congress are differently situated than executive branch employees, because executive branch employees have the opportunity to recuse themselves from not lower than apply to members of the executive branch.
Ms. Nagy?
Yes, thank you. If one is a member of the executive branch and one is charged with shaping healthcare policy, one cannot own healthcare stocks, full and simple. Sometimes it's prohibited by statute directly. Sometimes it's prohibited because of the conflict of interest statute that Mr. Sherman just took us through. Members of Congress can own stocks and shape healthcare policy, and they do. And they are complying with all current rules and all current disclosure requirements when they do, which says to me a change needs to be made. We have had instances where legislative branch officials, where lawmakers, when the president nominates them to move to the executive branch, has to sell their stocks because they can't do their jobs. But they went for decades doing their jobs here in Congress, and they were complying with congressional rules, which says to me congressional rules needs to change, and I think a federal statute is the way to change that.
Okay, and it is interesting, since the scope is so broad. I mean, we have to deal with wars in Ukraine, and we have to deal with child care tax credits and everything in between. So that is an interesting distinction. I think you had something, Ms. Hempel.
Yes, I just want to, in addition to what my colleagues have said, I think it's also important, the executive branch provides a really good model for any particular exemptions or unique situations as they come forward. You know, I know people have asked questions about how would you handle cryptocurrency underneath these, underneath the new restrictions. I think the executive branch, has provided a really good roadmap of how to do that. There are also questions about, non-nuclear families and how would they be approached. The executive branch has had restrictions restrictions that are stronger in many ways than what's being considered right now for Congress, and has found a way to make it work, and has found a way to make it work without deterring successful people or people from the lower economic ring in our society in participating in the executive branch while under those stricter restrictions.
I have a gazillion more questions, also wondering how much public financing of campaigns would help. But thank you, and I'll yield back.
A vote has been called on the floor of the House. We have 2 votes. So we will recess at this time to go vote. It's probably going to take at least 40 minutes to come back. So you may want to go get a cup of coffee or something. And we have at least 3 members who have questions. And there's been discussion of maybe having a second round if you all are game to stick around for that. So at this point, we'll recess and we'll come back promptly after the second vote.
All right, man, they're gonna recess, so they're gonna go take a break. You probably should too, man. That was a long briefing. A lot of important data there. By stock trading, a lot of politicians just really trying to, you can tell, understand the whole criteria of it, and then some of them are just like had enough of it, just tired of it, but can't stop it. Know that they're just talking, so just a bunch of chatter here. I do see the market is mixed up here right now. Currently, it was earlier, but it's flipping. It's all red now. It looks like the Nasdaq it's turning red and green here. No percentage there. There you go, just flip green. So the VIX is up here about 2.31%. Not that much from yesterday. Pulled back almost $2, but still up, still above 20. So stay cautious out there. It's really all we can do. There was another briefing going on during the time. The defense, the DoD officials, they're testifying about 2023 defense budget. I think that's going to be very important. Considering the defense stocks like Boeing and Lockheed Martin, they just had to, do a lot of stuff considering there was the war going on, and it still is going on, Russia and Ukraine. They had to do a lot of stuff to step in and help out. But other than that, man, we're going to tune into this briefing because it is live. And they're voting right now live currently with the Senate is voting. So the House already voted. Now the Senate is voting to confirm that Khadija, I don't know her first name, I don't know how to pronounce it, but Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. They're voting to see if they want her in or not. So that's kind of moving the market a little bit. They're still voting, a lot of senators. Then they're going to probably talk after they get done voting. So we're going to have an eye on that. In the meantime, between time, let's just listen in to this because this is live. It's been going on, and it's important. It's moving the market a little bit. The spot's picking up right now. Triple Q's picking up right just across VWAP here. We're not seeing that sell-off continue like we have been in the past couple of days. We are seeing the dip being brought. So we're in a bull market still. They're still consolidating, still credit spreading as though no direction really has been confirmed, but they are going sideways and holding up their gains. It's not flushing through at the bottom, and it's not really trying to fight and go above 447 either. So we're still in this little credit spread channel here, consolidating sideways until the breakout is inevitable. So it'll happen. It's coming. You might get out the initial move that everyone's waiting for to go long to the downside or to the upside. Probably tomorrow, maybe tomorrow. Maybe next week, but it's coming soon. You can feel it, you can sense it here. Market is kind of just been like pulling back, selling off, but going sideways. Investors really don't like that type of market. Eventually, it'll pass by. The selling pressure to the downside long will kick in, or this buying pressure to the upside will kick in long. So Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The Nasdaq's up 11%. The S&P 500 is down 7%. The Dow Jones is down 58%. The Russell 2000 is down 59%. VIX is up 1.99%. So we got a kangaroo market right now. We're mixed up here. Market is just trying to find itself, just trying to find its identity here, see where it needs to go. As you can see, just standing in the range here, consolidating, going sideways on us, left and right. Nothing really big going on today. Not really seeing that many stocks on the move. I would say Tesla is your leader to the upside here. We got Ethereum up about $44, but Tesla's probably your leader to the upside, up about $15, $17. I think Amazon's just chilling today. So you know it's a chill day when they chill. They're only down 7 today, so nothing too major with over there at the Amazon. They have been going crazy though. Keep that in mind. Chipotle's down 14. Booking Travel was down about 20 today. So yeah, we just still consolidating, man, in this channel, as you can see, haven't broke out of it at all today. So they're doing a very good job with consolidating and keeping things controlled. And what they say, the tightening on the policy, you can see that now. They definitely tightened up here and spreading everyone out. But it's meaningless. Large Tesla shareholder Ron Barron reacts to Elon Musk joining Twitter's board. So he said that that's meaningless. He don't really feel like he needed to do that, but he's been done it though. Elon's been owning Tesla since January of 2022, I think, at the beginning of the year. So he's been owning that. So it's not really like you can really say. But stocks fall for a third day as investors digest Fed tightening policy. So stocks did fall again here. This is round 3 of it. So they fell twice. They rebounded a little bit earlier, but fell again right now. They're falling. SPA's coming down here. So it looks like the SPA's about to, that fast too, just turned around. Was above VWAP. Now it's below VWAP here, out of the lower channel. And it's actually going lower here. So the SPA's coming down here. The stock's starting to sell off here. The Nasdaq's down 22% now. So we're seeing a lot of red here, but not too much, but a lot of red, considering that this is the third day and we've seen it. It's just really boring, making the market boring. People not really wanting to do things. But yeah, investors, we're just digesting the Fed tightening plan, and this is it right here. And it's not really, it sucks. This plan sucks. You can tell, like, nobody really wants to participate in this. SPA's coming down, low of the day right now, 444.80. That's the low of the day. We haven't seen that yet at all. We just finally got to see it. So keep that in mind. That's just the low of the day right now. They're actually making it. And it's only been about 1 hour and 30 minutes here today. It's been a very chill day, man. So Tesla's only up 10 now. They just went up from 15 to 10, lost $5. They're still losing gains right now. Tesla's selling off, pulling back anyway. Everybody's pulling back here. So it's going to be like that when you got the market red. And, you know what I'm saying? It's just really like, it is what it is. This is the tightening plan right here. They're showing it to us. They're demonstrating it to us right now. Like I said, this plan kind of sucks. I don't think investors will really like this too much longer. So if this is it right here, I'm pretty sure the selling will start kicking in sooner or later, if not the buying. But this ain't it right here. Investors don't like this type of market. This is very boring. This is shitty, actually. Nobody likes this type of action. Trust me. I already know. So, like I said, when they figure out what they need to figure out and get their panties out of their ass over here on Wall Street and these politicians, the market will definitely pick back up to what you saw before March Madness, definitely, or yeah, even before the big buying, or maybe the selling right before March Madness. That's the type of market people want to see. You got to keep in mind too, earnings is coming up, so a lot of these names, they're gonna try to stall for that. They're gonna try their best to stall for that anyway. So keep that in mind too as well. But man, other than that, Nasdaq just picked up a lot of red there. So down 45% now. As you can just see, they were the ones that were green. Now they just fit right in with the overall market. So we're extremely bearish now that fast. Just turned bearish. SPA just sold out of the channel, so we just turned bearish there very quickly. Bears got momentum, and we're below 446. So we're looking at that bearish slash. We're looking at that bull slash bear market right now. But the Bears have a lot of momentum. If we can flush below this 444, we really are back in the bear market that fast. So, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, that's how tight the fight is right now. That's how tightening this plan, the Fed tightening plan, this is what it is right now. That's how tight it is. It's how critical it is here. But like I said, I think it wants to come down, man. But as long as people hold, it won't move. So they got to understand that as well. But I mean, it just depends. It just depends right now. It looks like there is some selling pressure kicking in here. But a flush below 444 definitely gives the Bears a lot more momentum than they already have. And then, like I said, if we see 440 on the board today, we are in the bear market again. That would be the start of the bear market anyway, 440. So yeah, anything really, I would say, yeah, above 440 was bullish, you guys, and but slightly bullish because you can see it's close to 440. I mean, I would say anything below 440 is bearish. And right now we're leading towards like we want to really go that way. So that's what it be. It might be what it is here. So let's just keep an eye out on the market, man. It is red right now. But let's tune in right now to the officials. They're testifying, like I said, the defense budget. So this could be moving the market right now. I'm not seeing any other briefings. And if so, we'll check. But let's tune into this, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Stay cautious out there. Stay calm. Things are going to get better, man. They're just still fighting, man. Politicians still fighting. They finally just actually broke out of the spread just a little bit. But to the downside, that's the first time today they got in the lower band of the channel there. So they did tag the upper band of the channel twice today. It got rejected. Now they're taking it down here. So it's probably why they got rejected twice. I think there'll be another retest to the VWAP here shortly on the spot. If it can't make it, I don't think the upper band, but I think maybe VWAP, which is the middle. So if it can't make it back to the middle, I do see this thing coming down here today, you guys. Considering that we already got the minutes from yesterday, everyone knows what's up. So just keep all of that in mind too as well, ladies and gentlemen. But let's tune back in live.
Congressional engagement, public affairs, administrative tasks that you have to do to run the military. So it is focused, 80% of the time is focused on the warfighting skills necessary for command and leadership at the staff level at different organizations.
Okay, thank you, Senator Cotton. I'd really like it to 100%. I bet the one thing you'd love to strike is congressional engagement.
No, it's an
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator Rondo, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Austin, I want to commend you for reaching the decision that you did to defuel and permanently close the Red Hill storage facility on Oahu. Ensuring the health and safety of our citizens has been my #1 priority and protects the island's drinking water, but will ultimately benefit operations in Indo-PACOM as we look to expand our ability to operate in a distributed manner across the AOR. I also would like to particularly thank Deputy Secretary of Defense Catherine Hicks for her diligent work on this issue and her communicating with me personally. And the closure of Red Hill is going to be a multi-year, multi-phase endeavor. There is a defueling process itself, the closure of the facility, the cleanup of the site. The entire effort will require significant planning and
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we have Nancy Pelosi. She's holding a weekly news conference, and it looks like it might have just started. Oh, it hasn't started, so we'll tune into that when it do start. But until then, let's continue to listen to the defense budget. But when Nancy Pelosi walks out to the podium, we'll tune into her and listen and see what she has to say.
to the people of Hawaii that the environmental remediation will not fall to the wayside. Secretary Austin, would you like to add any comment to this?
Just a couple, Senator. First of all, I want to thank you personally for your leadership and that of your colleagues in doing the work that you did to help us work our way through this. We remain grateful for that. I would also highlight that the safety and security and the health of our troops, our families, the people in the community is absolutely important to the Department of Defense. And you are correct. We have allocated funds that will help us begin to address the critical components here going forward. The defueling process, remediation will be, no doubt, carry a significant expense. And I certainly hope that Congress will continue to support us as you have done to this point. So thank you.
Thank you for your continuing leadership. Secretary, it is my understanding that this year the National Defense Strategy and the Missile Defense Review were developed simultaneously for the first time to ensure alignment of decision-making across these documents. In the NDS, one of your four stated priorities is defending the homeland, which will make sense to ensure missile defense is in line with that priority. And though the budget justification books are not out yet, one concern I have is for the defense of Hawaii from missile threats. And to date, the department has spent significant resources on HDR Hawaii, which I have supported because we were told many times that this was required by the operational commanders. And while we wait for greater detail on the department's decision relating to the future of HDRH Hawaii, I'd like to understand the department's position on defense of Hawaii and how, if HDR Hawaii is not funded, how the department plans to upgrade radar discrimination capability for the defense of Hawaii. And the question is, Secretary Austin, what is your plan for the future defense of Hawaii from missile threats?
In terms of the defense of Hawaii right now, we are absolutely committed to defending this country. Hawaii is a key part of that defense and certainly is defended as we speak. Going forward, Senator, you'll note that we're investing $24.7 billion in missile defense and defeat. And so, we're developing the next generation interceptor and our goal is to stay 2 steps ahead of our adversaries' emerging technologies, and Hawaii will absolutely be a key part of that.
So just to be clear then, if we are not going to be continuing to fund HDRH Hawaii, that you are developing, as you mentioned, the next gen interceptors to make sure that Hawaii is defended against missile threats.
Absolutely,
That's correct. Thank you. I just want to add my voice of concern regarding Senator Wicker's line of questioning relating to amphibious ships and the fact that there will be only 3 of the 13 planned purchases of the San Antonio class ship. My concern that General Berger had asked for 31 ships and we are falling short of that. So I hope that you have said that you are continuing to work with General Berger. So I hope that we can come to a positive resolution of the need that he has for these ships. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rono. Senator Rounds, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let me begin by saying thank you to all of you for your service to our country. Secretary Austin, I appreciated the comments and the clarifications and so forth that you shared with Senator Cotton. I think it's very important that the American people understand that we want the Ukrainians to win and that we will support them with the appropriate background, intelligence information and weapons so that they can regain the territory that has been lost to Russia, and that includes the area in the Donbass. And I think that's a very important clarifying point. So I thank you for that, sir. I'd also, Mr. Secretary, and if this is an issue which you would prefer to have Mr. McCord address, that's fine with me, sir. But the industrial base that we have today in the United States is one that we, particularly the defense industrial base, is one that sometimes comes under question with regard to our long-term capabilities, and yet it's something that has been of concern to this committee, and I think that the Joint Chiefs have expressed their concern in the past about our ability to respond and to build the weapons and to maintain the weapon systems that we have. I want to point out one that we have in the past, and that while it did not start on your watch, sir, I think it's critical that we fix it as soon as possible. And what I'd like to talk about is an example that I've talked about before. The ability of the Navy, and I'm going to use the Navy because we've used the Navy in the past. The ability of the Navy to manage scheduled maintenance for its vessels is beyond concerning. The USS Boise is a case in point, but far from being the only example. Now, the USS Boise is a Los Angeles class nuclear attack sub. It was commissioned in November of 1992. The Boise has not been on patrol since 2015. It lost its dive certification in 2017. Now, we've had some of our folks, my MLA was on board the Boise in September of 2019 as its crew executed pre-maintenance procedures. Here we are, 7 years plus later, since it was last on patrol, and it is still awaiting its engineered overhaul. And there is no funding to allow this to happen until at the earliest FY24, but probably FY25. Now, this is what's concerning. Multiple captains of the Boise have spent their entire command at sea tour while it's been stuck in limbo. American taxpayers continue to pay for a nuclear attack submarine that hasn't executed its mission in 7 years. Now, myself and my colleagues have asked tough questions of Navy leaders for at least the last 5 years, and yet nobody in the Navy has been able to solve the problem. Now I'm hearing that the Boise may be decommissioned without ever receiving an overhaul. I think this is simply not acceptable to have the taxpayer-funded nuclear attack submarine with those capabilities out of service for more than 7 years, and we can't seem to get to the bottom of what the problem is. Mr. Secretary, I'm not sure if you're prepared to discuss this or if you'd like to have Mr. McCord attempt it, but I'd sure like to hear your thoughts.
Well, thanks, sir. Just a couple, I'd certainly invite Secretary McCord to make comments as well, but a couple of points that I would make up front is that, as you've heard me say, we continue to invest in our sub capability, especially the Columbia class, and that will continue going forward. We think it's critical. But the issue that you raise, I think, is an issue of capacity in our shipyards. And so this budget invests $1.7 billion in public shipyard capacity and the industrial base. I think it's critical, and we'll continue to do our part to make sure that we're helping the industry have what it's helping.
He said it's meaningless.
Create the capacity to take care of our capabilities here.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. And perhaps rather than spending the rest of my time on this particular one, could I ask, would you get back with us and let's find a solution to this problem?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. General Milley, I have just one question for you, and that is, I know that you've been an Army officer and that you have commanded ground troops and you understand the need to have all possible systems available for their use. There was and there continues to be a question as to whether or not landmines should be a part of our systems of operations. And yet sometimes I think people get a misunderstanding of the difference between anti-vehicle landmines and those which are anti-personnel landmines, and they don't understand the differences on them. This is a needed capability for our armed forces, is to have the ability for these landmines to be able to be used in certain situations. You understand that. The Army has been developing landmine alternatives for over 12 years, yet the objective capability is not scheduled to be fielded until at least FY 30 or 31. To me, the results are unacceptable to the mission and to the force. General Milley, could you, using your best professional military advice, share with this committee the need or without the need for the upgrade of landmines and its critical importance to our armed forces?
Thanks, Senator. I do think landmines are important, especially if you're in the defense, but also in any other capability in order to shape enemy operations. We need to look no further than what's happening actually in Ukraine. The landmines are being effectively used by the Ukrainian forces to shape the avenues of approach by Russian armored forces, which puts them into engagement areas and makes them vulnerable to the anti-tank, the 60,000 anti-tank weapon systems that we're providing the Ukrainians. So that's one of the reasons why you see column after column of Russian vehicles that are destroyed. So anti-tank or anti-personnel mines are very effective use in combat. But there is a policy governing those for the United States for use. And we are the reason we're developing a newer one is so that they time out and they don't present harm after the conclusion of hostilities.
shit.
And they would self-detonate or
I'm just reminded about my test. I'm still
destroy. They
like
become
a
inert
dumbass. I ain't got
at the end of
time.
hostilities. So, but landmines are very effective use in combat.
I just
Thank
looked
you.
at it.
Thank
and
you,
I was like,
Senator
oh,
Rounds. Thank you
shit,
very
that
much.
shit slapped.
Senator
Damn,
Kane,
they came
please.
all the way down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for your service
Yeah,
and
nah,
for
I
your
didn't even. I'm holding the straddle. I
effective
got
work
a
in
1040
recent
put
months.
and a
So,
1040 call. So I really
as
don't care what
Russia
it is.
moves the focus of their military operations to Donbass and the south, how would you, Secretary and Chairman,
Yeah,
characterize
it really. That's what I'm
North
saying. It's
and
the only
West
way, bro.
Ukraine now?
It can
Is
go
it
either
is
way
it
at the moment.
battlefield or non-battlefield?
Well, I would still categorize it as a part of the operating environment, the battlefield, the battle space. There's no telling what Mr. Putin will decide to do going forward. Certainly, we expect that he'll continue to conduct strikes throughout that landscape. So in my view, it's still a part of the battlefield.
General?
Yeah, same thing. I mean, the main effort, if you will, of the Russians is shifting to the south in the vicinity of Donbass, as reported through the news. And that really goes from Kherson all the way up through Kharkiv, with the main effort in the vicinity of Izium. But the rest of Ukraine is still a battlefield because there's air and missile strikes that still go on, Russian
Yeah,
Special Operations Force is still operating
okay,
in
all
some
right,
of those
bro. Yeah,
areas.
but
So
just because
it is clearly still a combat zone in the rest of Ukraine as well.
As the war ratchets up in the south and east, do you agree with me that it's likely that Ukrainians in that region, in some numbers, will try to flee the region either to other parts of Ukraine or to other countries?
Or I think it's about to
I
flush
think
here.
I think for civilians, the answer, the human instinct to survive is
really are,
very
I'm looking at
powerful.
that
So they recognize the danger they're in. I think there'll be a high likelihood that additional refugees or internally displaced persons will leave. We've already got 5 million or so refugees,
what I'm
another 5
saying,
million, I
bro?
think, have been
Whoa.
totally displaced. So you're well over 10 million right now. And I would imagine more will leave that area.
And as a general matter, I think Ukrainians would like to stay in their own country. If we could shape it, wouldn't it be better for those fleeing the east to go elsewhere in Ukraine if they were safe, rather than to go into other nations where they are a significant burden on other countries?
Supreme on the
If
website.
President Zelensky were to appeal to the United States, NATO, the UN, and say, the ratcheting up of the war in the East is going to create such a pressure for people to flee. These people want to stay in Ukraine. Can you, as our allies and NGOs, flood humanitarian relief into Western Ukraine, shelter, medical capacity, food, so that displaced persons in large numbers will be able to come to a place in Ukraine rather than flee across the borders? And President Zelensky were to ask for the United States' assistance in doing that. Should we seriously entertain that request?
I would say that's a policy question, but in terms of humanitarian aid, there is a lot of humanitarian aid moving into Ukraine in addition to the military aid. But the latter question, or the question itself, I think is more appropriate as a policy question.
Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, I agree with the chairman, Senator. It is a question that our leadership will have to take on and be very deliberate about. And one of the things that we would need to consider is what we need to do if we're going to put people in there to protect that area. And that's a decision that takes you to fighting the Russians. And so that's a pretty significant decision. But I would emphasize what the chairman has said. USAID and others are flowing a lot of humanitarian assistance across the border now. And the Europeans are pretty good at providing this kind of assistance.
Great. Let me switch topics. Some of my colleagues have raised the concern about inflation and what that means with respect to the defense budget. There's other economic trends other than inflation. Historic job growth right now, historic growth in the GDP, historic growth in wages and salaries. This morning, new unemployment claims were announced, and it is the lowest number since 1968. In January of 2021, we were seeing 965,000 new unemployment claims a week. It's 166,000 now. Many of us met with Admiral Gilday and Secretary Del Toro this morning. We asked about hey, that's fantastic. The strong job growth is great,
Crazy how
but it
fast they
also
just
creates
get back the view
workforce
out though, like
challenges,
they
both
never left.
within the uniform service, but also in our industrial base. How are you tackling the workforce needs of our
Yeah, that shit
defense
was too
system
fast.
today when unemployment rate
All
is
that.
dropping so quickly?
Well, that certainly does, one of the things that creates headwinds for us going forward in terms of recruiting, not only uniform personnel, but also
Coming back down.
getting the right kinds of talent that we need to fill our ranks here. We'll continue to devote resources to making sure that we're doing the right things in marketing and advertising and outreach. But these are challenges that we faced before, and we're just going to have to double down and make sure that we are active in the right areas, and we're committing the right resources to make sure that we get the quality people that we need to be successful.
Thank you, Senator Kane. Senator Ernst, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your continued service to our great country. We are appreciative. And Secretary Austin, there has been a lot of discussion about Ukraine and Russia this morning. And in your opening statement that you did say that U.S. security policy must reflect the will of the American people. And the American people right now are calling on the administration to do more and to be tougher on Russia and bring more capability to bear for Ukraine. The Washington Post just this morning, in one of their polls, found that 56% of Americans think we haven't been tough enough on Russia. And so whatever the hesitancy to say win for Ukraine, victory for Ukraine, I will say it. I know a number of my colleagues will say it. I feel very firmly about victory for Ukraine and maintaining its sovereign integrity as a nation, their democratic form of governance. It's all very important to so many Americans because so many Americans see themselves reflected in the Ukrainians. They are a first world country. They've come a long way over the last 30 years. So success to me is still a free and sovereign Ukraine. I do hope that we will continue to press very hard to make sure, as you stated, things are speeding up, delivery of lethal aid, but we absolutely must ensure that we are doing everything we can for the country of Ukraine and the citizens that are there. So I am going to turn, because we've focused a lot on Ukraine and Russia. General Milley, I'd like to jump to Central Command if we can. I am concerned about the budgetary cuts and some of the flat lines that we are seeing across our CENTCOM operations budget. And many of the extremist organizations that are backed by the Iranian regime are striking across the region. And there's 4 terrorist organizations that are now operating in Afghanistan. And yet we don't have a U.S. footprint there to make sure that they aren't pushing threats against our homeland. So how have your Gulf state military counterparts, particularly Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the Abraham Accords member countries, reacted to our reduced military budget? Have you had any input from them?
Not about the budget per se, but there is concern because we are, the Department of Defense, we are doing a global posture review, as you know, and we're making adjustments to the footprint. And the Ukraine situation is a new development since we began that review quite some time ago. And CENTCOM is part of that review as well. So there is concern in the CENTCOM area of operations about what the result will be in terms of the footprint in CENTCOM. And we are continuing to work with our allies and partners to make sure it's appropriate to the level of threat. We clearly recognize the terrorist threat, both the residual threat in Afghanistan, but also throughout the region. And we think that we do have over-the-horizon capabilities, which we can discuss in classified session, but we do think we're effective in being able to find, fix, and when necessary, strike any potential threat to the homeland.
And it has been reported that the Emiratis won't accept the president's phone calls. Are you able to visit with your counterparts in the UAE?
I have not had any issue contacting counterparts in the Middle East. or
Okay,
in Singapore.
and thank you for continuing the conversation with them. It is important that we maintain relationships through the Middle East, so I do appreciate that. With the administration continuing the negotiation of the Iranian nuclear deal, and then pair that with the reduced footprint that we have in the Middle East, is that driving some of the Gulf states' neutrality when it comes to the Russian-Ukrainian conflict? Your opinion?
I actually don't know. I'd have to ask them point blank. I haven't asked those questions point blank to them. I think they probably, I don't know, I'd be speculating, so I'd have to kind of get back to
Okay,
you on
no, I appreciate that. And then just very briefly as well, we haven't talked about this today, but it is something that is on my mind, and that is recruiting for our military. And we have found that Americans between the age of 17 to 24, only 29% of them would even be eligible to enlist. Just very briefly, thoughts on that?
Yeah, you're about right. 29% are eligible to meet the standards, medical, educational, discipline, legal, all that. And even less than that have a propensity. It's less than 5% that have a propensity to serve. And we know that part of that is because of COVID. We know the propensity to serve goes up once you make contact. So personal contact with individuals out there in the recruiting regions, that's the key to propensity to serve. So it is a tough recruiting environment right now. And as you know, I think the Army's a little bit behind. Navy, Marines, and Air Force are all meeting their marks. We're only 4 months into the year, and that'll get adjusted as high schools graduate in the summer. And I think at the end of the year, the Army's projected to come in a point or two below 100%. The other services are going to be at 100%.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator Warren, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Get out of the call,
So
right?
in the
Yeah,
new
that's what I'm
budget, the
thinking.
Pentagon is asking for a lot of money,
Still holding the
$773
straddle, so I'm
billion.
just trying to see if he's gonna touch
But
1040
some
first
lawmakers
before I
say
get out
this
of
is too low, and last week they proposed adding as much as 90 to 100 billion more. The claim is that the extra money is needed because of inflation. Now, there's no question that inflation is raising costs across the country. But we've also seen big companies taking advantage of inflation to jack up prices and to pad their profit margins. That is a particular problem in industries with lots of consolidation. The defense industry, which had 51 major companies competing for defense contracts 30 years ago, today has 5. That is concentration. Price gouging by defense contractors has been a big problem for a long time. Inspector General reports have found that defense contractors charge DoD $71 for a pin that should have cost less than a nickel, and $80 for a drain pipe segment that should have cost $1.41. And CEOs are already bragging to their investors that profits will be even higher this year. That kind of profiteering wastes taxpayer dollars and it hurts military readiness. Secretary Austin, let me ask you, under our budget, obviously, we have to account for cases where suppliers are increasing prices to cover higher costs elsewhere in the supply chain. We understand that. But these companies are doing very well for themselves. Should taxpayers be expected to subsidize higher profits for contractors that are using inflation as a cover to raise their prices above and beyond what is justified by an increase in expenses?
Short answer, Senator,
They
is
tend
no.
to do that. I be noticing that. Like,
You have my commitment and the commitment of my entire team that we're going to do everything within our power to make sure that we're managing contracts and monitoring behavior so that we enable the people of the United States of America to get best value for its investments.
Good. I very much appreciate that, Secretary Austin. You know, one of the things that defense contractors love to do when they're flush with extra cash, courtesy of the taxpayers, is to use it to goose their stock prices. The Pentagon's top contractors
spent 15 ever. But it's not just members of Congress who are using inflation as an excuse
I
to
know,
ask
right?
for
Did
more
y'all
money
see? Did
from
y'all
the
see that
Pentagon.
Jim Cramer
I was
shit
actually
where he was
troubled
trying
to
to tell
hear some
everybody, "Oh, we
Pentagon
just entered the
officials
bull
doing the
market," and he was
same
making everybody ball
earlier
the high.
this week. So, Secretary Austin, let me ask you directly. Are you
That shit crazy.
comfortable with the figure in the president's proposed budget?
I am comfortable, and here's why,
Me too.
Senator. You may have heard me say earlier that we went through great pains we developed the National Defense Strategy.
Right, I was
and
about to say that every time they say
we
Kramer
knew that our
talk about
budget would have to
it being bullish, they
match
they
that
say buy puts
strategy.
on him.
And so we went through great pains to make sure that that was the case. This is a
That's how I came
robust
up with them
budget,
Amazon puts.
and I think it allows us to get the capabilities that we need to support our operational concepts.
Yeah,
Okay, and you are good on this number without adding another 90 or $100 billion to it?
We
Right, though,
certainly
I'm
want to
about to say
have
she's
the
still straight
buying
right now.
power
I
to
fuck
get
with
the
Kathy
things
right
that we need. But yeah, this is this budget gives us what we need to get the operational capabilities.
Okay, well, I think that $773 billion for the Pentagon is already way too high. But the notion that we need to increase the total by another $100 billion or $400 billion every year just invites defense contractors to pick taxpayers' pockets. The American people are willing to pay to defend this country, but they're not going to sit still for being gouged by hugely profitable defense companies. And I appreciate your help on this, Secretary Austin.
See, that's what I'm
I am
holding to.
almost
That's
out of
crazy. I
time.
just don't know.
But Mr.
The
McCord,
straddle is
I
like
want to
confusing
remind
the fuck
you
out of me. I
that
don't
you
know
owe
which
this
one to get rid
committee a
of.
backlog of several years of reports on the European Deterrence Initiative. Do I have your word we're going to get that done soon?
Yes, Senator, we'll get those reports.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Warren. Senator Sullivan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and gentlemen, thank you for your hard work. I know you've been burning the midnight oil. This committee certainly appreciates it. I want to agree with Senator Fisher on the NDS and getting that out. I actually read the classified version. I think there's not much in it that's classified, actually. I think you could get that out publicly pretty soon, you know, maybe remove a certain element to it, but I think that would be important. I was struck by pretty much everybody here, the chairman, all of you gentlemen, talking about how dire the global security challenges are, great power conflict increasing, more likely. General Miller, you said the greatest threat to global peace and security in your lifetime right now. So clearly, national security threats have increased since the last time you were here a year ago. Isn't that correct, Mr. Secretary, General Milley?
Well, certainly we've been focused on our pacing challenge of China.
Yeah.
Russia is an acute threat.
Right.
And right.
But I mean, I don't want to be rude, but just since you testified last year, you compare your testimony today, both of yours, with last year's, the security threat has been significantly heightened. That's what you've just both said, correct?
Tensions are certainly heightened. That's right.
General Milley? You already said it, so.
That's correct. That's my.
So here's the thing on that. I am actually stunned that the president put forward another budget that actually calls for real defense cuts. 4% increase with 8% inflation is a 4% real inflation adjusted budget. I think it's irresponsible. I think it's dangerous when you look at shrinking the Navy, shrinking the Air Force. There's no doubt in my mind that that gives our enemies comfort, and I think that this budget doesn't align with your statements about the severity of the national security challenges we face right now. And what's likely to happen, and it's sad, is that once again, we're going to have to push the president to increase the budget in a bipartisan way, the way we did it last year. It's sad. The commander-in-chief can't reject some of his far-left members and say, we need a robust budget. We put forward a budget that cuts defense spending, so I'm going to have problems with that. General Milley, I want to compliment you on your speech. I think it was in 2016. You gave a really prophetic, in my view, speech on Putin and the threat he brings forward. And you were actually criticized for that speech, I remember. But I think if you reread the speech, you were right on with what was happening. But you're seeing here, I think there's a source of bipartisan frustration to what's happening. I know you've been working it hard on Ukraine, but I think when the intel committees were briefing us prior to the invasion, they got it right, and so did all of you, what was going to happen. Then there was this notion that, and we were all briefed on it, that they were going to lose Ukrainians within 7 to 10 days. That was a uniform briefing. They're going to get crushed. Okay, they got that wrong. A lot of people got that wrong. I think the shift that we need to do now is to Senator Blumenthal, Senator Cotton, Senator Ernst, to strategically think about victory. And again, General Milley, I know you're working this hard, but when you talk about key objectives, number one, don't engage Russia with a conflict, keep NATO cohesion, support the Ukrainian people as the key objectives. Doesn't it make sense to have as our number one objective imposing a strategic defeat on Putin that we have the opportunity to do right now, in line with what you said? And I think that's the source of frustration for a lot of senators. We're not hearing that language.
Yeah, I think, well, I've heard that language many times, actually.
Well, I mean, you just listed 3 objectives.
Those were
that were, to be honest, they were all defensive sounding. Here's what we won't do. Here's what we won't do.
Right.
Here's what we will do. But what about,
But at
we're
the
at a
nat-
big moment. This is bigger than Ukraine. What
the nat-
about getting,
If I may.
yes, sir, go
At the
ahead.
national level, the president has said to us writ large, the national security team, to impose severe costs and do not let Putin win. To ensure that
But
Ukraine.
I would respectfully recommend you put that as your number one objective. You didn't even mention that in your 3 objectives.
Well, right, but those severe costs are being done by other elements, not the U.S. uniformed military. That's why the U.S. uniformed military has a different task here, which is to assure and deter our NATO allies to prevent war expanding and escalating, to ensure that Ukraine gets the means that are necessary in order to defend itself so it can remain free and sovereign, and then also to continue to maintain the cohesion of NATO. Those are the uniform military tasks. What I'm talking about are broader than just the uniform.
I have one question, Mr. Chairman, that'll be quick, just one final one. There are press reports that the JCPOA consideration, one of the big red line debates right now, is for us to agree, us, the United States, to delist the IRGC as an organization that sponsors terrorism. The Iranians want it. You gentlemen, unfortunately, have led troops, some of our finest, over 2,000 wounded and killed by the Quds Force, IRGC, with the weapons they supplied to Iraqi Shia militias. I'm sure hundreds under your command were killed or wounded. The IRGC has recently been responsible for missile attacks in coordination with the Houthis against UAE civilians, our long-standing ally in the region, UAE. Is there any universe in which the two of you could say you support the delisting of this terrorist organization with blood of American soldiers on its hands recently and delist them as the state sponsor of terrorism because Iran wants it? We should tell Iran to go pound the sand. There's no way in hell that they shouldn't be delisted. What do you two, in your personal opinion, given how much experience you have with Iran in the Middle East, believe on that question?
Senator, respectfully, I won't comment on negotiations that are ongoing and speculate on what my advice to the president is going to be. So I'll.
In your personal opinion, we've asked you before that you can give us that, even though it might conflict with the administration's view. That's what you committed to do with this committee. So I'd ask you again, both of you, in your personal opinion.
And my answer remains unchanged, Senator. Thank
General Milley, you've been asked in your personal opinion.
Yeah, Senator, just for clarity, political appointees are different than me. I have to sign a document that requires me to give you.
You're right, and I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, I didn't mean you. I meant General Milley.
So in my personal opinion, I believe the IRGC Quds Force to be a terrorist organization, and I do not support them being delisted from the foreign terrorist organization.
Thank you for your honesty.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Thank you very much. Senator King, please.
Thank you. A series of fairly detailed questions. Mr. McCord, you haven't had much fun this morning, so I want to try to get you into this discussion. The Ukrainian aid that we've supplied thus far and we're planning to supply and will undoubtedly supply more in the future, where does that fit into the defense budget? We don't have OCO anymore. Is this coming out of the current defense budget? Are they extra budgetary appropriations?
Senator, the aid that the Secretary's been talking about this morning, the javelins, the stingers, the body armor, all those things have come out of the funding that was provided in the supplemental attached to the omnibus funding bill. In the supplemental
all international issues based on rules and regulations that are applied in the conduct of international relations with a view to preserving international peace and security that are in danger at this moment. The current draft resolution undermines the methods of work of the organization that have enjoyed the trust of the international community and threatens to undermine the credibility of the United Nations and its organizations, leading to further negative repercussions on the organization's ability to fulfill its role in accordance with its charter and as it has done for 75 years. Egypt does not feel comfortable with double standards and partiality. Many times before, such resolutions were not adopted in cases of human rights violations that are not so far back in time. We are concerned with the violations of human rights and the obligations of all states in this regard, and we believe that such serious violations should be dealt with decisively in accordance with the United Nations rules and procedures in an adequate manner. Based on all of this, Egypt does not believe that the draft resolution is being proposed at the right moment, and we warn of it. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, we are deeply concerned about allegations of gross violations of human rights and humanitarian law in Ukraine, including recent reports coming from the region of Bucha. The images of extreme violence against civilians and the high number of deaths, many of them with signs of torture and ill treatment, are profoundly disturbing. Our deep sympathy goes to all victims and their families. The Human Rights Council created last month a commission of inquiry with a mandate to establish the facts and circumstances that may amount to violations and abuses of human rights and of humanitarian law in Ukraine. We call on all parties to cooperate with the Commission so that it can fulfill its mandate and provide us with an unbiased and precise information on the situation on the ground. Brazil has decided to abstain in today's vote, as it believes the Commission of Inquiry should be allowed to complete its independent investigation so that responsibilities can be ascertained. Only then would this General Assembly be in a position to better assess and take a responsible and informed decision on the status of Russia in the Council. We must at all costs avoid repeating the mistakes of the old Commission on Human Rights, particularly concerning politicization, double standards, and selectivity, which had been the main flaw of the previous human rights system and the object of well-founded criticism of its work. The Human Rights Council should be guided by the imperative of inclusive dialogue as the main instrument for cooperation, sustainable solutions, and peace. Mr. President, Brazil is fully committed to finding ways to an immediate cessation of hostilities and to promoting a real dialogue conducive to a peaceful and sustainable solution. Ensuring respect for human rights and humanitarian law, protecting civilians, calling for peace. These are the objectives that should unite rather than divide us. There is no alternative to a negotiated solution and to a constructive and balanced approach aimed at preserving spaces of dialogue. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. I now wish to invite the distinguished representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the Ukraine issue, China always believes that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries, including Ukraine, should be respected, that the purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be upheld, that the legitimate security concerns of all countries should be taken seriously, and that all efforts conducive to a peaceful settlement of the crisis should be supported. Putting an early end to the fight is the urgent expectation of the international community. It is also what China is striving for. China supports all initiatives and measures that will help ease the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. We call on the parties concerned to respect international humanitarian law and take concrete actions to ensure the safety of civilians and protect the basic rights and humanitarian needs of women, children, and other vulnerable groups. The reports and images of civilian deaths in Bucha are disturbing. The relevant circumstances and specific causes of the incident must be verified and established. Any accusations should be based on facts. Before a full picture is clear, all sides should exercise restraint and avoid unfounded accusations. Mr. President, dialogue and negotiation is the only way out of the Ukraine crisis. China always believes that the international community should remain rational, strengthen unity, and do more to facilitate dialogue and negotiation and political settlement. It should not set up obstacles or add resistance, let alone adding fuel to the fire to aggravate confrontations. We regret to see that the conflict has caused civilian casualties and massive displacements, and the all-dimensional indiscriminate sanctions without a bottom line have brought...
Excuse me, you guys. Already, okay, so European market is closed here. It's been 1 minute. Now let's see if the United States will buy the market back up to the opening level, which would be about 445, 446. Or will they flush it here and bring us lower as the European market has brought us down so far today? Is the United States buying or selling right now? That's the key question right now. That's what you're looking at here. We are entering a bear market, but we're still half and half here. Bulls are holding on by a thread, but they're losing it, though. The thread is breaking here, you guys. If we can see 440 today, we're back full-blown trend changed. Bear market here. If we see 440 today, keep that in mind. But it'll still be considerably half and halves as well. But right now it's half and half, but bears got strong momentum, you guys. They can flush this thing here and just take back over the market. So that's what we're trying to anticipate here. It looks like it's going to happen. No dip has really been brought to the channel at all. Or above the upper band of the channel anyway. So it's the European market close here. This effects happen all the time. This effect will continue to go on. AMD is sliding here to the downside. But I really think they can flush below 99 if you can see the SPY drop about another $2 or $3, you guys. And it looks like it's heading there. So we just seen it 444 even. That's the first time today. Yeah, so the United States is continuing to sell here, as we can see. Let's just see about another 20 minutes, though. You'll get a bigger move and better understanding of where they're going here with time. So either the SPY's going to bounce right back up here to 445.90, or it's going to continue to do what you're seeing here, flushing 443.99 new low. But it can either do that, it can go lower at 442, 441. So let's see here. Let's let the euro close, have its effect here, and we'll see here in about 20 minutes and check in and see where stocks will be then. But right now, you should either be you should be calling the top here, or you should be calling the bottom here. So that's, if you're trying to make a move, that's what it is here. You would either be buying puts right here because you think this is the top and it's going to continue to flush, or you think this is going to go up here. You should be buying calls right here because you're saying this is a bottom and it's not going to go lower than what you're seeing right now on the charts here for the SPY, triple Qs, everything here. You know what I'm saying? The VIX is up here though. Indices are in the red though. We are looking about almost 1% on the NASDAQ, 90% down. Russell 2000 is down 1.4%. The S&P 500 is down 57%. The Dow Jones is down 75%, and the VIX is up here about 6%. You guys, so keep in mind, Ron Barron, he reacted to Elon Musk joining Twitter's board early this morning. He said it's meaningless. He literally just put it like that. So Twitter got clapped there, and Tesla ain't really looking too sweet here right now. They're looking a little soft here, actually. So just keep in mind, like I said, we're in a red market here. The trend is it's in the momentum of reversing, but the bulls are still trying to not let it happen. So, but it's not looking good here. Amazon's down 33, you guys. Let's tune back into this briefing, and then we're going to take lunch here in about an hour. So we got enough time here, but this is an important briefing here. The United Nations General Assembly, they're voting on suspending Russia from the United Nations Human Rights Council. So a lot of stuff is going on, taking place, and they're showing us live here today. They're not even being private about it. So you got to understand, investors are a little spooked by all these briefings and smart money showing their face out here on the scene. You want to be cautious, basically. So Secretary Jen, she's going live at 1 p.m. today. Looks like that's what we have coming up next. Don't see anything right now besides what we're watching here currently live right now. But other than that, you guys, just stay cautious. Be mindful of that European market close move. The United States is in full control right now, so keep that in mind and know that right now we're getting a little slight bounce right here. Like I said, like I said, it's either going to go right back to VWAP, or this thing is coming down lower lows. It could be a fake breakout right here, or you know what I'm saying, this might be a real breakout here, and it might take us to VWAP here, or maybe even the lower band as it did the last time it got rejected. But the market is red, you guys. Bears are clawing. Be careful. Let's tune into the briefing.
Air defense systems. So the Russian Air Force has not even today established air superiority, let alone air supremacy, which is one of the reasons why they're having great difficulty on the ground. So the air superiority mission has not been achieved. Why is that? It's because of the survival of the air defense systems, both the man pads that we've been providing, Stingers and the like from other NATO countries, plus the longer range SAMs that have been provided and that they already had. So that system has denied the airspace, effective use of the airspace to the Russian military. Now, that's not to say Russian air is not getting through. They are on occasion, but for the most part, they're not being very effective, the Russian Air Force. And that's the reason, is because of the air defense. So the best method right now, and the Ukrainians, I talk to my Ukrainian counterpart every couple of days, they are very, very thankful, extraordinarily thankful, on the 60,000 anti-tank weapons, which is the second system that is really effective, and about 25,000 anti-aircraft weapon systems that have been sent by the United States and our allies and partners. So those are the two weapon systems that have proven most effective, and the one for the air in particular, the best way to deny the Russians, the airspace is through the air defense systems, and that's what they're using.
Well, given the heavy losses that Russians have been the Russian military suffered in the Ukraine. We know they're repositioning. Like you said, we're doing a good job. We're getting them the lethal support that they need. How do you assess their ability as they're repositioning and trying to resupply, I would guess, their forces? And
Russian ability?
their Russian ability and their attack on eastern Ukraine.
Conclusions and examine them rigorously. Whether Russia is a member of the Human Rights Council or not is not a factor which exempts it from obligations under international law or which imposes obligations. The central point here should be to bring to justice those responsible, not to suspend a state from membership in a subsidiary body of this assembly, in which all member states, without exception, must be accountable under the same rules and the same criteria. Mexico is in favor of accountability being regularly practiced throughout the United Nations system. We do need more transparency, but to that end, we also need more cooperation, more dialogue, and better practices. Multilateral structures are strengthened through inclusion, not through exclusion. To exclude, to suspend is not the solution. Multilateralism will be strengthened to the extent that it is able to maintain its inclusiveness. Prior resolutions of this assembly, which we have supported with conviction, condemn the Russian invasion, call for a clear cessation of hostilities, urge the unrestricted access to humanitarian assistance, and advocate for a diplomatic solution to the conflict. Mexico has stated its position explicitly with regard to Russia's military aggression against Ukraine through its statements in the Security Council and in this General Assembly, as well as in the votes taken in both bodies since the beginning of the conflict. In view of the above, Mexico will abstain from supporting the draft resolution which suspends Russia from membership in the Human Rights Council. Mexico is convinced that even in the midst of the war, all channels should be maintained for dialogue with the authorities of the Russian Federation, not only so that they cooperate with all the mechanisms which are part of the universal system of protection of human rights, but also to insist on the urgent need to find in dialogue the diplomatic solution which restores peace in Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to start my intervention by paying tribute to the brutal war that is taking place in Ukraine, caused by an aggression that violated international law, international humanitarian law, and the UN Charter. The tragic images of Bucha that came to our homes last week moved us tremendously. We condemn the invasion of Ukraine. The decision that we are discussing is a decision that my country would have never wanted to discuss. We are fully in favor of multilateralism. The multilateral system is a home for everyone. However, to be a member of the Human Rights Council involves certain requirements, including conduct consistent with the promotion and protection of human rights everywhere. As member states of this assembly adopted relevant resolution which states that the members of the Human Rights Council must follow the strict standards in the promotion and protection of human rights. That same resolution in paragraph 8 entrusts to this assembly the responsibility of suspending a member state from the council when that state does not comply with the strict norms of protecting and promoting human rights. Our responsibility to human rights, rather than a specific country or Russia or Ukraine, our responsibilities to human rights and the suspension of the Russian Federation from the Human Rights Council in this case, we're talking about a state that is violating the rights of a third state, Ukraine. And this is a result of an unacceptable aggression and invasion that is contravenes international law. This is why our delegation will vote in favor of the resolution L.4, which suspends the membership of Russia from the Human Rights Council. Chile once again reiterates its appeal to all parties to continue negotiations and urges for an immediate and peaceful resolution of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine through a political dialogue, negotiations through peaceful means in conformity with international law. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Chile. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belarus.
Mr. President, Belarus is categorically against the draft resolution under consideration. The introduction of this draft is motivated by exclusively political interests aimed at demonizing the Russian Federation and attempting to isolate it in international organizations. Such ideas lead to upsetting the equilibrium of the entire system of international cooperation, which is based on the UN Charter. And it could have a long-term negative impact, even leading to the destruction of the UN as a whole. In essence, today's proposal to exclude Russia is a direct contribution to destroying the Human Rights Council itself and in consolidating the destruction of the system of upholding human rights under the UN auspices, which has been expressed over the past few weeks in attitudes of racism, xenophobia, and other manifestations of discrimination based on language, culture, religion, or other characteristics that we're seeing in Western countries. It's important to focus not on short-term immediate tasks under the influence of emotions, but rather to think about the long-term prospects of resolving conflict situations and about the post-conflict world order. The resolution that is being proposed, just like other steps on restricting the participation of Russia in international organizations, will not only not make a contribution to resolving the situation in Ukraine, but rather will increase risks for any possibility of peaceful negotiations, which were initiated, I just want to recall, a month ago by the Republic of Belarus and personally its president, Alexander Lukashenko. So we call on you to to reflect on this and to vote against the proposed draft resolution. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Belarus. We have heard the last speaker in explanation of vote before the vote. The Assembly will now take a decision on a draft resolution A/ES-11.
They can keep those businesses. Why would those businesses be treated differently than a stock portfolio? Because obviously most Americans don't own a business. How would that be dealt with? And what's the policy distinction, if any, being made?
I don't think they necessarily should. I'll give you an example from the depths of the ethics manual. With respect to recusal, there's a provision, an example in the ethics manual that says it's okay for members of Congress who own a brewery to vote on prohibition legislation. That seems like an obvious conflict of interest that any normal person could understand, that the congressional ethics rules not only explicitly allow, but articulate as an example of how Congress should function. I think that's a problem. I think there are lots of businesses and interests in privately held companies that present the same level of conflicts of interest that we are seeing with stock trades. As Professor Nagy said, I think we should handle as much as we can, as judiciously as we can, but that doesn't mean that other conflicts don't exist and shouldn't be addressed. I think there's a reasonable test and a line that can be drawn. We've seen it with small farms and things like that, but certainly they present the same conflicts that we're dealing with here.
Let me ask a question. Maybe this is a dumb question, but as I indicated earlier, I've never purchased any stock or sold any stock. If you look at my disclosures, however, it looks like there's all these stock trades. Well, what it is, my husband he's a lawyer, he's a sole practitioner, and he has a retirement fund that some guy at the bank manages for him. And I don't know what he's doing. And I suppose my husband could find out, but I don't think he does. We just say, don't buy fossil fuels, don't buy tobacco, don't buy gambling. And sometimes he doesn't even adhere to that. But that's not a blind trust. But in fact, we don't know what he's doing. Could you substitute the very burdensome, and we said, there are problems in terms of what you put into a blind trust, but the asset requirements and all the, the blind trust rigmarole with a more simple approach that you attest under penalty of perjury, the member, that you don't know and you're not directing and you're not receiving information, and the person who's doing the investing does the same penalty of perjury attestment. Does that work?
If I could jump in on this one, I think what the scenario you described, kind of where the holdings are in a retirement account, is not necessarily what we're talking about here. I think that would likely be in compliance with the current restrictions. I think the benefit of a blind trust is that there's a statutory definition there. The individuals, like you were saying, under penalty of perjury, but in there, it's the individuals administering the trusts also have a professional responsibility and will receive professional penalties. But to the point that you're making, that you don't own individual stocks, and Ranking Member Davis, that you made also kind of along those lines, that puts you in line with most of the American public. And again, I think the restrictions and how they would apply to members of Congress would not shut members of Congress out of the financial markets, as was suggested earlier. It would simply limit their ability to engage in those markets with financial instruments that don't pose those same conflicts as individual stock ownership do, and then would allow, and I think also to your point earlier about what is the goal here, absolutely the goal is to make sure that members of Congress aren't corruptly using information that they have, but I think the goal, it has to be a little bit bigger than that too, and it has to be that Congress crafts ethics rules and laws that are strong enough that the public doesn't even have to worry about whether or not that's happening.
It's the appearance as
well. The appearance of a conflict is as damaging to the integrity of the institution as an actual conflict.
Let me ask a couple of questions that I have been asked. If the goal is basically to keep the member of Congress in the dark, and if they don't know something, they can't act upon it, to overstate that. It occurs to me that to some extent, the Stock Act reporting undercuts that whole goal. For example, once a year, my husband grumbles about it. He has to fill out this form because I don't know what's going on. Once a year, I find out what he's been doing. I guess there's that value as a spouse, but otherwise, I would never know. So to some extent, the reporting aggravates the situation. And you have to report for tax purposes and then once again for disclosure purposes. Would it make more sense to align the dates of the disclosure so that the tax and reporting are at the same time and you don't at least have two disclosures? That's something we could do by adjusting the disclosure time for members to coincide with tax time. Would that help some?
My understanding is that the reason why the FD date is a month out is so that members can file their taxes without having that butt up against the deadline for FDs. I think, frankly, taking a poll of members and figuring out if the intent behind that accommodation makes sense would be a reasonable approach to figure out if it should remain in place.
Let me ask a couple of questions that have been asked to me by various members. And we won't go into any names, but people wonder about this. Member of Congress is estranged from a spouse. Not divorced, but it's obviously heading that way. The non-member spouse is engaging in rampant stock trading and will not comply with requests of the member spouse. What do you, I mean, should we have a provision where you could say this is out of control or we're estranged? I mean, you're going to hold a member accountable for something they can't control. What do we do with that?
Yeah, I think one thing to consider, or two things to consider with any exemption or potential exemption would be, well, one good roadmap is to look how the executive branch has handled it. Again, you know, they've had these similar restrictions for over 60 years. But I think kind of the bigger, broader principles for Congress to consider when thinking about this or any kind of exemption to these, to this rule is that any exemption takes you further away from what the American people are asking for. And so I think as a threshold matter, Congress should ask itself, could this exemption undermine public trust? And if the answer to that is yes, I think Congress should then ask, is it absolutely necessary that we figure it out in this legislation? Or is it something that we could do in regulation? But I also think if it has the potential to undermine public trust and is not absolutely necessary, I would urge Congress to resist the urge to address every individual instance that may come up, because I think it just further complicates a system that really benefits from simplicity.
That may be the answer that people have for the other specific questions I've been asked. People have asked about, what is it, 527, these education accounts? Is that the right code section? Would that be covered because members contribute for their children and for their grandchildren so they can go to college? And people are worried that, you know, most of the members of Congress could earn a lot more money in the private sector than they're earning here. We're not asking for a pay raise. We're just noting that if you can't support your kid's college application, you know, endeavors, and you have to quit.
So I think you're referencing 529
Yes, that's
plan
it.
for tuition. And the way those usually work is that you put in your monthly contributions or annual contributions, and it's typically directed into a diversified fund, sometimes in index funds, sometimes.
So it's because you don't control it, it would not be
You do not
covered.
control the individual stocks in the portfolio, in the basket of stocks that the fund would own.
And that would be true for retirement funds as well, I would assume.
And I think
Correct.
it's in addition to, because you don't control them, but also they meet definitions of being diversified. And so you're not having that, you don't have that same impact on any one particular sector or any one particular company as you would with individual stock ownership.
Okay, let me ask a question that's come up. You inherit stock. I'll give you an example. We no longer have this stock, but my husband's Aunt Mary was married to an oil field worker, and it turned out that she had stocks in an oil company that Ed had received, and he had died, and she never had kids, so her nieces and nephews inherited it, which we didn't want. But what do you do when that happens, either for you or your minor children? You've acquired it, but not really intentionally.
Well, I would go back to what my colleague Ms. Hempelwitz said. I think we're designing a ethics regime for the legislative branch. We should start from the principle that public service is a public trust, and establish as stringent and clear a rule as possible. There are always going to be unique family situations, as unique as the 535 members of the House and the Senate, but we can't develop an ethics regime like that. Certainly the ethics committees, if they are given authority to enforce these rules, can come up with some reasonable regulations that account for very specific and likely to occur exceptions. But I think we need to start from a general rule that
So we would leave that to, we're going to have to check with the ethics committee on their capacity to do that. I mean, for example, one of the questions I've been asked is what if your spouse is employed in a company and their compensation is stock options? Do they have to work for free?
I think most of the proposals under consideration right now would allow for the spouses to be compensated in the way that their employers decide. I know you didn't ask this, but I will also just say explicitly, I think members of Congress should get a raise. It's important for government ethics. It's important.
Well, I appreciate that, but that's not going to happen. So we'll just make that very clear. There are many, many other questions, but I've taken more time than really is fair. I've thought about this a lot, and I appreciate the testimony because you all have a high level of expertise in this area, and I see the gentlelady from New Mexico has arrived, so we will turn to her for her questions.
Thank you, Chair Lofgren. And this line of questioning really highlights the fact that it's not easy, right? It is an area where we're trying to deal with multiple members of Congress who each have their own unique histories of why and how they came here. I will say that over the last few months, one of the top reasons why my constituents have been reaching out to me is that they want to urge a ban on individual stock ownership for members. So it is not something that is in a vacuum. We are dealing with our constituents are asking us to make sure that we have that separation, that we have that independence, and that our best interests in what we do financially is not at all tainted by what we do here. And I agree with that. I don't think members should be in the business of owning or trading individual stocks. When I first got elected, soon after it was brought to my attention that my retirement portfolio my 401k had a very modest amount in an individual stock. So I had to go in and actually take the extra effort to actually say, no, you can't get rid of that. I do not want to have there be any question at all. But as the chairwoman noted, I was not aware of that until it was brought to my attention, and I immediately asked them to turn it into something else. I don't know what you're going to do with it, just turn it into something else. But the other thing that strikes me is that we're talking about choice. I love the fact that that word came up a lot, because when we run, when we ask voters to elect us, which we have to do every 2 years, we are making a choice at that time. So if we know that we have a large portfolio of stocks, and if it is known in advance that once you get elected, you're going to have to divest yourself of those stocks. So put it in a blind trust if you have enough to make sure that you can pay the costs and deal with the complexity. That's a choice you are making when you are asking voters to trust you. And so we need to return that trust. And as long as we know that's what we need to do, then that comes part of the decision-making process. But there is an issue of timing. And so, how long would you recommend that a member of Congress, once elected, be allowed before they have to engage in that divestment, before, if they inherit something, what is reasonable then? I mean, because we want to be able to provide a period of reasonableness that everybody knows about. And I'll ask that of the panel. So I see several of you shaking your heads up and down. So what would you answer to that?
I'll be faster than I usually am. I think the important thing again to consider is and look and see how things have been handled in the executive branch. And so I think those the timelines that are given there, I think might be a good indicator. I think also, some people have suggested that maybe any additional restrictions shouldn't go into place until a member wins re-election, and I think that may also be reasonable. I think we're certainly not trying to create an ethics program that's impossible to comply with. We're trying to do the opposite, and it should be as simple to comply with as possible.
Right, and waiting until after re-election allows that member to make the choice as to whether they will continue to ask for that. Mr. Sherman.
Probably be up to, if you want to do it that way.
I agree. I think the executive branch provides some examples. I also think that the time period should be with all deliberate speed, particularly relative to the 2-year term of service that members are elected to. So I've seen some proposals which are 90 days, 120 days. That seems not unreasonable, but I think with all deliberate speed is advisable.
And Professor Nagy, as you answer that, I have
Yeah, you
another
see what
one,
I'm
and
saying?
since I
Like,
don't
yeah,
have a lot of
up
time,
the
I'll
ante
just
on
see
it,
if you
like,
want to
you know,
answer
like,
that.
we
And
can do
also,
more.
I mean, we keep pointing to the executive branch and its
Yeah,
models.
that's straight. Just let me know,
Are
bro. I
there
got somebody. I'll
instances
send
of
her number
something
to you.
that's
But
in the
just send
executive
me
branch that
your account
doesn't
information,
quite
like your
fit
Cash App or whatever you do,
within a
PayPal,
congressional
Venmo,
setting?
all
And
that
what
shit.
are some of
Just send.
those examples?
So on the timing issue, I would say that I think a number of the bills actually, particularly for inheritance, raise 180 days as the time that someone would have to divest. And I think the consideration there is that
Oh,
sometimes the
okay.
stock
Yeah, nah,
market
he
is
gotta be
not
learning from
doing
us
what
then,
one
because
wants
can't
it
have
to
no guessing
do,
with doing
and
this shit. This
that
real
gives a
money.
little bit of time there. I would also say for any divestment that is required under legislation
I ain't even
that
checked it out. I gotta
Congress
check it out.
enacts, I would also recommend the same type of
Let me see.
rollover of
I got
capital
my
gains tax that is currently in force, that Congress has currently put in the statute for the executive branch. I think that if someone
Oh, for real?
sells
Oh, he wanna. I
assets,
didn't
sells
even
stock
notice.
and other
I don't have nobody
securities
numbers saved, bro. I
because
gotta
they
say these
are
numbers so I can
ordered
see
to
who
do
what's
so,
what. But I do be noticing
and they
people doing
move
that
that
though. Like their
into
confidence
a
get low when they
diversified
see
mutual
like they're
fund,
not
they
right.
should, the law should be written so that capital gains is deferred. Going to the executive branch, that is the rule in the executive branch. I think what the
Right?
executive
Yeah.
branch
You
has,
just gotta
because
stay
it
confident,
is,
bro. Just
in
and really
most
just keep
instances
going.
in the
Like fuck it. If you
agency,
fuck
it's
up,
not an
fuck it.
outright
Try again.
prohibition,
That's what
although
it's
there
about.
are
Don't get mad and just not do
exceptions.
nothing, bro.
The FCC is one exception. Don't own telecommunication stock.
Yeah, that's really what it is, bro. That's what I had to
The
fight and figure
disclosure
out. You know what I'm saying?
forms that
Bro, I
executive
started with
branch
remember when
officials
Trump gave out the first
complete
stimulus? That's what I started
allows
with,
the
bro.
ethics
That's what I.
agency to
Yes,
determine whether
bro.
there
That's what I
is a
started with,
conflict of
bro.
interest
I
or
was
is
in
not.
the first Tesla stock split.
And then that then triggers the need for recusal or divestiture. And clearly that's not the instance here.
Yeah, though.
Mr. Sherman before referenced the sort of brewery example that is codified in
Bro, I
the
do this, bro.
manuals
I'm
there.
doing this
The House and
until the
Senate
day I
Ethics
pass,
Manual
bro. This is my
reference
life.
stock
You know what I'm saying?
ownership
Like
and
I do this, bro.
explicitly say that divestment is not required
What's
even
that
if
right there?
members
What's
own
up?
stock in companies that directly and substantially
Tesla coming
affect
down.
the legislation. So the problem is greater than the current law allows this. It's that the problem is that the current rules in the House and Senate safe harbor this.
Thank you. My time has expired, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Gentlelady yields back.
Yeah,
Ranking
hell
member
yeah.
is
That
recognized.
sound official. It
for our
sound
second
like
round.
what I'm doing now, but like
Thank you,
I'm
Madam
doing it
Chair.
basically
Again,
for
this
like
is
on
a
my
great
own will,
hearing.
like free, like you
I
know what
do
I'm saying?
truly
Like I'm not
appreciate
really.
the
I'm just
witnesses.
like education.
Going back to our previous conversation, I think what we're hearing from our witnesses is that members have a choice. You can either go into a qualified blind trust that I've already established. I and most members of Congress would never qualify for one company,
Right,
LPL's
yeah. That's
minimum
really what
investment
because
of
I see most
$500,000.
YouTubers. I see they do that, so that's what I've
Don't
been
have
really
it.
trying to get
Most
into. That's why
members
I'm doing it
don't.
for free right now. Just trying to really learn the
Or
ins and outs of it.
divest individual stocks that then we'll get accused of getting a special privilege of deferred capital gains. So those types of, you have to take into consideration what the perception is when you all come up with what you think might be a great idea for Congress. But we're in a different perception. That crew might call us corrupt if we take that tax break. Who knows? I'm focused on the middle class member. And I just don't believe that forcing middle class members to divest an
Yeah, I see
ownership
exactly what
portion
you're
of a
saying.
family
That sound
farm
dope. Yeah, let's do it,
or
bro.
to divest ownership in a business that their spouse may be a part of, their dependent children, I just think it's untenable. Would you all agree that your proposals are
Right.
mainly geared toward the wealthiest members of Congress?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, I
All
see
right.
exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
Ms. Nagy,
And yeah, like you said,
you
we gotta
testified
get paid
earlier,
for something.
you don't
Like,
believe the ballot box is sufficient
we're
to
basically
be a
giving you
check
the
on members of
knowledge. You know
Congress.
what I'm saying? So they can
Drawing
learn how to do
analogies
it and
to
cope with
different
it on their
rules
own.
with
You know what I'm
different
saying?
branches of government. I want to point out that only 2 people in the executive branch are elected, 0 in the judicial branch. We've had no discussion on the judicial branch right now. I don't think that analogy compares apples to apples. I mean, we're accountable to 800,000 people every 2 years. We have a job interview called an election.
So
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
my
They
testimony
gonna think like, oh, they
before
started
was
with 100
that the
anyway.
ballot box
Right.
is not
Exactly.
a
So yeah,
sufficient
that's
remedy to
let's do that
ethics,
first. Set
because
that up. You
ethics
know what I'm saying? I got
affect the
clients on
nation,
standby. We can,
affect
you know what I'm saying,
everybody.
get that
And
going
so if
immediately.
a
Then that
member
streaming
has
shit, and then we can
conflicted
do that. You know what I'm
investment
saying? After we get
and
this
is
started. But
generating
shit,
a public
I'm trying to do both of that though.
perception
They both sound
that
like
the
the move
reason
though.
he or
I want to
she
get
is
that done
advocating for
started before
legislation is
the
to
summer
juice
about
the
to start
value
for
of
real.
their portfolio. That's a national problem. And the fact that a
That's a
small
corruption
district,
problem. That's, again, those corrupt members. But most
that's not corrupt. It's allowed. If I
Yeah,
may
yeah.
just
I was gonna say that too. Like right
respond,
now in this market condition,
it's not
inflation, boy,
corruption.
prices,
It
you're
is
gonna need about 200 to get a
currently
nice little premium.
completely within the House and Senate rules do not prohibit a member
It don't really matter. It's
from
just I guess how
owning
many
stock
we can get.
or
You feel
owning
me?
an
As many as we
investment
can. It should
and
be unlimited.
advocating
For real.
for the direct benefit of that investment, unless, and there is an unless they are the sole beneficiary
Do you
of
have,
that
do you have
legislation.
a number that your research has
Right
put
now, I can
forth
get
that
like
would
2
determine how
or
many
3
members
people
of
right now.
Congress are doing that?
3. I can do 3. I
How
can do 3
many
off the top
are
right now. 3 for
doing
sure.
that?
How many are
How many
actively
people
doing
are advocating for legislation because it benefits their own portfolio? I'm not sure how that can be
All right.
quantified.
If I may.
I agree.
All right, hit me back, bro.
Hold
That's a
tight.
bet.
I appreciate it. I'd be
All
glad to get to you. I'm a limited amount of time. I don't control the committee. But this is a great time to be able to ask a lot of different questions. So as we look ahead, all right, let's look back. So we were coming into a pandemic, right? We, in bipartisan way, virtually unanimously created the Paycheck Protection Program. Benefited a lot of small businesses that are attached to stocks, maybe members owned. Should every member of Congress, because they may have voted for that program, was that a corrupt thing because we tried to save the economy? Is that something that you can go back and say members of Congress benefited? I mean, in my particular case, I was accused because my family members got PPP loans of trying to benefit my own family when I have no financial interest. But that's settled in the election. I mean, I think you can try to find a connection to everything we do. But again, most members of Congress, I truly believe Republicans and Democrats want to do the right thing. I don't trade stocks because I don't want to have to fall into some gray area of a reporting issue. But I think there's an issue that we don't start with what we have. We follow transparency rules. We file ethics disclosures that most people in the American public don't. So with that in mind, one last question, and I know, Mr. Sherman, you have probably more experience with this than most. Knowing the ethics disclosures that all of us file, and they're easily available. Did any of you go research mine while we were breaking? Darn it, I was hoping you would. You could get it easily. And then we have the Stock Act transaction paperwork that I've never used, but others have. So I don't know anything about that, but I file my own ethics disclosure because I want to go talk to the ethics committee staff to make sure I'm doing everything right. But is there anything in our current disclosure requirements that is lacking that you would say needs to be more transparent? And if so, what is it?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question. One, I would note that the only way to really know if a member is acting on a financial conflict of interest is to see their communications about that policy. But Congress is exempt from the FOIA, right? So when
What's up? This shit fresh. Oh, refreshing on me.
Participation for anything you have to opt in for.
Give our troops.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 12 p.m. Wall Street lunch break is approaching us, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. As you can see, a lot of news out here rolling today. Got the market at still a credit spread kangaroo market right now. We got the indices all in the red still, though, but they can flip. We know that they flipped this morning. Bullard said interest rate policy is behind the curve, but it's making progress. He did say that this morning, so they quoted that. I think that's what might have turned the market down here today. Bullard saying that. These guys have, they call him, one of those guys he can call the market. He has his head on straight. So people like follow the leader with him sometimes, most of the time. But stocks fall for a third day as Fed signals this week a speedier policy tightening plan. So, Bullard saying that interest rate policy is behind the curve, but it's making progress. Probably got the market a little spooked again. But maybe it was time for a pullback. Definitely. March Madness made the market really go up. Ain't that crazy? But yeah, man, it was a wild March. So that was expected. But all the indices are in the red. The Dow's down 48%. The S&P 500 is down 45. Nasdaq down by 88. Russell 2000 down by 120. The VIX is up here about $5.29, $23.27. So volatility still up here in the air, above 20. So it's gonna be like this. We're back to that type of market. We're back to the half and half market, you guys. This is that bull bear market right here. You're getting higher highs and lower lows and all type of stuff going on right now. TSM is under 100, you guys. AMD is at 102.10 right now. Amazon still continuing to sell off. 31.28 over there at Amazon. Ouch. They're down. They're down super. Oh, man. So numbers just changed in 2 or 3 days drastically, you guys. So the move has definitely been made. Market is definitely already just chilling out. Chipotle still selling off here. They're down 30. But the market is just chilling out. It's credit spread in here, but it's going sideways here towards the lower channel. All the stocks and ETFs here. Nobody's trying to fight to get inside the channel, I'm noticing here. So a lot of momentum is on the bear side, you guys. A lot of momentum is on the bear side. We do still have the briefings rolling, though.
If you were born between 1950,
they hitting us with the briefings left and right that day. You got the House Committee. They're holding a hearing right now on stock trading reforms for Congress. So that's what I'm listening to right now. That's what we're live listening to. Just learning and earning, And then we got the United Nations General Assembly. They're voting on suspending Russia from the United Nations Human Rights Council. That's going on live, you know what I'm saying? Then you got the Defense Secretary, Austin. He's appearing before Senate Armed Services Committee on the 2023 budget, you guys. That's going on live. So look at all this live activity we got here going on, you guys. That's why the market is what it is right now. That's too much information that's live here. So the market is going to be chill here today. And maybe tomorrow, it might pop tomorrow. I doubt it. It's Friday. It's getting towards the end of the week. But it's 12:15 p.m. We'll see what's going to happen after the lunch here. They could sell into the lunch. I don't know. We're going to see. They might buy it up here. It might just what they're doing now, consolidating slowly here sideways. But we're going to see here. We're going to tune back in to this briefing here.
or the existing non-prohibitions in the Stock Act would be a tragically missed opportunity to engage with the American people on something they care a lot about and have told Congress they would like to see you act on.
I would argue that both Republicans and Democrats here, we engage with the American people on a regular basis. And Ms. Nagy, did you have a response to that?
I did. I would just echo my colleague's statement. Assuming timely reporting, the problem is not what is hidden. The problem is what is in the sunshine. And the sunshine is causing individual constituents to question not only their members' decision-making, but the entire Congress, or at least the large group that doesn't already have their assets diversified into widely held funds. Constituents are questioning, and members of the public are questioning, what was the motivation that prompted the push for this legislation? And that's in the sunshine. It's not hidden. It's in the sunshine, and that's troubling.
Ms. Schultz, did you have any comment on it?
Yeah, I have two comments to that. And one, we keep coming back to the question of diversified funds. And I think it's an interesting, good question that we keep coming back to. But keep in mind that some of the questionable trading that happened during the COVID pandemic was in diversified funds. So the problems that we're discussing and the conflicts that exist are not non-existent in diversified funds as well. It doesn't magically take care of the question of a conflict. On the question that you posed directly with respect to in the disclosure now, I think the long lag between the time that trades happen and the periodic transaction reports are required to be filed is something to take a look at. And where I've had interactions with the public, I've heard calls for more timely and quicker disclosure on that front. Corporate insiders are required to disclose within 2 days. That's not a completely comparable situation to Congress, but having 30 or 45 days after a trade takes place is an exceptionally long period of time after that trade takes place for disclosure to happen.
Yeah, I will end by this, and again, thank you for giving me so much extra time. I do believe this discussion is extremely important. I look forward to working with each of you individually as we move forward. But I will tell you, and I certainly hope this hearing allows my constituents more of an opportunity to think about this process. And I can tell you, I travel a lot when I'm home. I haven't had a lot of constituents bring this up. I hope they do, because I want to explain to them the processes we have in place and get their opinions and their ideas. And I certainly hope those of you who have already put proposals together for divestment and qualified blind trusts that we cannot afford, that most members cannot afford to participate in. I hope you're willing to listen to how we can make the process better and do it in a way that doesn't just encourage the ultra wealthy to be the only ones to run for Congress. So that, yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Aguilar, you're recognized for a second round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm happy to continue down the path and the conversation specific to kind of education and compliance. Mr. Strauss, we've been talking about the PTRs, the periodic transaction reports, and the 30 days of covered financial transactions. What remedial measures does the Ethics Committee have in place in the event that a member or a staffer files a PTR incorrectly?
So thank you for the question, and my colleague, Mr. Sherman, may know more specifics of the details of some of this stuff, but in general, when a filing happens, whether it's a PTR or a financial disclosure report, and there's an error on the form, which I'm led to believe is not uncommon, right? They're complicated forms to fill out. The committee reviews the forms, notifies the filer, and the filer has time to correct that filing. Most errors that occur on financial disclosure forms are de minimis errors, things that are put on the wrong line, just mistakes that happen. And once that filing is identified as being wrong, an amendment can be filed. The Ethics Committee is very clear that filing an amendment in and of itself does not have anything to do with potential wrongdoing, that most of the time, and a member or a staff member can file an amendment on their own too, if they realize that they've made an error without prompting. It's only after the potential that an error can be fixed, if someone chooses not to comply, that's when the committee might get involved in working with that person, either directly or indirectly, to figure out what's going on and whether a potential recourse might be necessary or not.
Mr. Sherman?
I think every staffer on the Ethics Committee remembers getting that one call from a member about a question about the form that they submitted.
Mr. Strauss is exactly right. Members file their FDs and PTRs, and there's a process to work with them to make sure that the information is accurate. And if there are questions, they are asked. There's an opportunity to amend. And I think even on the investigative side, particularly with financial disclosures, I think there's a presumption that we need to make sure that this form was filled out accurately and correctly. And there's sort of a lean towards, presuming that members sometimes make honest mistakes, which we all do. With respect to Mr. Strauss, with respect to the remediation process, how does that differ within the executive branch?
So a designated agency ethics officer in the executive branch has prescribed tools that are potentially available to them depending on individual circumstances. So when a filer puts a financial disclosure form into their DAO, their designated agency ethics officer, and it's reviewed, the ethics officer is going to work with that individual on a case-by-case basis to choose the best remedy available, which could be divestiture. It could be recusal, as we've talked about. It could be the creation of a blind trust, but it also could be a voluntary transfer, right, to another job within an agency, depending upon what the circumstances is. And so those agency DAOs have a lot of flexibility to work with that individual to come up with a solution that works for a particular case, depending on their financial situation based on what's in the disclosure.
Appreciate it. Mr. Strauss, CRS is known for their, education, for helping us, at every step of the way. The ranking member talked about, opportunities for new members to receive information. What would you envision? What does a training session, on this look like? How should we think about scaling up the member educational pieces of this process? No matter what road we pick, what should that look like?
Well, first, I would say that I don't, or nor CRS presumes that education is not already occurring, right? And that there are requirements for that educational process to take place. In the executive branch, the Office of Government Ethics works very closely with the designated agency ethics officers in each agency to train them so that they can then train the staff within each agency. So ultimately, the ethics committee is the one responsible for holding those ethics trainings and for deciding the type of educational content, right, that might be included within that process, both for members and for staff. I've never taken that training, certainly not the member training on that particular topic. But to Mr. Davis's point earlier, I mean, more education is almost always preferable in these types of situations. And probably the advice I give offices that call more often than anything else is, when in doubt in this space, ask for permission, don't ask for forgiveness. Call the ethics committee's advice and education staff and ask them, rather than presuming to know what the answer is, even if you've gone through that training, just to make sure you're on the compliance side of whatever the circumstance might be.
Yeah, my situation is similar to the ranking members in that, I handle this document because it's about, me, and it's about my circumstance and my household. I want to make sure that I do this right, but that often means I'm reaching out to the committee directly and filing this as well. So, but I do think that there's a lot of space on the education side. The policy piece is why we're here, and it's something that we have to do. But I know that the chair, feels strongly about giving members the tools to do this job successfully, and I think that there is some space to do some more on the member side. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentlemen, yields back, and we've had another vote called on the floor. So I will just make a couple of comments. I think, I don't remember which witness expressed concern, but I know it's been expressed among certain members that we not hold up whatever we're going to do relative to the legislative branch for changes in the judicial branch or the executive branch. I don't think we should hold this up for that. On the other hand, I don't think we should hold up reforms in those areas too. So the obvious answer is not to put them all in one bill, but to let the processes move forward. And I think there's very strong evidence that we need additional measures in the judicial branch. I don't think it should be combined in one bill with this, but I don't think we should hold it up while we're working on this. real simple question, and you know, the ranges on disclosure, I've never understood that. It's like, okay, between 0 and 10,000, well, if it's $5, it means one thing, and if it's 10,000, it means something else. And you really can't tell what's going on. And then for people who are very wealthy, it's over 50,000. Well, maybe it's $1 billion. That would be something we'd like to know. What's wrong with just doing the actual dollar amount in the disclosure? Is there a reason for this?
I think sometimes it's hard to be accurate, and members definitely don't want to be inaccurate. But I agree with you. I think the demarcations could probably use a little bit of work.
Okay, I'm going to close out and just say that without objection, the following items will be included in the record of today's hearing. The February 17th, 2022 CRS report, a letter sent on March 28th to House leadership and this committee from 19 good government organizations, an April 7th, 2022 letter to this committee from the National Taxpayers Union, an April 7th, 2022 letter to me from Representatives Krishnamurthy, Ocasio-Cortez, and Negus, and a March 17th, 2022 Wall Street Journal article, Dozens of Federal Judges Had Conflicts, What You Need to Know, a December 10th, 2007 Kansas Law Review article by Professor Megan J. Ballard, The Short-Sightedness of Blind Trusts. I would note, and we've had a lot of discussion about education for members. As you know, this committee is tasked with having a new member orientation, which we take very seriously. We had significant training and information sessions on this and many other things over a 2-week period. Among other things, we had the Ethics Committee come in and discuss all their obligations, and a discussion of the disclosure forms and the PTR reports and the like. However, as our only freshman on the committee said, it's like a fire hose at freshman orientation. So the ranking member and I have been gossiping that maybe we should do a separate webinar or something of that nature on this, similar to what we've done with the Congressional Accountability Act that every member has to do once a Congress or something of that nature. We can work on that without legislation, obviously. I will note that we very much appreciate our witnesses' time. I know it's been a little disjointed because of floor votes. We'll ask if you would remain open to additional questions that we may send to you. The hearing record will be open for your responses. And I don't know, Mr. Davis, we've got a vote on the floor. Anything you want to add before we adjourn?
Thank you very much. I certainly do look forward to sitting down with each of you individually and talk about how we can make the process.
Thank you very much. Again, appreciation for the witnesses, and without objection, the Committee on House Administration is adjourned. Thank you.
All right, that's right on time. Wall Street lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, LCAOD lunch break. It looks like we still got these briefings rolling here, so we'll keep them pulled. Well, 2 of them are done, so we'll keep this one pulled up. We just gonna go to lunch, man. Y'all enjoy y'all lunch. Just charts and numbers on lunch, man. Charts and numbers. Pay attention to the numbers. Pay attention to the chart if you can. Definitely try to pay attention to the numbers. Definitely though. Usually during the lunch, Wall Street, you know, they put their money back on the sidelines and go eat, man, and discuss some new deals and things of that nature. But market really shot red here today. Bullitt says interest rate policies is behind the curve, but it's making progress. They're doing something like right now. The market is in the red. Dow's down 50%. S&P 500 is down 50%. NASDAQ is down 1%. Russell 2000 is down 130. VIX is down, up. VIX is up. Volatility is up 5.79%, $23.38, you guys. So yeah, man, that's just what it is here, you guys. Everything's looking fine. LCLD is doing wonderful. Everybody's doing good here. Clients looking fine. Everything's looking good. Portfolio looking wonderful. Throughout all those scary briefings there, they start talking about all that stuff that they know that, it's just a hearing. And at the end of the day, it ain't you saying all this stuff. Like, it's a hearing at the end of the day. You got to hear people out, understand what's going on. But, yeah, man, I hope y'all enjoying the day, man. I hope y'all enjoying the live stream here. But it is time over here on the East Coast, in PA, the 4, that is. It is 12:32 p.m. We about to take lunch, man. Y'all enjoy y'all lunch. I'm trying to see what y'all want to do here. Would y'all want to bond, chill it out, give 1-2 hours for that shit? We are short until we are not. So, yeah, market chilling now here. Amazon's selling all the way off now, man. It's ugly over there. The Amazonians, they pulling back over there. They over there dumping Amazon. So, Amazon's selling off. You guys are down 72 again. At 3,100, Amazon is losing traction here. They're going back to that 3,000 area. Apple's down here. GME is down. Nvidia is down 237, you guys. Nvidia is down. So Netflix is down 356. So we're just seeing that that market pullback here, that sell-off is continuing, man. This is a sell-off here. This is not a pullback anymore. This is a sell-off. This has been this market been red 3 days in a row, so it's a sell-off now. But it is what it is. We still in a bull bear market here. No flush on the SPY yet. So that's why I don't think all the stocks are moving with the overall movement. Amazon's just in its own little labor union situation right now. So Labor Board official wants to end mandatory anti-union meetings. So looks like they want to end the meetings over there. So Amazon's dumping now 3,098. Just tagged it. So Amazon's dumping there, and Nvidia's down. Market's down though, man. So GME is down. Everything's down, you guys. So y'all be cautious on the break. Like I said, we're seeing a slow sell-off though. We're seeing a slow sell-off, but it can pick up. It can pick up, especially if the SPY continue to go down and the VIX continue to shoot up. I think if the VIX can spike about 30, if the VIX spike 30, crazy, but the VIX can spike about 24, 25 here, I think stocks will pull back a little bit more, or this could be the bottom here and it's bottoming out. But right now, it looks like they're continuing to sell here, you guys. Amazon's selling off here, as you can see right now, 3,095. So they're dumping here right now. Amazon is getting very, very low. So is Tesla here. Tesla's on the low end here. So yeah, it looks like the market is going to definitely come down. You might want to hold your positions here, straddles, anything of that nature. Probably be best to hold, man, till tomorrow. It's a lot of volatility, a lot of theta going on. A lot of stuff can happen, basically. You should be fine if you're in the money. If you're out of the money, you probably want to book profits while the market is moving at the rate it is here. Volatility is very spiked here. But, you guys be careful, do your own thing. We're going to take lunch here at LCOD. We'll be back in about 30 minutes, maybe an hour. Unc said out. LCOD, hour. We're going to take 1 hour sharp here today, man. We're going to take 1 hour sharp here today. We'll be, as a matter of fact, Unc said, we'll be back in 30 minutes, man. We're going to be back in 30 minutes, and Unc said we're going to be back about 30, 45. Somewhere in between there, all right, y'all. No later than 1:35. LCAOD will be back, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all enjoy y'all lunch. Remember, the market is red, so be very, very cautious. The bears are clawing here. Triple Q's coming down. SPY's coming down. VIX is also coming down, huh? So somebody lying. Let's see who it is. We'll figure it out after lunch, you guys. We'll be right back. We're going to tune into this briefing, too, right here, though. The United Nations General Assembly that's voting on suspending Russia from the United Nations Human Rights Council. That is still live. Nothing else is. So we're going to tune into that just for a little bit. I'll say about another 10 minutes. And then after that, we'll play some music, you guys, for you guys. Get your mind right. Enjoy your lunch.
Form of politicization of the work of the council, but it also carries a unilateral nature that gives certain more rights than others. Mr. President, my country stresses the right of all states elected to the membership of the Human Rights Council to exercise their full rights in accordance with the General Assembly Resolution 60/251 entitled Human Rights Council, which stressed that there should be no selectivity, double standards, or politicization in dealing with human rights issues. Mr. President, our abstention today is based on our strong belief that aggravating a situation will adversely affect the dialogue ongoing between the parties, with a view to reaching a peaceful settlement that spares the region and the world further adverse effects in political, economic, or humanitarian terms. Thank you.
Representative of Saudi Arabia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The United Arab Emirates reiterates again our forceful condemnation of all violations of international humanitarian law committed in Ukraine. Civilians are bearing the brunt of this conflict, and this must end, and they must be spared, and parties must comply with their obligations under international law. Determining the facts on the ground is important for justice to be rendered to victims, but also in the longer term to allow communities to heal, to reconcile, and to build sustainable peace. As a member of the Human Rights Council, we voted in favor of Resolution 49/1, urgently establishing an international independent commission of inquiry to investigate all alleged violations and abuses of human rights and violations of international humanitarian law in Ukraine. The members of the commission were appointed on the 30th of March, and their investigations have only just begun. Due process demands that investigative mechanisms be able to conclude their work. Today, we decided to abstain on this resolution because we need to ensure that any decision we take in this General Assembly is based on due process in line with Resolution 60/251. The United Nations is based on the premise of dialogue and constructive engagement with each other, and even with those who hold opposing views to us. The organizations that make up our international system were not established to be a club for the like-minded. We need to preserve spaces in the multilateral arena to talk to each other and not just at each other. And that idea is in the foundational DNA of this organization. Our collective strength lies in our inclusivity. So now is the time to double down on diplomatic outreach in order to reach an immediate cessation of hostilities throughout Ukraine. And we support the ongoing negotiations between Ukraine and Russia and offer our full support to all mediation efforts. Now it is time to find a way through this conflict towards peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Arab Emirates. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kiribati.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for convening us on this emergency session to deliberate on a draft resolution that's already been passed, which has the effect of suspending a member of the Human Rights Council in line with the provision in a past General Assembly resolution that allows the General Assembly to suspend the rights of a member to sit and participate in the Human Rights Council if such member has committed gross violations of human rights. Having listened intently to the reasoning advanced from the two sides of this issue, Kiribati decided to vote in support of the resolution on the following grounds. First, the images of hundreds or thousands of human beings killed, of innocent human beings killed in Ukraine during the course of the past 42 days is a heart and soul-breaking nightmare for all normal, conscientious, and peace-loving human beings. And we do join all peace-loving people of the world in their prayers and calls for a speedy ending to the conflict through friendly and diplomatic dialogue between the parties. As a long-standing member of the Commonwealth of Nations, We believe it is a wise and civilized practice to encourage all its members to be loyal and faithful to the codes of conduct of the Commonwealth, which requires all its members to respect the rules of law, good governance, and the rights and freedoms of human persons, and to deter violations of such codes of conduct through suspension of any defaulting member, and at the same time allowing time and space for a suspended member to reform its conduct and get back to the agreed code of human conduct. This practice has worked very well in the Commonwealth for decades, and we believe it can also work well for the United Nations on any member who is seen by an overwhelming majority of members to have seriously digressed from the codes of conduct for UN membership. The suspension of Libya in the Human Rights Council in the past show that it is not entirely wrong to agree to a suspension decision at this time. Once again, we join the whole humanity in calling on the parties concerned to put down their arms and to come together and become part of one happy global human family. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kiribati. We have heard the last speaker in explanations of vote after the vote. We'll now hear statements after the adoption of the resolution. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Russian Federation considers the resolution adopted by the General Assembly on the suspension of the membership of the Russian Federation in the Human Rights Council as an illegitimate and politically motivated step with the aim of demonstratively punishing a sovereign member state of the UN conducting an independent domestic and foreign policy. I am authorized to make the following statement. The Russian Federation made a decision about ending or suspending its membership in the Human Rights Council before the end of its term on the 7th of April of this year. Russia has always considered the Human Rights Council as an important component of the universal system of promoting and protecting human rights, whose main role is to contribute to the development of a constructive and maximally depoliticized intergovernmental dialogue on key issues of the human rights agenda. Unfortunately, in today's conditions, the Council is in fact monopolized by one group of states who use it for their short-term aims. Now, those who have claimed that they are the standard in the human rights field, these states for many years have directly been involved in blatant and massive violations of human rights, or abetted those violations. In spite of its membership, their membership as members of the Council, they're not ready to sacrifice their short-term political and economic interests in favor of true cooperation in stabilizing the human rights situation in certain countries. Such actions violate the mandate entrusted by the international community on the Human Rights Council and overall undermine trust in this body. The sincere commitment of Russia to promoting and protecting of human rights does not make it possible for us to remain a member of an international mechanism which has become an enabler of the will of the above-mentioned group of countries, which, in order to push through their aims and achieve the necessary amount of votes in adopting this decision, have resorted to open blackmail of sovereign states. Our decision to to stop our membership in the Human Rights Council before the end of our term does not mean that we are not going to continue fulfilling our international obligations in the human rights field. The Russian Federation will continue to make its significant contribution in strengthening constructive dialogue on human rights and involving all interested sides in the process of collective development and adoption of decisions that meet the interests of all groups of states. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening us under the emergency special session. I have the privilege to address the General Assembly on behalf of the European Union and its member states, North Macedonia, Montenegro and Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Iceland and Norway, as well as Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, Georgia, Andorra, Monaco and San Marino align themselves with this statement. Mr. President, the scale and gravity of Russia's violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law, as well as the violations of the UN Charter and the territorial integrity and sovereignty of another state, Ukraine, call for strong, united international response. Russia is responsible for a horrific number of casualties, human suffering, and forced displacements. Russian armed forces have been relentlessly shelling cities, schools, hospitals for well over a month now. The Russian authorities are responsible for the crimes committed while they have effective control of many areas inside Ukraine. They are subject to international law of occupation. The European Union supports all measures to ensure accountability for human rights violations and violations of international humanitarian law in Ukraine by Russian armed forces. The perpetrators of war crimes and other serious violations, as well as the responsible government officials and military leaders, will be held accountable. Today, this Assembly has decided that for now the Russian Federation is suspended from the Human Rights Council. Membership in that council is and shall remain open to all member states of the United Nations. But those members commit to uphold the highest standards in the promotion and protection of human rights. Russia
or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I started a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror, I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blistered souls and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loads the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag. tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at.
The introduction for a new sound, call me number 9. Took a break, needed shit, just thought I'd push these rhymes. A lot of niggas making music, shit don't flow like mine. A lot of niggas making music, still ain't got no shine. 2 out of 3 just sound the same and forced to wait in line. I'm on the route to get it, you ain't pay your bill on time. It's so sublime and the purpose so divine. All this time getting high and you can see it in my eyes. Better my health, sipping water, veggies, tenderize. Can't be no role model, but trust I epitomize everything you expect from who you think up in the sky. Don't believe in no heaven, I know energy never dies. Shout out to Queens, they come with melanin in their thighs. Believe me for like holy moly, got like 7 wives. George Soros funded, have a march and fight for their lives. Don't wanna be number 1, you can call me number 9. That's the highest in the entire universe. I was searching for myself, I tripped and then I found his earth. The boy was trying to hit a lick on me, but then he found a hearse. Don't kill her, but don't push, cause I will make your situation worse. Am I going too fast? Let me switch it up. What the fuck? Shout out the rappers for some substance, not talking to drugs. Shout out the people I fell off with, just know that it's all love. But I can kick it, cause you stagnant and I can't remain stuck. If this music never get heard, then stay lost. But I still build a brand, that's less work. I'm the boss, the storm came but slow down. Then I turned the wipers off. Rolling with the Jesus with the long hair, just no cross. But we got some weed. Tell me why these bitches want my seed. Tell me how you sit there and tell all them lies to me. Don't want for none, cause the universe gon' send me what I need. Might spark the revolution, see how well we may be. I was gonna start bringing back in, but I want y'all to hear this for a minute. Let that vibe ride like, let it ride like. You feel that? Check me out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and everybody loves the sunshine. Don't worry, I would never lose my mind. Maybe yours you should find, or you can live your whole life blind. Oh, you say you staying on your grind? What exactly is your grind? Give them all your motherfucking time. They take the bills, you keep a couple dimes. Drink my water, hope it's alkaline. Feel like Optimus Prime battling Decepticons. They deceive us, avoid the news that might mislead you. Fuck the NFL, they don't care about the people. Where the hell are all the black leaders? Fucking agents dressing up like preachers. Way too cold for the heat seekers. Shapeshifters, so the missiles miss me. Plus they aim this man's bathroom flow pissy. And that's a metaphor for if a nigga try to diss me. So long to the slavery days, the goal is to get free. I just laugh, do the man, Bishop boy, 3 times 3. Yeah.
Baby, I don't see you flying. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with.
More like the country. She's not the first African American woman on the Supreme Court, is because they filibustered her and denied her that ability. They held her ideology against her. They said she was too extreme, and not one person in the media ever mentioned the fact that they're filibustering an African American woman who is in line to be on the Supreme Court because the media agrees. What have we learned from this hearing? Double standards abound. That if you asked hard, penetrating questions, then all of a sudden you're racist if the nominee is a liberal African American. You can literally filibuster these people, African American, Hispanic nominees, as a Democrat and get applauded. We don't like that, and we're not going to put up with that. So we're always going to remind the public that the only reason Judge Jackson is the first African-American female to go on the court is they stopped a Republican nominee because of her ideology. To my Democratic friends, we're not going to forget that. And if we get in charge of the Senate in 2022, 2023, we have a majority. I can promise you nominees like this will not make it through. That we'll go back to the old system of collaboration. It's not that there won't be any more judges, but I promise you that if we were in charge and we had a say, there would be somebody less extreme filling this seat. And I want to tell my Democratic friends, as you celebrate this nomination, I will never, ever forget what you did to Miguel Estrada and Janice Rogers Brown.
All right, any questions? Yes. Mhm.
Is it just that you're concerned about the sentencing, or do you think there's more? What kind of impact do you think that decision on sentencing will have? Or do you have other? Is it about messaging, or is there other concerns?
Can you hear the question?
It's not messaging. It is her actual judicial record. Her record as a judge. She has a consistent pattern in 100% of the cases where she had discretion. She sentenced below the sentencing guidelines, substantially below the prosecutor's recommendation, and way, way, way below the average sentence of other federal district judges. That is a pattern, and it's a pattern that goes back 3 decades. In law school, her academic writing advocated for increased scrutiny and for striking down many of the important laws that protect against sexually violent predators. Laws like civil commitment laws that many states across the union, including the state of Texas, has passed. 30 years ago, she and I were classmates in law school. We were on the law review together. Personally speaking, she is bright, she is charming, she is talented, but her record is extreme, and it suggests a 3-decade-long pattern of advocating for very, very lenient sentences for violent criminals, and in particular for sex offenders. I think that is a deeply disturbing pattern.
Sorry, if you could just clarify, what specific consequences are you concerned about? How will it impact our nation?
I am concerned that she will vote over and over and over again to release violent criminals from jail. She will vote over and over and over again to overturn capital murder convictions, to strike down death penalty sentences. She will vote over and over and over again to strike down serious punishments for sex offenders. All of that is extreme. All of that is dangerous. And I believe her record indicates that she will be ideologically substantially to the left of any justice to ever serve on the court. I believe she will be to the left of Justice Sotomayor. She will be to the left of Justice Kagan. And I think she will be way, way, way to the left of Justice Breyer, the justice who she'll be replacing. Yeah.
To Senator Brandt's point just now, the GOP takes a majority this year and there's a potential Supreme Court vacancy next year. What is your stance on whether and under what conditions Republicans should vote to confirm the Biden nomination?
Well, I think if we see a Republican majority in the Senate, it will have a very significant moderating effect on the Biden administration's nominees, not just to the Supreme Court, but to the federal courts and to the administration. The first year and a half, the Biden administration consistently has gone hard left. It has been the extreme radical left that has set the agenda. And that's part of the reason why politically they're in so much trouble, because the American people don't want a hard radical left agenda. I think if we have a Republican majority, we can expect substantially more scrutiny of Biden nominees across the board. And one would hope that will cause a moderating influence within the administration not to put up extreme nominees outside the mainstream.
And then just to follow up on some of the points you made on Judge Jackson's record, what's your reaction given all those points to the fact that your Republican colleagues are expected to go for it?
Well, listen, every senator has to make his or her own choice. And it's not complicated that if you're a Republican and you vote for a Democratic Supreme Court nominee, especially if that Supreme Court nominee happens to be the first African American woman to serve on the court, that all the good folks in the media will praise you, will discuss how you're a statesman, how you're wise, how you're enlightened. Amazingly enough, if a Democrat votes for a Republican nominee, you're never a statesman, you're never wise, you're never enlightened, you're a horrible traitor. Court reporter. And she would praise Republican nominees when they moved left and excoriate them otherwise. And the greenhouse effect was the effect of sitting justices to evolve to the left, to the left, to the left, to get the praise of the corporate media. It's not just judges. Unfortunately, senators are susceptible to that as well. All right, we'll do one final question. Yeah.
One of your House colleagues called Senator Tommy Murkowski and Collins pro-pedophile for choosing to vote for Judge Jackson's nomination. Do you agree with that sentiment?
No, I think that's silly. All right, thank you, guys.
Unfortunately. Well, I had to follow up on your question.
At least you got the sound, yeah. Did you catch that?
No, I was on Instagram.
Association. It's not the NFL, it's not the NBA, it's a three-letter acronym, but none of those. Yeah, I'm reading this. I'm also excited. That's what they say. I'm hardly thinking that's the goal, you know, make it a little more, work a little bit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here early today. We back, man. We back from the break. It's 1 o'clock. Wall Street back, as you can see. Got a huge pop right there. They just ended that briefing right there. Still a lot of briefings rolling through. Looks like Secretary Jen, she's next up. Waiting on her still. United Nations briefing just ended. It looks like they're done. So everything's wrapping up. All the briefings wrapping up. So now we're just waiting on Secretary Jen. She's going to be going live from the White House in Washington. The spot just picked up here, though, you guys. Just shot right back up here. It looks like we're heading right almost back to the VWAP. We can get back to 445. It will. It might possibly get rejected here, and we might just see the lower lows as we've been seeing that same pattern all day. But 443.54 was the bottom so far. Didn't flush. 440 is still in play, but I think it's going to take about 3 to 4 days, man. I don't see it really just happening unless it's going to happen overnight. At this point, they could have been done it, obviously, right now, the way the market is looking, but it's consolidating still slowly here. It's consolidating. New numbers on the board, new lows, lower lows anyway. But so far, that's it, man. We just chilling out here. We're going to play some music. We're going to take a quick break here, even though we just got back. But breaking news right now. We got breaking news. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The indices are all in the red still, and we got breaking news that Congress votes to revoke Russia's most favorite nation trade status, sends bill directly to Biden. That's breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. So Biden's about to sign another bill here. That's breaking news. We'll call it out one more time. Then we're going to take a quick break here. The indices are in the red, as I said. Congress votes to revoke Russia's most favorite nation trade status, sends bill to Biden, you guys. So this could be good or bad here, depending on however they state. I'm pretty sure Secretary Jen is going to be describing all of that before she steps to the podium. But that looks like that's it right now. That's breaking news. The market is in the red there. That's breaking news, though. The Dow's down 36. The S&P 500 is down 39. The Nasdaq is down 97. Russell 2000 is down 1.60 here. The VIX is up 5.34, up $23.28. So we're getting a bounce off the bottom and a little pop back to VWAP maybe. We're back in the channel on the SPY. VIX sold off here a little bit, pull back just a little bit. I ain't gonna say sell off. Market is selling off right now, but we're seeing a bounce back towards the upside here a little bit off the triple Qs, a little bounce off their bottom. The little stocks kind of found their bottom there. But gaps were filled here. Tesla just filled their gap at 1,020. It did fill the gap, so no flush yet. People thinking it's supposed to come down further, maybe 995. But it did fill the gap and just turn right back around here. Trying to fight and get back in the channel there would be good for Tesla or any stock right now, but I don't know if it'll happen here. Amazon's trying to get back in the channel too as well. So a lot of selling pressure, man. Huge sell-off. Market's trying to go back up right now, though, bouncing off the bottom. The SPY's bouncing back up here to 445. But other than that, nothing going on. No briefings right now. We're just waiting on Secretary Jen. And actually, hold up, we do have some breaking news here. We are live. It just started this. It looks like it literally just started too, literally like 5 seconds ago. So it looks like the Senate holds final vote on the nomination of Judge Brown Jackson, and they're live right now. Let's tune in.
Storyteller and a critical thinker, always finding the other side of a story. He's been a voice of reason and always looking for the truth. He took his first job in radio while attending LSU Shreveport. As he says, quote, "It was indoors and you didn't have to carry stuff," end quote. About as good a summary of a good job as you could ever ask. He went on to host morning shows in Philadelphia, Cleveland, and Orlando before eventually moving back to Shreveport in 1996. That's when he first teamed up with his long-term co-host, Aaron McCarty, to start their morning show that has been a part of North. Moved their show and has been the talent. To say that he will be missed is an understatement. Their show has been as much a part of many in Northwest Louisiana's daily routine as a morning cup of coffee. When you interview with Robert, it's clear you're speaking with someone who cares about the issues facing his community just as much as you do. He has earned the time and trust of his listeners. So congratulations to Robert J. Wright on an impressive and meaningful career. Robert, I can tell you there are many who are pretty upset about this news, and that is a testament to the positive impact you've had on our community. Robert, we in Louisiana wish you a happy and well-earned retirement. And with that, I yield the floor.
The senator for Iowa.
Soon, we'll be voting on Judge Jackson's nomination, and I'd like to explain why I'm voting against her appointment to the Supreme Court. Since the White House announced Judge Jackson's nomination, I have emphasized the need for a thorough and fair process. Unfortunately, the majority party weren't concerned about the rigorous examination of her record. The White House and the majority party have shielded important information. We don't have any non-public document from her time at the Sentencing Commission, and the Obama White House held back more than 48,000 pages. Judge Jackson also gave the White House confidential, non-public probation recommendations for some of her cases. But when we asked about a probation document filed on the Hawkins case, Judge Jackson claimed that she was not able to access records for her old cases on the district court. And we now know that she sits on the D.C. Circuit Court of of Appeals. Now, if that's true, there are many unanswered questions about how information the White House thought was helpful was so easily obtained. So we should take into account that all the helpful information has already been leaked. That brings me to the merits of Judge Jackson's nomination. For judicial nominees, their philosophy ought to decide how to decide cases ought to be of primary consideration. Part of having a judicial philosophy is having an understanding of the fundamental principles of our Constitution. Natural rights are a part of that system. Judge Jackson explained to us that she does not, quote, hold a position on whether individuals possess natural rights. Now that ought to be very shocking.
SPY picking up, you guys. We're back in the bull market that fast. Just now, we just strike the bull market, 446 on the SPY. Bull market bears lost momentum.
Because we all know our country was founded on the belief that's expressed in the Declaration of Independence. All men are created equal, and they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that was further nailed down in the Constitution of the United States. Our Constitution vests the three branches of government with very limited power. All other powers not given to the federal government are reserved to the states and to the people thereof. The principle of limited government is what makes America an exceptional nation and sets our Constitution apart. Judges must have a proper understanding of those basic principles, and the way Judge Jackson answered those questions, particularly the answers she gave to Senator Cruz, shows that she lacks that very necessary foundation. Now I want to go on to a few other examples. At the hearing, Judge Jackson testified about one of her, in that case, prosecutors had rock-solid evidence against a dangerous drug kingpin. But Judge Jackson was displeased the government pursued a mandatory minimum sentence. So she misused a motion for compassionate release to resentence that person to a sentence she thought he deserved.
We got more breaking news. New York AG asks its judge to hold Donald Trump in contempt, refusing. It went away there. Congress passed ban on Russian oil gas imports, sending measure to Biden. So the breaking news changed there. You saw that. It said something about Donald Trump, and it changed there all of a sudden. So a lot of breaking news is rolling through, though. I'm noticing that, too. Seeing a little market reversal here. We just jump right back into a bull market like, hey, hold up. Where you go? So those bulls are strong, man. Congress passes ban on Russian oil and gas imports, sending measure to Biden. So Biden's going to sign that bill here. It looks like the indices are trying to flip here. I'm seeing lower red. The Dow's only down 15 now. The S&P 500 is only down 20. Volatility is kicking in now, you guys. It's actually cooling off. It's kicking in right here, halting at $23.35. The NASDAQ is still down 75%. The Russell 2000 is down 1.45. The VIX is only down only up 3.94 now. Up $22.97. So I'm starting to see a little trim there. Buy went green right there. They were running. Got a little halted right now. They're cooling out, trying to figure it out though. A lot of bills getting passed through here, breaking news and stuff like that. So let's tune back in.
Durbin and I wouldn't have been able to broker a compromise on that legislation if senators thought the judges would rewrite the law and insert their own views from the bench. Decisions like this will make bipartisan work, particularly on criminal justice reform, harder to do. That case by the name of Young is just one example of Judge Jackson's lenient approach to criminal law and sentencing. She also declined to apply a number of sentencing enhancements that Congress put into the sentencing guidelines. A case by the name of Make the Road New York versus McAleen is another case that shows how Judge Jackson used her methodology to reach a result that contradicts the plain text of the law. Congress gave the Secretary of Homeland Security, and these are the words from the law, sole and unreviewable discretion to decide whether illegal immigrants should be subject to expedited removal within 2 years. Judge Jackson reviewed the agency's decision anyway, and it seems clear why. She went out of her lane to comment on the policy as, in her words, a terrible proposal. And she claimed that the government attorney made an argument that reeks of bad faith. Reeks of bad faith are her words. In fact, her decision and her rhetoric are unfounded. So that's why her decision earned a strong rebuke from the panel of liberal and conservative judges when she was reversed by the D.C. Circuit. Judge Millett, an Obama appointee, explained it this way in the opinion, quote, "There could hardly be a more definitive expression of congressional intent than sole and unreviewable discretion." These are just a few examples of Judge Jackson's judicial activism, because her record clearly shows she does not believe in or act within the limited and proper role of a judge. So I will vote against her confirmation. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, this Capitol building has served as the backdrop for some of the most notable moments in America's history. In this building, wars have been declared, peace treaties have been signed, and the march toward progress has either moved forward or has been stopped in its tracks. Today, the members of this Senate have the opportunity to take a monumental step forward. We will vote to confirm a once-in-a-generation legal talent, a jurist with outstanding credentials and a lifetime of experience, and the first ever African-American woman to serve as Justice of the Supreme Court, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Judge Jackson's confirmation will be a glass-shattering achievement for America. Consider this moment in history. When the Supreme Court first met in this building in February of 1801, there were 1 million slaves in this nation, a nation of 5 million people. This very building was built with the labor of enslaved people. And at the time the court met, neither Black Americans nor white women had a constitutionally guaranteed right to vote. Women had no place in that first Supreme Court chamber, and Black women would only enter to clean it in the dark of the night. We know what followed. America's battle to end slavery saw a bloody civil war, decades of efforts to break down racial barriers, and the efforts continue to this day. And our struggle to enfranchise and empower women did not end with the 19th Amendment 102 years ago. It continues to this day as well, as we strive to give our daughters the same opportunities we give our sons. This confirmation of the first black woman to the Supreme Court honors the history that has come before it. It honors the struggles of the past, of the men and women who waged them. And this confirmation draws America one step closer, one step to healing our nation, one step closer to a more perfect union. Nearly a century after our founding, we guaranteed the rights of citizenship finally to every American, including for the first time those who were born into bondage with the ratification of the 14th Amendment. It took a long century later for us to expand the bounds of liberty again. We ensured the federal government could vigorously protect the right to vote, the most fundamental of rights, with the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1967. One victory for progress begat the next. 2 years after the Voting Rights Act, we confirmed the first black American to ever serve on the Supreme Court, Justice Thurgood Marshall. But I'd like to remind you, that was 50 years ago. Now, with the passage of that time, we are beginning to write another chapter in our nation's quest for equal justice under the law. And that chapter begins with 3 letters, KBJ. With Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation to the highest court in the land, we are not only making history, we are carrying on a great American tradition, elevating one of our nation's best and brightest legal minds to an honored position of service. There's no one more deserving of this high honor. As we've learned over the past month, she is the best of us. She has devoted her life to serving our country. She's done so at every level of the federal judiciary, and at every turn she's distinguished herself. When I hear the critics say she's soft on crime, I wonder how they explain that she was endorsed by the largest law enforcement agency and organization in America, the Fraternal Order of Police, as well as the International Chiefs of Police, as well as an army of federal prosecutors who have appeared in her courts. She's dedicated to protecting judicial independence, to advancing freedom and liberty, deciding every case, as she says, from a neutral posture. That's exactly what you'll find in evaluating nearly 10 years of service on the bench. I hear senators come to the floor and say, well, there's one opinion I disagree with. For goodness sakes, she's issued almost 600 written opinions in 10 years on the bench in the district court. She's been reversed a small percentage of the time. Her work speaks for itself. And when you evaluate it, you'll find out she's thoughtful and even-handed. As the American people saw during last month's hearing in the Judiciary Committee, Judge Jackson has the right judicial temperament. Calm, collected, she answered every question, even when the questions were hostile and confrontational. She answered them with dignity and grace and stood by for more than 24 hours of questioning. She's a proven consensus builder. She's been confirmed by the Senate on a bipartisan basis. Bipartisan majority. She's earned the support from leaders across the political and ideological spectrum, civil rights leaders, leaders in law enforcement, former federal judges appointed by Democrats and Republicans. All of them have lined up proudly to endorse her. Perhaps most importantly, Justice Jackson will help ensure that the law works for the people and that the people understand the workings of the court. For many Americans, what happens in a courtroom can be cold and impersonal. Judge Jackson has made a habit of making it real. She looks people in the eye, walks them through her decision-making with patience and empathy, and she reaches every one of her decisions by following the facts and the law wherever they lead. She said that her opinions can run long. That's by design, because she wants America to rest assured, whether she writes in the majority, the concurrence, or dissent, they want to know exactly where she stands on the most important issues. Serving as chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee during Judge Jackson's confirmation has been one of the highest honors of my Senate experience. I want to give special thanks to the man who spoke before me, Republican Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa. His friendship and fairness have really guided our relationship throughout this historic process. In the weeks since President Biden announced her nomination, Judge Jackson has already lifted the spirit of countless Americans, inspiring a new generation of aspiring jurists and public servants. Millions of Americans see themselves in Judge Jackson. Black Americans, members of law enforcement families, working moms, public high school graduates, like her fellow Palmetto Panthers in Florida. Everywhere I've gone for the last few weeks when I go home, visiting law schools, going to the grocery store, I've been approached by people who've been following this nomination closely. They tell me how deeply impressed they are with Judge Jackson, even under fire from her critics. Hannah Edmondson is one of those people. She's a law student in Waukegan, Illinois, a city on the shores of Lake Michigan. In a letter to my office, Hannah wrote, and I quote her in saying, "If you can see it, you can be it." And I'm very excited to see America's first black female justice. Reverend Krista Alston is a Baptist minister in the city of Chicago. Comes from a long line of Baptist ministers. She calls herself a civil rights baby. Born in '64, the year LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act. Ricky Jones is also from Chicago. She's been working for civil rights for nearly 60 years, since she was a teenager. Well, late last month, Reverend Alston and Miss Jones, with 4 other people, drove 11 hours from Chicago to attend an hour of Judge Jackson's hearing. Reverend Alston said she was moved by the judge's courage, grace, integrity, and wisdom. She imagined what it will be like years from now to tell her future grandchildren what it was like to be in that room for that historic moment. And Ricky Jones said she never even expected to hear about a black woman being nominated to the Supreme Court, let alone to be in the room for her hearing. She said as she watched Judge Jackson, it felt like the fulfillment of everything I've worked for my whole life. She thought of all the strong black women who came before her and helped make the movement possible. Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Ida B. Wells, and my personal late friend, the Reverend Willie Barrow, a black woman minister from Chicago who worked alongside Dr. Martin Luther King. This moment was about them too, she said. And this moment is possible because of Judge Jackson and who she is, her qualifications, her integrity, her record of excellence. She has earned her seat on the Supreme Court. That's why it's so unfortunate that several Republicans on the Judiciary Committee did not approach Judge Jackson's hearing with that same level of fairness and respect as their colleagues. Thankfully, there are members of the Senate who are willing to rise above the partisan fray. I want to particularly commend Senator Susan Collins of Maine, Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Senator Mitt Romney of Utah for their political courage and their willingness to support a singularly qualified and historic nominee to the Supreme Court. You know, when Senator Romney announced his support for Judge Jackson's confirmation, I couldn't help but remember his father, the late George Romney, who served as governor of Michigan in the 1960s during the height of the Civil Rights Movement. Governor George Romney knew a thing or two about political courage. As a proud Republican governor in 1963, he marched alongside of the NAACP Detroit president Edward Turner in support of civil rights. That same year, when Dr. Martin Luther King organized a march in Detroit, Governor George Romney declared the occasion Freedom Day in Michigan. To my colleague, Senator Mitt Romney, you are your father's son. This week marks 54 years since the shot rang out in Memphis, Tennessee, claiming the life of Dr. Martin Luther King, an American who spoke with greater moral clarity than nearly any other in our history. The night before he died, Dr. King spoke at a rally in support of the city's striking sanitation workers. There was tension in the air. From the moment he set foot in Memphis, he'd received a barrage of death threats. And as Dr. King spoke to the crowd at the Mason Temple, death was on his mind. He said, like anybody, I'd like to live a long life. Longevity has its place, but I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will, and he's allowed me to go up to the mountain. His next words proved prophetic. Dr. King said, I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Ricky Jones said that she thought about Dr. King's prophecy when she realized the Judiciary Committee was voting on Judge Jackson's nomination on the anniversary of Dr. King's death. It felt like the prophecy had come to pass. Dr. King didn't make it to the promised land, but Judge Jackson's ascension to the Supreme Court brings us closer to that longed-for place. I'd like to close with one last personal plea to my Senate colleagues. I hope you'll think about this. In the years to come, long after we've left the Senate, one of our grandchildren may ask where we were on this historic day, April 7th, 2022, when America broke down what seemed like an impossible racial barrier and voted to send the first African American woman to serve on our highest court. I will be proud to say I was on the Senate floor, standing at my desk and casting my vote with pride for the next Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. I hope my colleagues will join me in sharing this historic moment, and I yield the floor. The absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Ms. Baldwin.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So you see the market just reversed. We still in it always was a bull bear market all day. I've been telling y'all. But right now, it went right back to that bull market. 446 is bullish, you guys. So it's confirmed bull market right here, right now at this spot. This is the center here. This is where the fight started and took place here, and straddled it all the way to 443 on the spot here. Now the volatility is coming down. The VIX is coming down here, $22.72. That's why you're seeing stocks take a little upturn here and getting off the ground, not trying to just bottom and just keep flushing. So that's what you see here. As you can see, the battle is on. The battle is on right here. It's front and center here. The SPY is even a little peeking out of the upper band here in their channel. So if the SPY break out here, oh man, like I said, 450 would be max pain for the bears here, as 440 would have been max pain for the bulls. But either one of them levels is still in play here. Like I said, this is the center, but this is the bull market. This is a little more bullish right here in this area. Bulls feel more comfortable right here. That's what it is. So, yeah, it is what it is. But right now, like I said, if the spot come back down below 446 by the end of the day, maybe if we close at like 444, it's still going to be half and half, you guys. So keep that in mind. It can still go either way. But right now, the Bulls picked up momentum right there, right after lunch. As you can see, when they came back from lunch, they had a plan, and they brought it up. They brought this thing up here and brought it right back to the beginning of the opening of this morning in pre-market. So, oh, man. Bears lost momentum that fast. Like, wow. So, yeah, SPY looks like it's wanting to pick up here, too. But it's going to be hard. I guess it's going to be hard to do it. I guess we're probably waiting on Biden to sign the actual bill. We're waiting on Secretary Jen. She's holding a news conference, but it's going to obviously be a while. I think Biden would probably have to go first before she would say anything. I don't know how they're doing it, though. But, yeah, I do know he's about to sign a bill or something they said that got passed through the Congress. That was breaking news on CNBC. Some people probably got that faster than others. The spot could be curving here. This could be a top, you guys, or, like I said, they could be finding support right here and breaking out. This could be a bottom. So Volstead Strip, Russia's trade status ban oil and gas imports after cities in Bucha. So something happened in Russia, basically. So the United States Congress is voting to strip Russia's trade status. So they don't want Russia trading. They're banning their oil and gas imports, you guys. And in some place in Bucha. Okay, so that's what's going on. That's in Biden's going to sign for that. He's vouching for that. And that looked like that picked the market up, you guys, for real. Right when all that news got announced, that's when the market shifted. Momentum, everything, all that shifted right at one time. Could be lower lows tomorrow. We're going to see. But I do know right now, charts and numbers, no feelings involved, no ego here, you guys. We are in a bull market, so let's keep that in mind. Don't want to get caught up in all that bull crap. You do want to just make money. That's what this market is about. That's what I do. That's what LCALD does. So you guys, all the other crap don't really even matter. But yeah, it's a strong fight right here. That's all. Strong fight right here. Patience pays, you guys. We're gonna tune back into the this brief right here. Oh, this is Senate Mitch McConnell. Just listen.
Administration. If a Supreme Court vacancy should arise, they wanted one nominee and one nominee only, Judge Jackson. They spent dark money to promote this person specifically. They pushed her for the D.C. Circuit. Then they badgered Justice Breyer to quit. In February, one of these groups announced Judge Jackson would be the nominee before President Biden actually did make the announcement. So think about that for a moment. The Senate has examined Judge Jackson's qualifications with the seriousness and vigor that a lifetime appointment deserves. Unlike when the party's positions are reversed, the country was not subjected to uncorroborated smear campaigns, committee boycotts, stunts with cardboard cutouts, or mobs chasing senators around the Capitol. Now, a few of our Democratic colleagues seem to have decided in advance they would claim that Judge Jackson was treated shabbily. I've heard that script recited, even though it didn't happen. Didn't happen. Let's be clear. No nominee before the Senate for any position deserves a cakewalk or a coronation. Tough questions about a federal judge's own rulings and statements are the definition of fair game. My Republican colleagues vigorously inquired, shed important new light on a frequently disturbing judicial record. So I applaud my colleagues for focusing on substance and not following the Democrats' recent precedents into the gutter. Unfortunately, what the Senate's process turned up was disturbing. First, the nominee would not follow the Ginsburg-Breyer precedent and denounced the insane concept of partisan court packing. Second, her judicial record is full of cases where Judge Jackson ruled like a policymaker implementing personal biases instead of a judge following the text wherever it led. And third, her aggressive judicial activism frequently focused on treating convicted criminals as gently as possible. In literally case after case, from deadly fentanyl to open borders to child exploitation, Judge Jackson tilted the scales of justice away from public safety and innocent victims in favor of her career-long passion for softening up criminal sentencing. In Judge Jackson's courtroom, plain legal text and clear congressional intent were no match for what the judge admits are her personal policy disagreements. Even as a violent crime wave sweeps America, Democrats are pursuing a nationwide campaign to make the justice system softer on crime. They're stacking the deck with far-left prosecutors, woke warriors at the Department of Justice, and federal judges who believe criminals deserve lighter treatment. This project is terrible for innocent American families, and every piece of evidence suggests Democrats view Judge Jackson as its crown jewel. So I'll close with this. These debates about judicial philosophy are not just academic. The charged political atmosphere around confirmations, the outsized role that unelected judges play in our national life, these are direct consequences of liberal judicial activism. They are direct results of the efforts to misuse federal courts as a progressive legislature that voters can't kick out. A republic of self-serving citizens should not spend every June watching with bated breath to see if 5 or 6 lawyers will hand down sweeping policy changes with zero basis in the written Constitution. And the solution is not to make the court even more of a super legislature like liberals want, a delegitimizing death spiral that would destroy the rule of law. There's only one solution. The Senate should only confirm justices who will follow the text of our laws and our Constitution wherever it leads, who will leave subjective policy judgments on this side of the street where they belong. That's how we lower the temperature. That's how we shore up the courts. That's how we protect the rule of law. Staff the judiciary with brilliant men and women who understand and embrace this limited role. No other road leads anywhere good for our great nation.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, this is a wonderful day, a joyous day, an inspiring day for the Senate, for the Supreme Court, and for the United States of America. Today, we are here to vote to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson as the 116th Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Now, a few days ago, I spoke with a group of 8th graders from Cheektowaga, New York. Many of them were students of color. It was amazing. When I mentioned that this week we were confirming the judge, you could see them light up, the unmistakable look in their eyes. One day, each young lady thought to herself, I can do it too. You know, it's been a dark 2 years with COVID. People getting sick and dying, many of whom we knew, stores closing, schools shutting their doors. But even in the darkest times, there are bright lights. Today is one of the brightest lights.
Your work can feel much smoother with Monday.com WorkOS. This smooth.
Judge Jackson is in every sense and by all measures a brilliant jurist. She is indeed a brilliant person. By the judge's own telling, she first discovered her calling to the law, not in a classroom or by reading a book or by talking to lawyers, but by sitting at the kitchen table next to her dad, filling out her coloring book while her dad poured through case law. Years from now, other parents and other daughters will do the same. And it will be Justice Jackson's opinions that will lay open on the table. The judge's parents, her entire family, should beam with pride that this day has come. At every step of her upbringing and career, Ketanji Brown Jackson ranked among the highest of achievers. And look, we should take a moment to note that Judge Jackson will be the first and only justice with experience as a public defender. We're proud of that, and America is proud of that. It will enhance the court's ability to preserve a basic truth in our country, that all deserve equal justice under the law, from the privileged to the impoverished. In an imperfect world, the judge conquered so many hurdles, and today stands as one of the most experienced individuals ever nominated to the Supreme Court. For this reason, the judge is also beloved by individuals and organizations across the political spectrum. I went through her record carefully, and never did I find one instance of a peer or colleague or associate say one negative word about her. It was incredible. When we go through these records, you often find someone here and there who will badmouth the individual who knew them. Not with just Judge Jackson. And lest we forget, the judge is popular in the minds of the American people. A Gallup poll released after her hearing showed nearly 60% of the public supports her confirmation, 10 points above the historical norm. And there is no question here, the country by and large wants the Senate to confirm Judge Jackson. Police chiefs want to confirm Judge Jackson. Conservative and moderate and liberal judges all want us to confirm Judge Jackson. And I thank my colleagues in this chamber who worked in good faith to make sure the Senate can finish its work today. Finally, as I've said many times, the judge belongs on the Supreme Court. By that, I mean something very specific. In our nation's history, 115 individuals have been confirmed by this body to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. Of those, 108 have been white men. Only 4 have been women. Only 2 have been African American. But Ketanji Brown Jackson will be the first African American woman ever to hold the title of justice. Think about the impact that will have on our democracy. Untold millions of kids will open textbooks and see pictures of Justice Jackson among the highest ranks of our public figures. How many millions of kids in generations past could have benefited from such a role model? How many would-be justices, lawyers, doctors, generals, business people have been lost to history precisely because their history books had few, if any, role models that they could relate to? We certainly have a long way to go on the road to true justice, but by confirming Judge Jackson today, we are taking a bold step forward towards reaching the full realization of our country's promise. We will make it far more likely that girls across America will feel precisely what Judge Jackson felt herself when she was a kid. Nobody can stop me. I can do this too. I am brilliant too. I belong too. For all these reasons, increasing the diversity of the court has been one of my highest priorities and one of the highest priorities of our Senate Democratic majority, of whom I am so proud. Justice Jackson is the most important example, but we've been working on this for over a year. Of the 58 Senate-confirmed federal judges since we took the majority, 3/4 have been women. 2/3 have been people of color. And it's not just racial and gender diversity that matters. We have strived to lift up judges that bring diversity through their experience. More public defenders in our courts, more civil rights lawyers, more election lawyers. When Americans of all walks of life come before the court, they should have confidence that those who don the robes have the ability to walk in their own shoes, to see and understand their side of the story, and then apply the law properly according to the facts. One judge at a time, this majority is expanding the possibility of who merits consideration to the bench. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my Republican colleagues who joined us on this occasion over the year to achieve this goal. In closing, I want to thank Chairman Durbin for beautifully executing this nomination process. It was equal parts fair, thorough, and expeditious. No easy feat in this modern Senate. I want to thank all of my Democratic colleagues on the Judiciary Committee. You were just fabulous, every one of you, for your respectful and insightful examination of the judge's record. And I want to thank my Republican colleagues who chose to take this process seriously, no matter which side you voted on. The president sent us an impressive nominee. She merited a robust and thoughtful and lively examination. I thank the members who did it precisely that. In short, Madam President, this is one of the great moments of American history. At the time of our Constitution's ratification, in most states you had to be a white, male, Protestant landowner to be considered part of American society. So from the get-go, generations of Americans have sought to establish the United States as a full democracy. We fought a bloody civil war to end slavery. Women organized and reached for the ballot. The civil rights movement brought an end to the vicious segregation of the mid-20th century. And today, we are taking a giant, bold, and important step on the well-trodden path to fulfilling our country's founding promise. This is a great moment for Judge Jackson, but it is even a greater moment for America as we rise to a more perfect union. I thank my colleagues for their work, and I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, all post-cloture time has expired. The question occurs on the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is, and certainly appears to be, a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Barrasso. No. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Booker. Yes. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mrs. Fisher. No. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Haggerty. No. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Hassan. Aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Hawley. No. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Heinrich. Aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Hirono. Aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Hoven. No. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Yes. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kane. Aye. Mr. Kane, Aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy. No. Mr. King. Mr. King. Aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford. No. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy. Aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. No. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan. Aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. No. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin. Aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. Aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall. No. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. No. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez. Aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran voted in the negative. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy. Aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray. Aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. Aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla. Aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters. Aye. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman. No. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. No. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney. Aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen. Aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. No. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio. No. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. Aye. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass. No. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz. Aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of Florida. No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. No. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen. Aye. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby. No. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema. Aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. Aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow. Aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. No. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester. Aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune. No. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis. No. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey. No. Mr. Tuberville.
Everybody loves mushrooms. Your parents loved them in the 70s.
Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren. Aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse. Aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker. No. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden. Aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. No. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. No.
All right, so it looks like they're just voting there. The process is going to be done here later on, I'm guessing. We'll know then what happens. They're going to begin right here with Secretary Jen here shortly. You see, guys, the SPY's picking up. We're in the bull market here. We're straight bullish right now. SPY's going up, so you can tell there's a huge bet on this nomination if she'll win or not. on Wall Street. You can tell the market's picking up right now. So they're hearing the votes come in, so the market's moving as the voting process is going on. I'm noticing the correlation. SPY's breaking out here. 447.90 just tagged a new high of the day. So 447.90 is the high of the day right now. You want to see if you can just keep this momentum and just keep going. Inside of the channel right now, it's up. Out of the channel, the Bears had their way out of the channel to the lower band, and the Bulls are having their way. This is third time today. Third time usually the charm. This looks like a destined breakout. If not, at least maybe a hold. If not, it'll channel back in towards VWAP by the end of the day. I feel like 445 may still be in play. 440 is kind of shadowing out now, but 445 is still in play here, you guys. I would just be staying calm here. But at the same time, it's out of the channel. It is looking like this thing is about to rip here and run. So just be calm and stay patient here. Like I said, you probably want to see what Secretary Jen is about to say about Biden signing that so-called bill as breaking news. But the indices are flipping here. We are in the kangaroo market. The Dow's up 12%. The S&P 500 is up 24%. The NASDAQ is still down 16%. So when they get green, the Russell 2000 is down 1% still. The VIX is only up 32% now, only up $22.17, you guys. So volatility is not looking good anymore. Not looking good anymore. But yeah, that's just what it is though right now. So a little huge reversal there. But the kangaroo market is flipped here so far. They're still voting. Looks like they turned their mic off. But nothing going on. Yeah, so nothing going on, you guys.
There are three simple changes.
Nothing going on at all. So we're going to wait for Secretary Jen to pull up here. We're going to take a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's 2:04 p.m. We got about 2 hours left to the market close, man. What a day. We do got some earnings today. Let's see here. We finally got earnings, you guys. It's been really dry with that. We got, let's see, WD-40 reporting after hours. WD-40. It looks like Constellation Brands went this morning, so let's check in with them and see how they did. But WD-40 reports after hours earnings, ladies and gentlemen. Have the implied move that if you need that. Holler at me. Let's check with Let's check with STZ. Let's check with Constellation Brands here. See what they did. Ooh, so they shot up here. They went up, you guys. They went to 246 in the open market there this morning. Constellation Brands did for their earnings went up there, so they did go up. Constellation Brands hit their implied move. They're up here. New area for them. So looks like earnings are going to be paying out this season. Again, this quarter is Q2. This is the first round here this week. That's really good right there for Constellation Brands, but. Yep, we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't ever gonna fall through. I've been trapped to my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out, cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too, nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. No, baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. Chop. Chop booming, like Metro. You say you smoking gas, that ain't threats, nigga. Hell no. I'm set though, and I don't want no senso, but my bro want that toe, so come and drop that nigga. Chop booming, like Metro. You say you smoking gas, that ain't threats, nigga. Hell no. I'm set though, and I don't want no senso, but my bro want that throw, so come and drop that nigga. Chop booming, like PCS. Little P, get the packs the best. Hey, little P, man, lit the West. Hey, nah, that shit coming from the coast, but you already know I'm on it, though. What you wanna smoke? Come get the smoke, nigga, get smoke. What the fuck you want, nigga? Talking all that bullshit, though. Hey, we at your back door, nigga, we at your front door, nigga, we on the roof, ho. Yeah, we fucked your hoe, and she taught me some more. I said, damn, this shit gotta go. Cause that shit was too sloppy. That shit, man, she took me out my body. That shit, hey, I hit it, she told me to lick it. I said, look, it's a chicken. Bitch, you ain't get no gifts. Chop booming, like Metro. You say you smoking gas, that ain't threats, nigga. Hell no. I'm set though, and I don't want no senso, but my bro want that throw, so come and drop that nigga. Chop booming, like Metro. You say you smoking gas, that ain't threats, nigga. Hell no. I'm set up, and I don't want no senso, but my bro want that throw, so come and drop that nigga on top. I'm a second with my bitch, I'm a steady fucking money with her. These niggas go niggas, you gotta pick one and be straight with her. So I'm a second with my bitch, she packing too. You get back no food. If you acting rude. my bitches. They some bitches. Still sneak this, but I ain't never tripping. Cause that booty handle all of my business. That Draco handle all of my situations. That AR will get you, baby. Still stacking it, and we flipping it, and it's coming back, and it's terrific. I love it, to be Pacific. I'm drowning in that Monday. I'm drowning with your bitch. When I go in that swim, deep Lucy. Stacking with my bitch, I gotta stack it with her. She got the package with me. She told me plug, I'm ready. I'm ready. And I ready. For real. You said, okay? It's a, kiss it, all the cheese, these niggas rats, Mickey D's, and I ain't been Swiss cheese, bitch please, you tryna make me, and I run up kick mix, that's some kick to you, my fish in your face, you flipped it. Staying with my bitch. She's for that shit. Think about it. Speak a million. I'm up here. She gonna do it. I'm staying with my bitch, yeah. I'm staying with her.
The water bottle is disguised.
Yeah. Ay, 700 game, man. And when that check hit my phone, I'm gone. Hey, I'm gone. When that check hit my phone, I'm gone. I gotta go. Hit my phone. I'm gone. I gotta hit my phone. I'm gone. Gotta go. Hit my phone. Hey, I'm gone. Leave me alone with my zone. I'm probably live my own. So leave me alone. Leave me alone. She wanna love me long time. Yeah, I grew up. Few hundred dimes. So I tell her she can suck me down. And I don't give her nothing. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. You better show some respect. You better show some. You better show a chick round here. Got that money, yeah. Not everything that we talk, we show for. Show for it, these niggas show for it. All of y'all just boasting. All of y'all just boasting. Ain't tripping off nothing. Let me change my phone, now I'm gone. I'm gone. Ready to get my phone. I'm gone. Take your phone. I'm gone. Yeah, taking my phone. I'm gone. Gotta go. Taking my phone. Always. I don't wanna even fucking brag. I don't like to brag. I don't wanna see them little tags. Come on, DP, let me get a
Time for this shit, ain't about none today. Flipping it, I'm running off with it. The president wanna call me nigga, I don't give a fuck. You wasn't in me from the beginning. I wanna hear back when the check hit my phone. Ayy, I'm running them numbers up. Probably gon' be in the big stones. Yeah, she just wanna fuck for the 40. So I bought a 40 and rolled a 40. Shit like that, told her very horny. Then she said, hey, check, hit your phone. I'm gone. Like, bitch, how did you know? Fuck, I gotta go. The check in my phone. It looks like they just announced it. She might have won, you guys.
Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the president will immediately be notified of the Senate's action.
Madam President, very happily, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
All right, looks like they're done or whatever. So that's that. So breaking news, yeah, Jackson is the first black woman to sit on the Supreme Court. She did it, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's official there. They were just confirming it. Senate confirms Brown Jackson as the first black woman to sit on the Supreme Court. So that's really good, man. That's really good, man. The market is mixed up because of it. You see here, the Dow's down 1%, S&P 500 is up 12%, Nasdaq's down 37%, Russell 2000 is down 69%, the VIX is up 1.40% here. So the market is mixed up because of it. It looks like the U.S. Congress, they're still voting to strip Russia's trade status, banning oil imports. Yeah, so that's good. That's live right now. These are some pictures from the war from Ukraine on Monday, April 4th. You can see here. It's not, you know, so it's bad over there. Russia's messed up, man. They over there destroying stuff. Ukraine soldiers walk next to destroy Russian tanks. So they're really fighting over there, man. It's bad. So that stuff is still going on, man. But that's that. So we're going to wait on Secretary Jen. She's about to begin shortly. They're done there, looks like. We're going to take a quick break here, you guys. We'll be right back. Yeah, it's Leonard P. Yeah, it's Leonard P. Hey, my cousin, man, we back.
I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do and every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong. Popping hands and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it.
You gotta go get it. We some go getters. Maybe we ain't have much, but now we got all the riches. And they tryna get it, cause we ahead in my city. And still doing parties at the hut, knowing that's a death wish. Rest in peace and treasure, and McGee that got recently hit. I shed a few tears off the love and strength. Now I just keep a sack, call me Warren with it. My board going too fast, got you haters furious, man. My mindset like Joker, I'm asking why so serious. Y'all a bunch of joys, it's cause y'all just acting curious. I like my bitch ass fat, long hair, like delicious. I hold on to my money, yeah, I cherish it.
I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong. Popping hands and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it. I gotta go get it. All my niggas with it. I gotta go get it. Even when we split it. Been on the ticket. Had a chance and I missed it. I missed that Russell Wilson. A young nigga after digits. Spent the whole band on some throwaways and got them off. 35 on the shrooms. Wild as shit. Now the shit I barely had to drop them bands when a nigga got coke. I put in a couple weeks. I'm praying that they let me out. Let me in my eyes. You can tell I done been through it. That's why I stay gassed up and pulled up on that fluid. Nigga, I don't need all that heat. I'm trying to cool it. I'm trying to use police. Who you think you fooling? I sit back, think about shit I did, think about all the shit I do in every single band that I ran through. Thoughts don't last long while I'm blowing strong. Popping hands and my mans with the shrooms just came to. Know that he trippin', know that we sippin'. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. I'm all in the bag, I just got the pack, now it's time to flip it. Now it's time to flip it. I gotta go get it. Get it. Yeah.
What of this technological terror you've constructed? The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Okay. I'm in disbelief. Hey, start from again, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems, I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even question. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Blessed, I chose. Yeah, I haven't worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this littlest. The part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Don't playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pay. Oh.
One rap, go spizzy. Boogie Lit for life. Just chasing a dream. See it green, nigga. I'm on go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, get going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, standing money. Make the money, make the standing. Just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rap.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We're back from the break here. See the market picking up, breaking out here. Trying to flip all the indices in the green right now. So now that all that news and all those briefings are out the way, it looks like you're going to get a clear path to the market direction here, man. We're in a bull market. You can see the sell-off. It got halted. They pulled it right back up here. So all the gains that all those put gains from the morning are wiped, ladies and gentlemen. We're higher than we have been all day. So keep that in mind. The market can decide to bring the buyers in here and bring the market back up to at least 450. I think that's the goal for the SPY anyway. But I think triple Qs here, they want that at least 355 level, 360 level. It's gonna be a fight. Obviously, they're gonna do that for a while. The market is mixed up right now. In the kangaroo market, we see red and green across the board. But ladies and gentlemen, a job versus a business. Let's get into it here. I know you guys, you clicked on the live stream link there. You might have seen that. A job versus a business, you guys. I want to break it down to you, what it means, what it's stating there. So a job versus a business, May, June, July, August, September, October. A job will pay you $3,000, you guys. They will. They'll pay you $3,000 a month, monthly. They will throughout the month. But if you have a business, you guys, a business, or even if you just work with a business, you guys, you know what I'm saying? Like really work with a business, not for it. You guys, you can get money, you know, whatever type of amount throughout May, June, July, August, September, October. It's building salary at that point. That's the difference there. You're building salary. You're your own boss. You're making the numbers come into existence how they should, having a business, you guys. It's a lot of hard work. It ain't easy. That's why most people pick jobs, because that's being handed the same thing. So that is the difference there. An entrepreneur, a go-getter, they don't mind having different numbers throughout the month or each month, because they know it's going to end up being more in the long run, you guys. So that's the difference. To each his own. A job is a job. A business is a business. Don't knock nobody hustle. But I'm just saying, know the difference, you guys. Know the difference, you guys. It's time to wake up, especially our people, my culture. It's time to wake up. Smell the coffee here. We're smarter than that. You know what I'm saying? We're smarter than what we were always told and what we always thought. Put it this way, what we always thought it's real, you guys. We are that smart. We geniuses out here. It's time for us to, and not even only my people, everyone, just use your brains here. We can all work together if we use our brains. But if not, we can use our brains and be very powerful here. You know, when you decide to do things successfully the right way, investing is one of them. Top 3 incomes in the world is investing, real estate, and insurance. So you can't tell me nothing else in the world that make more money than them 3 I just said. You see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, man. It's 2:34 p.m., though, you guys. It's 2:34 p.m. The market is picking up here. The spot's picking up. Stock's picking up here. Like I said, all the bear momentum wiped. We're in a bull market. All that action got wiped out there this morning. Those calls are back to where they should be anyway. The long term, you should be looking good. They're looking fine. So like I said, man, that's just how this market volatility is, you guys. Right now, we're just waiting on Secretary Jen. She's going to confirm a lot. And depending on, she's a market mover. So depending on the color she has on, she come out here with some green on. We know what time it is. She come out here with some red on. We know what time it is too, though. So, ladies and gentlemen, we were just waiting for her. In the meantime, between time, let's take another quick break here. You guys should do the same. But, oh, man, I just want to give a real quick round of applause for Brown Jackson. Brown Jackson again, round of applause. She is the first black woman in the Supreme Court. Oh, man. That's really big, man. Shout out to the culture. We doing big things out here. You see what I'm saying? The world is progressing. Use your brain out here, dude. You can be very powerful. You can do anything in the world you want. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. The market's mixed up here. We got a kangaroo market mixed up. Dow's up 4%. S&P 500's up 10. Nasdaq's down 37. Russell 2000's up 80. Down 80%. VIX is up 1%. So it's mixed up. It's chopped up. It's choppy, consolidating sideways. But guess what? It's consolidating sideways in an upward trend now. So let's keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope you're enjoying the live stream. We're going to take a quick break right here. We'll be right back. We're going to run that back with Aaron Thomas, man. That E and J by Aaron Thomas.
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Okay. Hey, I'm in disbelief. Hey, start from beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. me. No, it's not a question, the shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems, I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even question. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lessons I chose. Yeah, I haven't worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is. The part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Don't playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pad. Oh.
Even though it seems out like
Finesse it. Finesse it.
Mira, Acuity Man.
Finesse it. Finesse it. Finesse it. One right. Go busy. Finesse it. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse it. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse it. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse it. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse it. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the cake. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options yet for days. I got options yet for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm ready to finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no folding, nigga. Ain't no folding, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga.
You stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My stripes they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowling, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, stepping over. One grab. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. So finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. So finessing. 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 Finessing.
Secretary Jen is live, you guys. Just started. Let's go. She has on pink. Ooh, this look like bright pink, red.
That we've given them enough? I mean, what do you mean by those metrics?
Finding for him and gave him historically exceptional prep.
They've provided. We have not stopped, nor are we stopping providing additional security assistance. We have announcements nearly every couple of days. I just think that, to me, was interesting and compelling to better understand the significance and the broad scope of the assistance we provide.
But you're saying there'll be no let up in your efforts to
No,
provide them with
I don't think I
more.
conveyed that in,
Yeah, okay.
in any way. Yep, go ahead.
To kind of follow up on that, the Secretary of State yesterday in the Russian language Telegram channel said, quote, we're looking at other systems, some of them larger, more sophisticated, that may be useful going forward. Is he talking about the systems that allies might have that we're trying to backfill? Or what was, for Clarity's perspective, was he trying to say that?
Well, partly, yes, because there are systems, of course, we have access to. We have the best military in the world. We have a range of systems we have access to that we have been providing. We will continue to provide. There are certain systems, as you noted, the S-300 is one of them, of course, where they have requested. We continue to work with allies and partners on what systems and equipment they have access to, and they would have the capacity to provide. Sometimes that means backfilling systems, and there is also systems and weapon systems that they may request that we may not talk about because for operational reasons and their own process, it wouldn't be to their benefit to do that.
Potentially talking about U.S. systems that we just aren't necessarily aware of at this point?
He's talking about, we're not going to detail always every type of system or every type of weapon we're going to work with allies to provide. We have detailed it quite extensively from here, but we're not going to detail everything. We haven't over the course of time for operational purposes. But what he was conveying is that we'll continue to work with our partners and allies in meeting the needs and the requests that the Ukrainians have put forward.
And then Germany's Foreign Intelligence Service briefed the parliamentary committee over there that it intercepted radio communications of Russian soldiers talking about killing civilians. Is the U.S. either aware of that intelligence or does it have any intercepts of its own that show something similar?
I have seen the reports, but I don't have anything more on those reports or the intelligence. Go ahead.
Yes, I guess the president obviously tested negative today, and according to CDC guidelines.
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yes.
And Speaker Pelosi was not considered a close contact, but it seems like a very close call. I know you've said that he had a second booster and that he's following CDC guidelines, but given the importance of his role and his age, is the White House considering any stricter measures to keep him safe? More mask wearing, fewer big venue events, more outdoor events?
Well, when you say it's a close call, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Close call in the sense that they were in 2 events at the White House together within 2 days. She tested positive.
Sure. Okay. Well, for clarity purposes, the way a close contact is defined, it's not arbitrary. It's not something made up by the White House. It's CDC guidelines, and how they define it is being within 6 feet for a cumulative total of 15 minutes over a 24-hour period. that they were not. All of their interactions were publicly available. I think you saw them. And that's how that assessment is made. In terms of additional testing or anything along those lines, those assessments would be made by the president's doctor. He was tested last evening and tested negative. We have incredibly stringent protocols here at the White House that we keep in place to keep the president safe, to keep everybody safe. Those go over and above CDC guidelines, and that includes ensuring that anyone who is going to be around the president is tested. Every member of the staff is on a regular testing protocol. If you're going to see him in person, whether you're traveling with him or you're meeting in the Oval Office, you will be tested. We try to do socially distanced meetings when necessary. For those employees who test positive, they are required to isolate, of course, in alignment with CDC guidance, must test negative before returning to work. That is also a step that goes over and above. But we are going to continue to follow the protocols. And I would remind you and reiterate that we also put out a plan just a month ago that made clear that, well, COVID-19 will continue to be with us and we will see cases rise and fall as we are seeing them rise now, to be expected given the transmissibility of BA.2. We now have steps to go back to many of our normal routines in alignment with what the CDC continues to recommend.
And given the fact that there has been this uptick among, people who have been following CDC guidelines, are there plans to revisit those guidelines or edit them in some way, given the uptick?
That would be up to the CDC. But again, I think when they put out these guidelines, they made clear that it was about looking at data on hospitalizations and even deaths. And what we have a plan to address, and I would note, I have it with me because we really like COVID props this week, right here. We have copies for anyone who would like a copy. And this is a 100-page preparedness plan that we put out that it meant to protect against and treat COVID, prepare for new variants, prevent shutdowns, vaccinate the world. We expected there to be ups and downs and increases. And with a variant that's as transmissible as BA.2, that's what we're seeing at this point in time in the White House, among the press corps, among the general public. And the most important message we're sending to the public is that we have steps in place that we can take to continue to address it. And even as we're continuing to fight COVID, we can, for the most part, return to our normal routines.
Quickly on another topic,
Yeah.
Congress voted to remove most favored nation trade status for Russia and Belarus and ban oil imports. Does President Biden
100 to
plan
0.
Exactly.
Right? Yes. Yes, this is something the president supports, had called for, and certainly plans to sign it.
Back on COVID, you just said that anyone who's around the president is tested. Does that apply just to executive office employees, or is that true also of any members of Congress or invited guests who are here at the
There
White
are
House?
individuals who have a meeting with the president. That's what I was referring to, our own protocols. Now, if you're at an event, obviously there are assessments made on a case by case, but if somebody is going to be in close proximity, standing next to him, sitting next to him on a stage, that would be obviously different than a broad group of attendees.
And given sort of the uptick in cases that we've seen here at the White House, on the Hill, there seems to be cases going around in the political world here in Washington, and the fact that sometimes you do go beyond the CDC recommended guidelines. Is there any plan just to test the president daily for the next few days or week or so?
That would be a decision made by his doctor, but that is not deemed to be necessary at this point.
And on another topic, a service agent from the First Lady's detail was placed on administrative leave after they associated with and were provided gifts from two men who were pretending to be Homeland Security investigations agents. Is the First Lady aware of this? The President aware of this? How concerned are they?
I don't have any comment from here. I'd point you to the Secret Service and others investigating.
So do you have any further guidance on what these two men were after or who they may have been working with?
It's being investigated, and I would point you to the proper agencies for any further comment. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Back on COVID, it's pretty clear that vaccines and boosters are not going to prevent you from getting COVID. But we know from science that masking does. Given you yourself saying, how transmissible BA.2 is, are there any conversations happening here on campus at the White House to reinstate a mask mandate?
We would continue to follow CDC guidance. That's not what they're recommending, given we are in a yellow zone at this point in time. There are individuals who are masked because they are a close contact, and that is part of our protocols. They have had a close contact, and that's part of our protocols. And individuals who may decide to mask because they have health issues in their family, personally, and that's something we also certainly support, but we would always abide by CDC guidance and go beyond it if necessary.
Given what you've said about the plan in place and about living with COVID, is the end goal not to stop the spread anymore? Is it just to stop severe cases? Or
Well, again,
are you still trying to stop the spread?
of course, we're trying to stop the spread, and we have the means to address that. We're also, though, I would point you to the 100-page plan we put out just a month ago, where it made clear that we will continue to see COVID will continue to be with us. We will see cases rise and fall. We now know how to protect ourselves from hospitalization and death, which is hugely important. We know how much of getting vaccinated, getting boosted can protect you. And we know here in the White House, of course, 99% of people are vaccinated. Many, many people are boosted. And so we have policies that also go even beyond. What is most important right now, as we're looking broadly to the country, is the fact that we are very concerned about the failure of Congress to continue to fund our COVID response, the fact that we have needed to therefore end our program for the uninsured. We are not going to be able to make purchases of a broad scope of boosters, of Evusheld, which is a treatment for immunocompromised or preventative treatment for immunocompromised, that when we get to the end of June, our testing capacity will be at risk of collapsing. And as we're looking broadly beyond the White House of how we're planning, that is our biggest concern at this point in time.
Thanks. And just one more on the news of the day.
Sure.
You just talked about how historic today was for Judge Jackson to be confirmed, but no reporters were allowed in the room, no TV cameras were allowed in the room to help record that history. Can you help us understand that decision?
Well, today was meant to be a private moment between the president and Judge Jackson, and we made a decision late in the process that we would have some photographers, some of your colleagues in the news media, in the room to capture it for history. Those photos have been used by networks, including likely your network, over the course of the last hour. But this was meant to be a private moment. Tomorrow, as we've announced, we have an event, a moment in history, where certainly the president will be speaking. We will have a range of guests. It will be an outside event, and we'll be marking it in that way. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. How can you guys say that President Biden was not a close contact with Speaker Pelosi when there is video of the speaker kissing him?
Well, Peter, the way that it is defined is by the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, and their definition of it is 15 minutes of contact within a set period of time and within 6 feet. It did not meet that bar. It does not mean that that no one will get COVID around the world who does not have a close contact. It just means we are defining for all of you whether the president and their interaction met the definition of the CDC of a close contact.
Half the cabinet was there on Tuesday. At least 2 additional cabinet members, Raimondo and Garland, already have COVID. Is there a threat that this is going to be a national security problem if the cabinet comes to the White House and starts getting infected with COVID?
Well, I don't think, Peter, we can assess where they got COVID or where they acquired COVID or whatever the right way to say that is. I don't know that it was Tuesday. There are other events, obviously, that have happened over the course of the last week as well. They are all boosted. They are all, many of them are able to work from home, as many staff and even reporters are, who are vaccinated and boosted. And they all have a talented and experienced team who is stepping into their shoes where needed in the office.
When the last president wanted to host a big event for a Supreme Court nominee here at the White House, some folks got COVID, and then former Vice President Biden called it a super spreader event. So is there any risk that this event tomorrow for a Biden Supreme Court justice is going to be a super spreader event?
Well, one, at that point in time, vaccines weren't available. People were not vaccinated. It certainly puts us in a different space. This event is also going to be outside tomorrow.
And then on a different topic, when Title 42 expires next month, what is the plan for the 18,000 migrants a day that are going to cross? Do you want them to get jobs here? Is there something else that you want these 18,000 a day to be doing?
I don't know where you're basing your specific numbers on, Peter, but what I would tell you...
I've got it right here. Earlier this week, the department gave reporters an estimate that up to 18,000 migrants could be apprehended at the border each day if Title 42 were to
Well,
be
up to, and we'll see what happens. And obviously, we're taking steps to convey that this is not the time to come. Individuals who come to the border, this is what would happen. CBP and ICE would work together to ensure that anyone who enters the country without authorization is put into immigration proceedings as quickly as possible. CBP has been working with ICE to ensure individuals awaiting processing in the interior of the country would be monitored under the Alternatives to Detention program. We know that to date, nearly 80% of non-citizens waiting in the interior under prosecutorial discretion have either received a notice to appear or are still within their window to report. That is what would happen. In addition, I would note the Department of Homeland Security also put together a preparedness plan to continue addressing irregular migration that involves surging personnel and resources to the border, improving border processing, implementing mitigation measures, and working with other countries in the hemisphere to manage migration. Those are all steps that they're working to do in order to implement when we get to that point in time.
And the last one on this. Now that the Texas governor is saying that he's going to start busing border crossers to Washington, D.C., when they get here, are you guys going to help them find a place to stay and something for them to do?
Well, I'm not aware of what authority the governor would be doing that under. I think it's pretty clear this is a publicity stunt. His own office admits that a migrant would need to voluntarily be transported, and he can't compel them to because, again, enforcement of our country's immigration laws lies with the federal government, not a state.
Washington, D.C.?
Well, listen, I don't know, but I know that the governor of Texas or any state does not have the legal authority to compel anyone to get on a bus. Go ahead.
Jen, is there pressure to avoid saying that President Biden has had a close contact given his position and the demands of his schedule?
No, we announced yesterday the vice president had a close contact, and if there is 15 minutes that he spends with somebody in person within 6 feet and they test positive for COVID, then that would be a close contact.
So given you said doesn't necessarily take 15 minutes to get COVID, right? So it could take less than that. Obviously, he was around Nancy Pelosi and many others. Are you doing anything differently? Is there anything being done differently given that circumstance for the president?
He was tested last night and tested negative, and if his doctor deems he should be tested more frequently, he certainly could do that. But again, the CDC guidelines are in place, and the CDC specifics on what a close contact and how it's defined are in place for a reason, to give everybody clear, data-driven guidance.
It is clear, but it's not always accurate, right? Because it doesn't take 15 minutes to get COVID, and this is more transmissible, this latest variant, than other variants in the past. It doesn't necessarily require that much time. For example, yesterday we were in the state dining room. The president was face-to-face with many individuals right up in their mugs for extended periods of time because he was enjoying this moment, a chance to visit with folks. So for clarity, not everybody in that room was tested in advance of arriving, correct?
Correct.
So some of those people who may have been further back but ultimately had, 5 minutes, we watched for an hour literally in the room, may not have been with him for 15 minutes but could have been in his face having not been tested for an extended period of
Well,
time.
if individuals are within 6 feet of him for 15 minutes or more, that's considered a close contact. No one in there was. That I'm aware of.
Jackson tested negative before her visit today, I trust.
I don't have any more details on Ketanji Brown Jackson's
Let me
testing
ask you-
protocols.
Let me ask you about the Secret Service very quickly if I can. Does the president maintain confidence in the director of the Secret Service, James Murray?
Yes.
Jen,
Go ahead.
let me just get some clarity. Is it your sense that Judge Jackson will ascend to the bench sooner than the end of the term? Because our understanding was that Justice Breyer was going to retire at the end of the term.
I don't have any updates on that, or any changes to that, no.
I want to give you a chance to respond. Jonathan Swan did an interview with Mitch McConnell this morning in which Swan asked McConnell whether if the Republicans should take the Senate in the midterm elections and another vacancy should occur while this president is still in office, whether a Republican-controlled Senate would hold a hearing on another Biden nominee. He refused to answer that question. Do you have a response to that? What do you think it says about the health of our constitutional system?
Well, I think given it's a day where, with bipartisan support, we are about to have a new member of the Supreme Court, a historic and eminently qualified member of the Supreme Court, and she did get 3 Republicans supporting her. That is a good sign and something we should take a moment to celebrate. Certainly, we don't anticipate or predict. I have no prediction of an additional opening, but we would certainly expect and call for all members of the Senate to operate as professionally as the president and our team did in this case, which is ensuring that there was advice and consent, that she met, that our nominee met with 97 senators. That's obviously a great number from the other party. That is how we would conduct ourselves, and we would expect the same in response.
CDC aside and distance and et cetera, has the president expressed any surprise or amazement that there's a number of cases around him? And is he asked for people to stay away? What's his kind of human level response to what's going on?
No.
Not at all.
No,
he's completely nonplussed by the fact that a growing number of people around him are getting COVID.
We have anticipated that there would be rising numbers of COVID cases. It is not the numbers in here where it was around Omicron. And I don't know if it was among the press corps. It certainly wasn't among the general public. He knows there are a number of steps and precautions that we put in place and we take to protect him and protect the vice president and other senior members of the team. That includes testing for anybody who goes to see him. That includes social distancing in meetings whenever possible.
Jen did it again. Power hour. Market picking up here, 449.83. We're about to hit 450, you guys. The market's picking up here.
Is there any ongoing or near future conversations with China on the Russia situation, or is the U.S. just concluded?
Man, we are officially green here. We're bullish. Overall indices all in the green here, you guys. As you can see, Dow up 4%, S&P 500 up 68%, the Nasdaq's up 37%. The Russell 2000 is down 77. The VIX is down 2.53%. The VIX is down $21.54. We are bullish, ladies and gentlemen. That is your confirmation.
Can I ask whether it's a view of the president's position that if he gets COVID, he'll have a mild case given he has a second booster, given his age and given his health profile? Do you expect it not to be a serious case if he were to get it?
Well, I think that is what we see statistically and through as we look at health analysis and data. But obviously, he would be treated by his doctor, and I'm not going to make a prediction of that at this point in time.
Is it fair for us to conclude that the event tomorrow was a factor in it being outside and being tomorrow given outside of training today?
It's supposed to be a beautiful day. That is a big factor.
The COVID risk was part of the calculus in deciding how to mark this confirmation. Is that part of the reason it's outside?
I would tell you that the biggest factors are actually that, and we would have had events outside earlier in the week too, had the weather allowed. It is that time of year, and certainly we do know that it is better to have events outside when you can have them outside. It is supposed to be a beautiful day. I'm not a weather person, but that is what everything is telling us. And also we want to be able to invite a large number of people, and this would enable us to do that. So those are the biggest factors, but there's no question, Josh, that also is true statistically.
The CDC is actually a little less clear in the link between the two clauses that you're linking. They talk about, was this person less than 6 feet away from someone? Yes, in the President Biden's case. And they say to consider the time spent with someone starting 2 days before. So that includes both the ACA event and yesterday's event. And then separately, they say, have they been in the presence of someone with confirmed or suspected COVID for a cumulative total of 15 minutes or more of a 24-hour period. As far as we know, Speaker Pelosi might have left right after the event. There was about 14 minutes yesterday, and they spent about 45 minutes the day before. So
but she wasn't.
But she was like 7 feet away. She was, as far as here. So it's the White House position that President Biden, 14 minutes, 7 feet away from Speaker Pelosi, is not a close contact, but 15 minutes, 6 feet away would have been a close contact. And I asked, by way of saying, was there a discussion of whether to treat him as a close contact anyway?
Well, he is tested regularly, as you know. He was tested yesterday. He will be tested again soon. He's tested typically a couple of times a week. If he were a close contact, the only difference, or I don't even know that it would be a difference, would be a 5-day test 5 days after your contact. So,
for 10 days in public.
Okay, and if he is a close contact, that is what exactly he will do.
And to answer on the broader COVID question, it looks like that bill is stalled now. What are the short-term consequences of not having new funding in place? Is there a risk you can't proceed with previously announced funding, namely of Pfizer's pill Paxlovid? And when do you think the shipments of the monoclonal antibodies will run out? They were supposed to run out in May. You've been shipping fewer of them. How long will the coverage last on the monoclonals without new money?
I may have to check on that specific component for you, Josh, and I'm happy to do that. I mean, what we do know is that by the end of June, the testing capacity will be at risk. Our testing capacity will be at risk of collapsing, at least from the federal government and what we can provide. We know that we can't buy any additional treatments beyond those that have already been paid for and contracted, of course, including preventative treatments for immunocompromised. Those treatments, as you know, often take 6 months to manufacture, so we'd also be losing out on supply that we intended to purchase for September through January. And of course, the uninsured fund is already closed. But I can certainly check on the next purchase of monoclonal and if we have any ability to purchase that as planned.
What's the difference if the bill passes 3 weeks from now versus having it had passed this week?
Well, we would be able to have the funding, hopefully, to reopen some of our uninsured programming. We'd be able to get ahead and plan ahead for purchases of testing to ensure we had testing capacity, to make sure we could place some orders for preventative treatments for the immunocompromised. It just delays the process. And as we know, they're going on a 2-week recess right now.
Julianne, hey, Jen, thanks, I appreciate it. I have a non-COVID question,
Sure.
I swear, but.
You can ask me a
First,
COVID question too. Go ahead.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I just want to be specific about tomorrow. Are folks who are attending going to be required to take any additional steps, other than it being outside and all that stuff, but testing by senators, for example, or, distance kept by the president? Is there going to be anything above and beyond just being outside?
Not that I'm aware of, but it being outside is certainly an important component here. Typically, individuals who are going to be in close proximity, like on the stage or something, they would be tested, but there are protocols that are evaluated in a case by case as we have events.
And a question on Puerto Rico, non-COVID
Okay.
before, right? There's a million people plus without power there. A lot of people criticizing that the federal government has not done enough to fix the grid there
Sure.
after recent hurricanes. I wonder what, is the president ready on this? Are there any actions that the president is planning to do there?
Sure. Let me check. I know we've provided a broad range and a significant amount of financial assistance, but let me check and see what the status is at this point in time.
Can I also ask you about the Amir Locke, the case involving Amir Locke
Sure.
and the officers that are not charged in that case? Is the president ready on that? And is there any does he have any thoughts on like the no-knock warrants? I think you addressed this in February a little bit, but I wonder if there's been any action or movement or further conversation about it.
Well, let me give you, so first, like so many across the nation, and obviously this news is a reminder of how we've all mourned the tragic death of Amir Locke, and our thoughts and prayers continue to be with his family. The president is committed, and of course he is aware of, and I would point you to the Department of Justice for any specifics about next legal actions, but the president is committed to ensuring fair, impartial, and effective policing, keeping our communities safe. Those goals go hand in hand, and we can achieve them in part by building trust between the police and communities they serve. So to go to your other questions, in September, the Attorney General issued a new policy imposing restrictions on the use of no-knock warrants, chokeholds, and restraints by federal agents. President Biden also continues to call on Congress to pass comprehensive police reform legislation, but since Republicans refuse to support the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, we are looking at additional steps we can take. We are continuing to look at them on executive action to advance police reform. Obviously something we put a pause on while that was being negotiated. I don't have an update on the timing of that, but that is something we are continuing to look at to build on, of course, the actions taken by the Department of Justice.
Hi, Jen. You had noted that Vice President Kamala Harris is considered a close contact. CDC guidance says to wear a mask. Today, she was presiding over the vote for Ketanji Brown Jackson and didn't wear a mask. I guess does the White House have a response to that? Was that a breach of protocol, or I guess what made it different that she didn't have to wear a mask?
I haven't seen. I'm obviously watched most parts of the vote, but I know that she was alone up kind of on the dais for the vast majority of that. And of course she has been wearing a mask otherwise. But beyond that, I haven't done any further analysis.
And then one more question, sort of on immigration.
Sure.
There are reports that there's an increased number of Ukrainian refugees heading to that are at the southern border, around 2,000 in Tijuana. I guess I was wondering, what are the administration's plans to kind of address a rise of Ukrainian refugees that might come to the southern border? The State Department hasn't really outlined the specifics on how they want to, address allowing 100,000 Ukrainian refugees to the U.S. So I guess, is there any other preparations that are being made in addition to whatever expected rise of migrants coming to the border once Title 42 ends?
Sure. Well, I would say that we are still working through the policy process that hopefully we'll have more to say on soon about what specific mechanisms Ukrainians can apply who wish to come to the United States, even though we know the vast majority have made clear they would like to stay in neighboring countries, which is why we're providing the most humanitarian assistance of any country in the world to support those efforts that neighboring countries have undertaken to host refugees. There are very good questions I'm sure you have about family reunification, prioritization, and whether there would be prioritization for individuals who fear persecution and things along those lines. Those are all important questions that are being discussed. We are still implementing Title 42 at the border for anyone who comes to the border, and we're working toward implementation of the lifting of Title 42 next month, and we would apply the policy to everybody, but obviously coming from any country, but obviously there would be these programs, and we'd have more details before then for sure that Ukrainians who are eligible would be able to apply for.
Go ahead. Thank you, Jen. I have two questions. The first one is Budget Day in Ottawa today, and up to $8 billion in new money will go to defense purpose, which would bring Canada's defense contribution to approximately 1.5% of the GDP, not yet to the 2%. Does the administration wish Canada would do more considering the actual war in Ukraine?
Well, we applaud that increase, and we applaud Canada's efforts and support for us in standing up against the invasion of Ukraine by President Putin and the Russians, and they are an important partner and continue to be.
And my second question, it goes back to the aid you detailed at the beginning of the briefing to the Russian military, all sorts of
Ukrainian military.
The Ukrainian military, of course. Sorry. I just want to verify again. You refer to there are requests coming to you, and you go through the list, and sometimes you need old Soviet equipment. Are the MiG-29s and still in the list, and is the administration considering transferring those Polish plane to Ukraine?
Our policy has not changed, but other countries, of course, could make that determination and decide to do, and we certainly wouldn't stand in the way, but our policy has not changed. Go ahead.
When President Biden continued the pause on student loan payments or repayments, he said that pause will provide continued lifeline as we recover and rebuild from the pandemic. You said today you want to stop the spread of COVID. So my question is, if we're still recovering from the pandemic, why then is Title 42 going to be relifted? Is there a revision or a revisit that you could look at that, and have we just recovered from the border then? What does that mean?
Let me see if I can unpack a few things in there. First, on the announcement about the extension of student loan the student loan pause. What I said yesterday is also that what we look at is the impact of the pandemic on the economic recovery. And even though the economy is very strong, look at the UI data from today, look at the jobs data from last Friday, we certainly know that costs are continuing to impact people across the country, including students who have or former students who have student loan payments they need to make. And the president's going to look for every way he can lower costs for the American people, whether that is the family fix that he announced with former President Obama earlier this week, or the announcement about the pause on student loan payments. The decision about Title 42 is a decision made by the CDC, a public health decision. It's not an immigration authority or policy. It's a public health decision. And we respect the authority given to them by Congress to make that determination.
The president said that sanctions were not a deterrent on Russia going into Ukraine. Yesterday, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is saying that the U.S. would use all its sanction tools should China move towards Taiwan. So is that message a deterrent or not?
Well, we have sanctioned China in the past, as you know, for human rights abuses, and we have sanctioned a range of countries, certainly around the world. I would say sanctions have a range of purposes, including putting consequences in place, and where we are as it relates to the war in Ukraine is also making it much more difficult for President Putin to fund this war, and that is a huge priority to us. I don't have any predictions about future sanctions. I would leave that at the comments of the Treasury Secretary.
Given how intertwined our economies are, could we really do sanctions on China like we are?
That is an assessment that the Department of Treasury would have to make, but I don't have a prediction beyond what the Secretary of Treasury said. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. This week you've been critical of Republicans trying to add amendment votes onto the COVID funding bill, specifically regarding Title 42. Yesterday you said they decided to move the goalposts and that the White House is questioning whether Republicans are acting in good faith or if they're just playing politics. But Democratic Senators Mark Kelly, Kristen Sinema, Joe Manchin, Maggie Hassan, and John Tester are joining Republicans in this effort. Does the White House have the same criticism we've heard about Republicans? Does that apply to these Democratic senators as well?
Look, regardless of who's standing against this, our larger point here is if we do not have treatments, vaccines, or tests that the American people need, Americans will die from COVID. And whether they support or oppose the administration on immigration or childcare or environmental rules, anybody. And so our point, it's not political. The vast majority of people who are opposing this moving forward are Republicans. That is a fact. But our point here is that there is an urgency to move forward. We can have a range of debates about a range of issues we have disagreements on. That's fine. Immigration, childcare, environmental rules, we welcome that. By the way, the president put forward an immigration bill his first day in office. If Republicans want to work on immigration, come on down to the White House. We're happy to work with you on it. But right now, this is a game of politics, and we need to get this funding. Otherwise, people in the country are going to die. That's our larger point.
And a quick follow-up on Vice President Harris, and she was a close contact. Tomorrow, during the event, or if there's any reception behind the scenes, will she be required to wear a mask indoors?
She'll follow CDC protocols in any of her events. Go ahead.
The congressional poll report from the confirmation vote today tells us that Senator Rand Paul cast his vote from the GOP cloakroom. He was in casual clothes without a suit jacket or tie, so unable to come onto the floor. The reports, I think, 2 other Republican senators may have done similar. Is that an appropriate way to vote on a historic occasion like this?
I will tell you, I'm not spending a lot of time, nor is the president, thinking about the dress code of Rand Paul today. We're thinking about the historic confirmation of an eminently qualified Black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. Not really worried about his khakis.
If I may as well, we've enjoyed your shout-outs to members of your team. I wonder if this means you're now working your notice.
I'm sorry, what?
Whether you're now, is that an American phrase? Whether you're now working your notice?
I think I don't know that it's an American phrase. I love the Britishness and the accent, not to put you on notice of sort. Look, I think it is simply a reflection of my appreciation for the incredible people on my team that I get to work with every day. I've shouted them out in the past before. I've presented them with sashes to wear, all sorts of embarrassing things, and I think working in the White House, just like being a reporter, people think you have glamorous setups back there. I'm here to confirm that is not the case, but our team works their tails off. There's a lot going on, and it's just simply an effort to recognize that. I have nothing to announce about. Yes.
What is this administration response to Israel for their role as mediator in this Russia-Ukraine crisis? And I have a follow-up question.
Okay. Well, we certainly support the efforts of a range of leaders who are hoping to play a diplomatic role here. And there are a number of leaders around the world who have also had engagements with Russians and engagements with the Ukrainians. And we just ask that they all engage closely with Ukrainians as well.
Okay. To help Europe develop energy independence from Russia, will the Biden administration drop its opposition to the EU East Med pipeline being developed by Israel, Cyprus, and Greece?
Look, I think there's going to be decisions made by European leaders about how to reduce their any level of dependence they have on Russian oil. You've seen a number of leaders this week announce their intention to ban oil imports from Russia, but I would remind you that pipelines are a means of moving oil. It's not a means of production, but I point you to the European leaders to speak to that. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you for joining. We're back live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The market is in the green. Breaking news, as you saw. Market trying to recover from 2-day Fed induced sell-off. We got the market in the green though right now. The Nasdaq's up 43%. S&P 500 leading the way, 67. Dow Jones up 50%. The Russell 2000 is down 22. The VIX is down 2.90%. You guys down $21.45 now right here on my chart. Cent, you guys. So we did hit 450 on the spot. Resistance there, not support yet. Resistance right now. I was trying to find support somewhere and maybe retest this. And hey, come on, hey, talk to me, brother. Let me get through type situation here right now. But we're bullish, you guys. We're up here. Stocks pulling back right now just from their recent highs about 10, 20 minutes ago. But other than that, it's green, though, man. It's green. Still 1 day left this week, you guys. Still 1 day left this week. A lot of stuff going on. Tesla got a cyber rodeo event going on after hours. So that's a lot of attention is there. But other than that, man, the market is moving, and we know option expiration is in tomorrow, full effect, 3 p.m. The weeklies will be expired or worthless or in the money. So keep that in mind too, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, though, what a day, what a day. We're gonna take a quick break here though. I think they probably gonna chill on the briefings. We still doing this one. Yeah, this United Nations to vote on suspending Russia from Human Rights Council is still live. So we can tune into this. But other than that, we're gonna see how long it is and see if we got any other briefings or something. But we're gonna take a quick break though, man. I don't see nothing else. It looks like let's see. Nothing there. Let's see here.
No fees or minimums.
This guy's the World Health Director. Let's see what he's talking about. Like he did a briefing, maybe it might be over with. Possibly. Oh man, but man, yeah, man. Bulls in control here. Bulls in control. Let's take a quick break. Oh, this is live. Let's tune into this.
Jeopardy. Vaccines, we were fortunate we made early purchases. But at the same time, if we continue to move towards a second boost for the entire population, we would not have the capacity to meet the need there. And so all of these things are hitting us. And even though we still have some money as we try to extend as far as we can, we're not able to do the forecasting and the early investment that we did before that always kept Americans where they needed to be, ready to get the supply and the services they needed. And in terms of Congress going home, well, the numbers speak for themselves. And having been a former member of the chamber, I know how difficult sometimes it can be to pass critical legislation. But we can make a choice. We can, as I heard one member of Congress say yesterday, crush COVID and finish the job that we seem to be getting close to doing, or we can let it surge back. And I think everyone understands what it means if COVID surges back or some new variant comes around. And so it's pretty obvious. Then the numbers speak for themselves. We all have to do what we can. We have a responsibility. So everybody's got their role. We hope everyone will fulfill their responsibility.
Thank you, Secretary. Our next question comes from Simon Ateva.
And Sarah, could we make sure we go back and forth? So if there was a question for me, if someone has a question for the Secretary General, we go to that question and back and forth, or unless it's for both.
Sure.
Dr. Tedros for doing this, and glad to see you in person for the first time. And also glad to see Dr. Mike Ryan and Dr. Maria Van Kerkhove here in DC. I know it was really hard to do those press briefings for 2 years every day, so thank you. Dr. Tedros, first off, are you going to meet with President Biden? If not, why not? And also, I know you've consistently said President Biden and the US have done a lot to beat COVID-19 around the world, specifically in Africa. But as recently as last week, you also lamented that more than 80% of people in Africa have not received a single shot of the COVID-19 vaccine. So my question is, yes, the US has done a lot. Yes, President Biden has done a lot, but have they done enough and can they do more? And if you can give us an update on the Russian vaccine, I know Russia is under sanction right now. Is the Sputnik vaccine also under sanction, or are people still using it around the world? And if you can give us a brief update on the Tigray blockade. I know you've been lamenting that
How about you let him answer one or two questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Need a microphone.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I will. It's many questions, by the way. So, I would have loved to meet President Biden, but our programs couldn't align. He was he's very busy, as you can imagine. But I have met, starting from Secretary Becerra, a good number of colleagues from the administration, to have a very candid discussion and also strengthen our cooperation. So next time, I hope our programs will align. But thank His Excellency the President personally. As you know, it was during the day of his inauguration that he signed the letter to reverse the previous administration's decision to continue with WHO. But not only that, the following day we had a call from the Vice President. I spoke to her, and also the same day, Tony Fauci spoke to the board and announced the return of the US to WHO. So that's a strong commitment, and since then, not only COVID, the contribution to many of the other health challenges is really big. If you take COVID alone, the contribution from the US is the largest. So it has done its best. It's continuing to do its best. Of course, as you said, especially in Africa, we have a large proportion of people who have not been vaccinated, 83%. But I can assure you that there is strong commitment from his administration. And we will continue to get the support and make sure that the unvaccinated are vaccinated based on the target we have set for ourselves globally, the 70%. And you can hear this, by the way, in all levels of the administration. We discussed this with Secretary Becerra. The US commitment is full. And I also met with Secretary Yellen, and the commitment is really strong. So it's the whole government is behind this, and we hope to achieve the 70% and end this pandemic, the acute phase of it, this year. Then on vaccine, Russian vaccine, we haven't yet done the inspection. I think the inspection team was supposed to go a few days before the invasion, and there is no way that we can proceed now, so everything is on hold. On Tigray, as you know, Tigray has been under siege by Eritrean and Ethiopian forces for more than 500 days now. This is the longest and the worst siege in modern history. Maybe I can personalize it. You may be surprised if I tell you almost all of my relatives who live in Tigray, I haven't spoken to them in 500 days because telecom is cut off. there is no media allowed into Tigray. There is a problem with medicine, access to medicine. There is no medicine, no banking services. Relatives asked for support. I couldn't even send the money because there is no banking service. It's basics. It's very tragic. I don't know even what word to use. Of course, the international community is trying, but it's not enough. I cannot compare it with Ukraine. Of course, Ukraine is more problem for the world. And having the right attention on Ukraine is important. I support. But a fraction of that attention to Ethiopia, Tigray, would be needed. Without any exaggeration, for more than 500 days under siege, in darkness, no media, the people who are dying there is unbelievable. I don't know, maybe you have seen people being burned alive, because they were Tigrayans, nothing else. They haven't done anything. People were shot, being shot, maybe you have seen the videos, atrocities, massacre. So the situation is getting worse. Of course, I welcome the delivery of 20 trucks to Tigray 10 days ago. But the need is much more than that. That doesn't cover even 1%. But since 10 days, except the 20 trucks, nothing has been delivered so far. So I hope the world will give more attention, at least a fraction of what's been given to Ukraine, because every life is the same. It's a serious humanitarian crisis, and I hope the world will give attention. Thank you for the question, but I'm sorry for taking much time. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary, do you have anything to add? We have just a few more minutes and then we'll have to close, so we probably have time for one more.
Why don't we see if we could get a question or two and we'll try to be brief.
Okay, great. Alex Tin from CBS News.
Hi, thanks for doing this. First, Mr. Secretary, can you clarify the details of where and when you two had that close contact that prompted the masks? And were there any other HHS or WHO staff who were in close contact at that time? And then for the Director General, the FDA held a meeting yesterday. A member of the HUTAG COVAC was there and spoke about the potential of a booster strain update. It sounds like there's a chance the United States may unilaterally decide to update its booster strain if there's no recommendation from the TAG COVAC by the early summer. What do you think of that plan? Do you think it's a realistic possibility we won't have a recommendation? Thanks so much.
I'll be brief. At a ceremony, was it a couple of days ago at the White House for signing of an executive order to get rid of the family glitch in the law that prevents a number of family members from being able to access affordable health care, along with the relative in the family who's working. I sat next to Speaker Pelosi. Speaker Pelosi recently announced that she has tested positive out of an abundance of caution, although I feel no symptoms. We're taking all the precautions, including the testing, and we'll do that as long as necessary to make sure I'm clear. Director General, go right ahead.
On the FDA, maybe we would like to.
If you don't, I'll do cleanup if there's anything more I need to say after you do.
Okay, because FDA is a bit internal, so that's why I wanted you to speak first. But I think we encourage countries to decide based on their situation, tailored to their situation. And I hope they're reading the situation properly and proposing. If the recommendation from the TAC comes, fine. If it doesn't, I think there will be a way of balancing it. Thank you.
And I'll simply add that the FDA, very independent agency, they'll do what they think best that's safe and effective. And then our CDC will act based on what they hear from the FDA, and we'll make a decision if there's a recommendation. for the American public. But we'll wait for the FDA to wait for the science to guide it, and that science includes data coming from international sources as well.
Okay, we're going to take one last question. If you can please state your name there and your outlet. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin Durkin. I'm from National Journal. This is probably for both of you. You both have spoken about how the U.S. is a strong leader on the COVID global front. Considering that Congress, as someone pointed out earlier, is leaving town without a plan for additional global COVID aid, could this make it harder on both of you to convince U.S. allies and international partners to commit more resources as well and to step up their response if Congress is unable to agree to additional
Gigi, should I start? So, what's the saying? Failure is not an option here. I don't think anyone wants to go back to lockdowns and watching their loved ones pass, not being able to be with them when they're in their greatest need. We can't go back to that. We know what it takes to avoid that. We've got the tools in place. The president has made it possible for Americans to have everything at their disposal to be safe. Congress has, on a bipartisan basis for the last 2+ years, taken the measures necessary to make sure we have the tools. Why they would stop when we're on the 1-yard line ready to score the touchdown that really, as I mentioned earlier, lets us crush COVID and pull the team off the field, it makes no sense. I have faith that Congress will do what it must. I just hope that faith is rewarded quickly, because every time we delay is a step further back behind that we are in crushing COVID. Whether it's the purchase in advance of the different therapies that we need or making tests available, or whether it's simply getting ready for what might come next. When we take the team off the field, we cannot perform. And I hope that when Congress comes back, they will quickly make an assessment that we need these resources and need them quickly, and they'll continue to provide what we need to finish the job. DG.
Yeah, I think you have said it all. I still believe that Congress will take this seriously, and there will be some outcome because the U.S. leadership also motivates others. As you know, for instance, Global Fund, a third of contribution to Global Fund replenishment is from the U.S., and the rest of the world covers the 2/3. And I hope when Congress decides, that will motivate the rest of the world, and we will have hopefully complete funding of the $15 billion gap we see in ACT-A for vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. So I look forward to a good outcome. We have spoken to as many members as possible. It's still in the process, and we hope the administration will get the support as per its request. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we are out of time for questions, unfortunately. If you have any questions, please be in touch with us at our HHS press shop, media@hhs.gov. We're happy to help direct your questions accordingly. Secretary, is there anything you want to add?
I want to thank everyone for participating, but principally want to say a big thank you to Director General Tedros for taking the time to be in the U.S. to meet with so many leaders here, and for gracing us here at HHS with his president and his team. Thank you to his team for everything they do every day to help the world get past this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for joining, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, man. The SPY picked up 450.20 is the high. The high today, 450.52 cents. Man, this is amazing, man. The reversal it is, the volatility when it can just ease and it just spike. Oh, man, it's crazy. So the market is up, though. We are in the green here. We're looking very bullish. Look like we might have a bullish close. Might be a 10-minute rig here, too. Be cautious of that. It's 3:40 p.m., you guys. Oh man, I haven't gave you a word of the day here, and I think I need to give you a word of the day here with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, you are letting your cash accumulate over days. This is a business here, and we are doing that here. Word of the day, though, I'm feeling like it is grace. Woo! That touched me as soon as I said it. Grace. Market picking up too. Grace. Eglix. Refinement. Charm. Kindness. Holiness. Devotion. Love. Mercy. Pardon. A blessing. Giving thanks. Verb, you get it? That's a verb. To beautify, to enhance, to adorn. Grace, you guys. That's a noun and grace. Now I just gave you nouns and a grace, and I just gave you a verb and grace, you guys. So grace, you get what it means there. Do I have to break it down for you? Market terminology. Grace. You need to be graceful of anything that you have freely in the market, you guys. You need to have grace in the decisions that you make in the market, you guys. You just need to be a grace to someone else. Just be a grace to your family, your kids if you got them, yourself. You know what I'm saying? Grace, you guys, grace. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and that is the word of the day here with LCAOD, grace. And the market did just pop there, and we're having a slight little pullback here, so it might be some profit taking. But we got about 18 minutes left, you guys. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Still hot, one right. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, one right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fainted for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I've been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should have been a honey, baby girl, from the you really what I wanted. But you la la la, got me going in circles crying on your life. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you right tonight. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Baby, I'm still flying. Baby, I don't see you flying. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't never gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out. Cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too. Nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. No, baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I started a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror. I thought I needed every minute, or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blistered souls and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loads the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Love with them sticks you get hit. Love with them sticks you get hit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with that fire, you play with that fire, you gon' get lit. Play with that fire, you gon' get fleet. It's a big, flamed up. What the fuck? Oh shit. That 12? Oh shit. Did you call 12 for real? Oh shit. I can't believe this. Oh shit. My peers ain't shit. But my appearance ain't shit. But my hands up, I do exist. I do know to resist. You ain't taking my spirit, no bitch. Taking my soul, no bitch. They say the guy I sold in the Vatican eat. And I don't believe that shit. I don't believe it. And I think maybe they do exist. Maybe. I don't even know. I don't know. I'm just telling you what's going on. What's going on? I'm a real one. They hate feel one. They don't let it rotate. You dick ride, you just rotate. I don't give a fuck, you hoe hate. I ain't never been no fuck gay. Nigga, that's what it sound like to me. When you call me a fuck boy, nigga got me beat. You don't even bleed it. Bleed it. Yeah, my bitch bleed it. Yeah, my bitch bleed it. Bitch, you's a fucking bitch. Nigga, you's a fucking snitch. Going personnel. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with that fire, you get lit. Play with them sticks, you get hit. Play with that fire, you get lit.
DJ Goldie.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my line. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me neck, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my line. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me neck, don't waste my time. Yes, your baby mama smash you cool, you in love with her, let her eat the dick. Won't count hundreds, let her let it be. Trap out your shit, let you pay the rent. Trap, that's all I know, it's time to cut this bitch. Soon as the pack come in, I gotta go and serve this shit. Serving quick, I'm swerving quick with a yellow bone, show some other shit. Tryna soak me up in some foreign shit. Tryna fuck me up in this foreign shit. Yeah, Keisha hit my line talking shit, say who you riding that phone with. I said, bitch, get off my line, bitch, you want some stalking shit. I had to leave her quick, yo.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking thrax with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me neck, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking thrax with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me neck, don't waste my time. Flavor Flav, baby girl, yeah, your time is up. If you ain't sucking dick or fucking get about this foreign. I ain't like these other niggas, she said them niggas boring. She said I'm tryna roll with you, you got the loudest roaring. Then I got some dick, her throat game is amazing. If she keeps sucking like this, then I gotta roll up daily. She swallow all my kids, the doctors thought they saw babies. She swallow all my kids, she my babysitter crazy. Girl, you ain't got a lot of me, you not my lady. Ron will make me earthquake, I ain't talking Haiti. Ain't no friend over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Ain't no friend over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Like, bitch, get off my line. Get off my line. Smoking threats with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me neck, don't waste my time.
Oh, man.
We did not get your message, either because you were not speaking.
Yeah.
Market close in 5 minutes, y'all. 5 minutes.
Okay.
Jigging and finessing, girl, I got it for the low. Whipping up the way, I whip it up just like a snow. I ain't Johnny Depp, but you know I got the blow. You already know. Yeah. Jigging and finessing, yeah, I got it for the low. Whipping up the white, I swear it's white just like a snow. I ain't Johnny Depp, but you know I got the blow. Bitches wanna ride, shawty, I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. Is you fucking me and is you fucking for the low? When she shake that ass and she twerk it on that pole. I just wanna know.
Let's go.
Girl, keep on doing that sexy thing you doing. I just wanna fuck when we done, get back to it. We can really fuck, shawty, wetter than some fluids. Yeah, she like the way I do it, the way I killin' in this music. Yeah, shawty going twerking, yeah, she turn up for the star. Yeah, I'ma fuck a broad in that foreign car. Yeah, we be whipping hard, all my niggas got them bricks. Yeah, I be getting chips and I get it with the dip. Yeah, fucking with your chick, you know she sucking on the dick. Yeah, bustin' on her face, you know I got it on her lips. Yeah, a nigga trippin', think I'm going on the trip. Yeah, but I never slip. Yeah, money I just flip. Yeah, I be fucking bitches, I be fucking all these hoes. Yeah, I be getting money, I be banking on the road. Young nigga killing it, the people want my soul, but I cannot go. Yeah.
No bag of salary reloaded.
We get money.
And if we talking bread, I got loaves. And if we talking guns, no reload here. And all that big shit don't condone it. I'm like, show me an opponent.
Where they at?
I swear to God, you pussy niggas don't want it.
I swear.
I stay getting them zones in.
I'm zoned in.
And I can stay by my lonely. Nigga, I handle my business. Shitting on the competition, need a janitor. Niggas can't really handle this.
Can't get out, man.
Nigga is talking to the feds.
He is?
Nigga fucking pops feds. So that means that nigga is dead. Don't fuck with him.
No way.
Cut him off quick.
Snip.
Like Shy Glizzy.
Cut it,
nigga.
Cut it.
All I do is cut checks. And go see the bank teller like Johnny Depp. And if your product good, then it'll sell itself. Life's just a game, Royal Rumble.
Jugging and finessing, yeah, I got it for the Lord. Whipping up the wet, I swear it's white just like snow. I ain't Johnny Depp, but you know I got the blow. Is you gonna ride, shawty? I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. Is you fucking me and is you fucking for the Lord? The way she twerk that ass and she working on that pole. I just wanna know. Work.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are about to close here, man, so I need you to get your gear here ready here. I need you to pack your bag here. Make sure you got all your luggage. Make sure you got your toothbrush. Make sure you got your deodorant there. Make sure you got some socks with you. Make sure your bag is fully packed there. Make sure it's tucked in tight. It's going to be about a 24-hour delay here. We'll get back to where we're going tomorrow, and tomorrow is the final destination, ladies and gentlemen. We will be landing where we're going to land and positioning where we're going to position. Now, we do have some extra activities going on after hours, sponsored by Elon Musk. He's going to be doing the Cyber Rodeo here at 4 p.m. We're not going to watch it here live with LCOD, but just letting you guys know you can watch it here from any streaming app, any streaming platform. If you have an iPhone, Android, any type of computer, ladies and gentlemen. But 1 minute! We did it, man. We did it. We have done it, you guys. We have made it towards the end of the day. Woo! They punched us in the head today with all these briefings. Wow, a lot to just soak in here and just know, man, there will be a big move coming. Patience is a virtue here. There already has been one. There will be another one and another one. So stay patient, you guys. Wrap up your final plays here. But get ready to head out the door. Get ready to get in the car. We're about to leave here. The market's about to close. The market is about to close, ladies and gentlemen. Any moment now. The market is going to be closing. And I'm going home. Timing it here. That's game. The market is closed, you guys. That's it. It's a wrap. I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream today with LCAOD, man. But we're going to wrap it up here early. There is one company reporting WD-40. WD-40 is reporting after hours. We'll check with them tomorrow, you guys. That's the only earnings play here. This is the first week of earnings, Q2 earnings. The real big players starting to come in the next couple weeks. Banks gonna kick it off there first, of course, and then after the banks, you got big tech earnings. That's all kicking off here. Q2, we're just getting started here in April, man. But that is it here. April 7th, Thursday, 4 p.m. Market is closed. Go check out crypto. That's still moving. Ethereum is up 55 today. Bitcoin's up 250 today, $250. So, man. Market is closed, though. This is it. This is and was the Stock Market Live with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. I will see y'all tomorrow. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy your night. See y'all in the morning. Get ready. We got option expiration in the morning. Who will win? Bulls, Bears. Bulls and Bears. Who gonna win? Who's gonna win the battle? Who's gonna expire in the money? Who's gonna expire worthless? Find out tomorrow right here with LCAOD. See you guys tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Let cash accumulate over days.